Chapter 3055. Lin Xian said with a smile, "I went to a good place, I'll bring you along next time." While they were discussing, countless gazes were cast over. There was a mysterious aura in Zhong Lingxiu's eyes as if she wanted to see through Lin Xian. The others had a look of horror and awe. In the distance, Qin Wu was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. That guy actually won? She really couldn't believe it. Damn it, I have to tell my brother. This kid is a great enemy. Qin Wu didn't see any more matches and turned around to soar into the sky. Not only her, but the other three peaks also had prodigies who came to watch the battle. They had heard of Lin Xian before. However, they never thought that Lin Xian would be so powerful. This battle had already caused them to be terrified. They had to hurry back to report that in addition to Huangfu Beiyin, Lin Xian also came from Full Moon Peak. Next, the competition continued. Although it was also exciting, it was much worse than the battle between Lin Xian and He Mo. It was the fifth Wang Qi's turn. Wang Qi challenged Xueling, but he lost to Xueling in the end. Xueling also failed to challenge Yi Fei. Yu Fei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian and Huangfu Beiyin. He didn't challenge Lin Xian, but Huangfu Beiyin. That was because he wanted to see how strong Huangfu Beiyin was. Previously, he had used his flying dagger technique, but he was directly sent flying by Huangfu Baitian's blade. He didn't dare to take that sharp blade light head-on at all. Just the overflowing aura alone left dozens of blade marks on his body. Therefore, Yi Fei decisively admitted defeat. However, that was also very shocking. Because they realized that Huangfu Beiyin didn't dodge because he couldn't dodge Yi Fei's blade. Thinking of that possibility, their hearts beat wildly. Even the elders were breathing rapidly. If this Yi Fei was a bit stronger, perhaps even Huangfu Beiyin would not dare to take his flying daggers head-on. Next, it was He Mo's turn. He Mo first stared at Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he really didn't dare to believe that he would lose to Yi Fei. He wanted revenge. However, he soon gave up. He realized that Lin Xian's recovery was even faster than his. Although he had recovered from most of his injuries, there was still some sword intent left in his body. He was unable to unleash 100% of his strength. And from the looks of it, the other party had already fully recovered. No, he couldn't take the risk. He had to get one of the top 3 spots. How pitiful was the moon-gazing wordless monument. Black Devil didn't challenge Lin Xian or Huangfu Beiyin. He challenged Yi Fei instead. In the end, he defeated Yi Fei. Yi Fei sighed. Originally, he had occupied 3rd place and was able to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. However, because of Lin Xian's strong entrance, he was only able to occupy 4th place. Finally, all the matches were arranged. First, Huangfu Beiyin. Second, Lin Xian. Third, Black Devil. 4th, Yi Fei. 5th, Xueling. 6th, Wang Qi. 7th, Lu Yanan. At this point, the top 3 were out. Everyone was shocked. Huangfu Beiyin was still the champion, and he was number 1. The Black Devil was now number 3. The second place was Lin Xian. He was a newcomer who had just joined the moon-gazing peak a few months ago. Everyone was astounded, feeling that it was unreal. At the same time, some became excited. I wonder how this Lin Xian would fare against Huangfu Beiyin. Do you think he could defeat Huangfu Beiyin? No idea. It was hard to say, but it might be possible. The crowd discussed among themselves as Lin Xian and Huangfu Beiyin had yet to fight. Huangfu Beiyin was not required to challenge anyone as the champion. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already used up his 2 chances to challenge someone. He could not challenge anyone again. Thus, the 2 of them did not fight. As such, no one knew about it. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Huangfu Beiyin beside him. Huangfu Beiyin also turned his head toward him. Their gazes clashed in the air. Suddenly, a saber glow and a sword intent soared into the sky, intertwining and tearing the clouds apart. How powerful! The crowd was shocked. Even the Black Devil took a step back. The auras of these 2 were too powerful, to the point that even he was shocked. Damn it! The Black Devil clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He swore that he would not be defeated again. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face so soon. He was defeated by Lin Xian. Now, It seemed like these two had completely surpassed him. No, I must comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. I must surpass these two. I am the strongest. The Black Devil let out a furious roar. On the other side, Lin Xian was shocked. This Huangfu Beiyin was very powerful. He was far stronger than the Black Devil. I wonder what the outcome would be if I were to fight him? He could not deduce the outcome now. He would only know if he were to fight him. On the other side, Huangfu Beiyin was equally shocked. He did not expect Wang Yefeng to have someone who could threaten him. He could not see through Lin Xian's strength. The first elder walked over with a smile. He was very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Lin Xian's performance gave him a pleasant surprise. He announced the result of the competition and then gave out rewards to everyone. Everyone had a reward. However, there were many rewards for the top 10 and even more for the top 3. Each of the top 3 received a chance to go to the moon-gazing lake again. At the same time, the most important reward was that the top 3 had a chance to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. This was a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel, they would soar into the sky. At that time, they might be able to defeat the northern demon and become the #1 person in the House of Prodigy. Next, everyone dispersed and received their rewards. The moon-gazing wordless steel would open in 10 days. Lin Xian, Huangfu Beidian, and the Black Devil would take advantage of this period to enter the moon-gazing lake and cultivate for half a day. Entering the moon-gazing lake again, Lin Xian felt a powerful force enveloping him. This force made him feel very comfortable. Of course, he was not careless and absorbed it with all his might. Outside, everyone was watching. Heavens! Lin Xian had condensed the 9 heavy waves. Everyone exclaimed. It could not be helped. Although Lin Xian was only ranked 2nd on the moon-gazing peak, the scene of him entering the moon-gazing lake was even more shocking than Huangfu Beiyin. Not to mention Huangfu Beiyin, even the #1 person in the House of Prodigy, the Northern Demon, could not be compared to him. The 9 heavy waves surged between the heavens and earth, leaving everyone stunned. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Half a day of cultivation had greatly improved his strength, which was equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation in the outside world. His strength had improved to the mid-9-star realm, and the force in his body was much stronger. After coming out, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He spent the remaining 9 days to consolidate his strength. Huangfu Beidian and the Black Devil also came out. They had both improved and went into seclusion to consolidate their strength. The other geniuses were also nervous and waited patiently. In a few days, the moon-gazing wordless steel would open again. Chapter 3056. But they knew that the chances this time would probably be much greater than before. After all, there was an additional Lin Xian. And Lin Xian was the same as Yi Gucheng back then, stirring up the 9 heavy waves. In fact, Lu Yanan and a few others knew that the other party condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. This kind of talent could be rated as heaven-defying, even more terrifying than Yi Gucheng. Back then, Yi Gucheng successfully comprehended the moon-gazing wordless steel. Wonder if Lin Xian could successfully comprehend it this time? Everyone, including Head Elder and the rest, carried a feeling of anticipation and nervousness. 9 days passed. Finally, the 10th day arrived. The blazing sun rose, sunlight sprinkling all over moon-gazing peak. On this day, everyone woke up early, everyone was excited. They knew that today was the day the moon-gazing wordless steel opened. Yi Fei came, Xueling came, Wang Ji came, those people all came. Black Fiend came out. The aura on his body was even more terrifying than 10 days ago. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy and cold. Very clearly, the defeat previously made him very unhappy. Huangfu Beiyin also appeared, carrying a long saber on his back, like a saber god. His gaze looked around. When he saw Black Fiend, he only gave him a glance and ignored him, because Black Fiend was not his match. He was looking for someone who could give him pressure. That person was naturally Lin Xian. Not just him, Black Fiend was also looking for the other party. Head Elder Yi Fei and the rest were also looking. Very soon their brows raised. They discovered that the other party had arrived. Lin Xian was still dressed in red robes, his face handsome. He was abnormally calm as he walked over. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Black Fiend snorted coldly, his eyes erupting with piercing cold-killing intent. Huangfu Baiqian's gaze was deep. Zhong Lingxiu had a mysterious look. However, everyone was stunned. They could not see through Lin Xian's actual situation. Those elders were also surprised. Head elder sighed. This kid was very mysterious. Indeed, if he did not execute law, he could not see clearly. Lin Xian's arrival undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. One after another, discussions and exclamations fell on him. The void cracked open, and in the sky, there were nomological laws floating. The sage had arrived. Had the Peak Lord come out of seclusion? Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe descending from the sky. It was the Peak Lord of the Full Moon Peak. The Peak Master of the Full Moon Peak looked to be in his 30s, but everyone knew that he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Everyone cupped their fists and bowed, greeting the Peak Lord. The Full Moon Peak Master nodded slightly. The first elder and the other elders also walked over. At the same time, the Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. Huangfu Baidian, Lin Xian, Mo, the three of you step forward. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other two walked forward while the others watched nervously from behind. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others' eyes were filled with envy. Because they were not qualified. Only the three people in front of him were qualified to comprehend it. Stars flickered in the Peak Master's eyes as he scanned Huangfu Baidian and Lin Xian with the power of the laws. He nodded slightly. Although he already knew the results of the competition, he was still surprised when he saw Lin Xian again. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to make it to the top 3 and even defeat Mo to obtain a spot to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. It was a pleasant surprise. Let's go. The Peak Master turned around and walked forward. The laws under his feet flickered, forming a path that carried him into the sky. The first elder and the others also followed. Lin Xian and the others rose into the sky, and behind them, the geniuses of the Full Moon Peak also followed behind. They were very excited. Although the Full Moon Peak was named after a mountain, its territory was very large. This time, their target was the mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. That was the main peak of the Full Moon Peak. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the main peak. Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked forward, exclaiming in their hearts. It was also his first time observing the Full Moon Peak at such a close distance. The dark red dragon beside him muttered, "What a mysterious aura." The Full Moon Peak was not simple. As a formation master, he could naturally feel the terrifying and mysterious power coming from the Full Moon Peak. Buzz. At this moment, there were laws waving between heaven and earth, piercing through the void and complementing each other. The people of the Full Moon Peak raised their heads. Those disciples exclaimed, "Another sage is here." Yi Fei and the others were shocked, and they explained in a low voice that the Peak Masters of the other 3 peaks were here. Indeed, the Peak Masters of the Ethereal Peak, Exquisite Peak, and Divine Strategy Peak were all here. After all, opening the Full Moon Wordless Steel was an earth-shattering event in the extraordinary warrior manner. How could they not be here? The 3 Peak Masters stood in the void like god-fiends. In addition to the Peak Masters of the 3 peaks, the top geniuses and elders were also here. It could be said that the entire extraordinary warrior manor was in turmoil. In the air, a woman in a green robe with a beautiful face attracted everyone's attention. "Fairy Qing Wu!" Everyone exclaimed. Beside Qing Wu, there was a demonic man with a slender figure and a handsome face. His eyes even carried a mysterious power. He was the top person of the Ethereal Peak, the North Demon. On the other side, at Exquisite Peak, there was a woman in a red robe with a veil on her face, and her aura was exquisite. She was the top person of the Exquisite Peak, named Yu Linglong. There was another person who was wearing a battle armor with runes flowing on his body, shining brightly like a god of war. He was the top person of Divine Strategy Peak. Han Fei. In addition to the top people of the 3 peaks, the top geniuses of the other top geniuses were also here. All eyes fell on Lin Xian, Huangfu Baidian, and Mo. Of course, most of them were looking at Lin Xian. Because they were already very familiar with Huangfu Baitian and Heimo, but Lin Xian was very unfamiliar to them. They knew that he was a newcomer. At the same time, they were surprised that a newcomer could obtain the second place. It was really shocking. In the distance, Qin Wu was fuming. She was very unhappy. This guy really succeeded. I'm so angry. He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Seeing Qin Wu's angry look, the North Demon rubbed her hair and said, "Why do you have to be angry with yourself? He didn't provoke you." "Who said that? I can't stand his smug look." Qin Wu pouted. The North Demon's eyes flickered as he looked at the young man in red. "This kid is very strong and will definitely be a great enemy in the future. I just didn't expect him to grow so quickly. I wonder if he can comprehend the full moon wordless steel?" Not only him, but Yu Linglong and Han Fei also had the same thought. It couldn't be helped. The full moon wordless steel was too famous. It was rumored that it was the top divine steel of the extraordinary warrior residence. Whoever could comprehend it would be the top person of the extraordinary warrior residence. Chapter 3057. Back then, Yi Gucheng had already comprehended the moon-gazing wordless steel. Even though he hadn't fully comprehended it, he had already displayed such powerful strength. In the end, he died because of an accident. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great sage, or even a great emperor. Therefore, because of Yi Gucheng's legend, the moon-gazing wordless steel became even more mysterious. After all, other than Yi Gucheng, no one had been able to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel for tens of thousands of years. The peak masters of the three peaks also had solemn expressions, because they knew how special the moon-gazing wordless steel was. The three peaks also had mysterious inscriptions, but that was the holy grail left behind by the sage. But the moon-gazing wordless steel was different. Its origin was more spiritual, far surpassing the holy steel. That was why it was so difficult to cultivate. And once cultivated, its power was extremely terrifying. Seeing that the other three peak masters, elders, and prodigies had all arrived, the peak master of the moon-gazing peak was not surprised. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Endless laws enveloped him. In the next moment he struck out one ancient Tao pattern after another, which appeared in the sky, then floated towards the moon-gazing peak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As one Tao pattern after another floated into the moon-gazing peak, the entire peak also changed. The sky was shrouded in light, illuminating the entire world. Not only that, but it also trembled violently. A crack appeared in the middle of the moon-gazing peak, and it quickly spread to both sides. Seeing this scene, the surrounding prodigies widened their eyes. The moon-gazing peak was split open. Lin Xian was also surprised. This scene was too shocking. It was as if an invisible divine sword had split the moon-gazing peak from the middle. Dark Red Shenfei was even more shocked. He discovered that there was actually another world inside the split moon-gazing peak. Inside, ancient trees and mountains towered into the clouds. The vines were as thick as pythons. They were like huge dragons, carrying with them boundless strength. A powerful vitality was emitted from inside. The inside of the moon-gazing peak was actually like this. Lin Xian and the others were extremely shocked. It was too mysterious. That should be the moon-gazing wordless steel. They discovered that there was a stone steel inside. It was abnormally large. It stood tall on the earth. The stone monument was surrounded by vines and ancient trees, but the surface of the stone monument was as smooth as a mirror. There was nothing on it. The entire stone tablet was completely black. It was 100 feet tall, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. There were no marks on it. Was this the moongazer wordless steel? Everyone began to tremble when they sensed the prehistoric aura in front of them. Even the peak masters of the four great peaks wore stern expressions. Huangfu Baitian's eyes lit up. Heimo was so excited that he started trembling. Yi Fei, Wang Qi, Xueling, and the others' eyes turned red. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered with a mysterious light as she stared at the wordless mountain-gazing steel in front of her. Not only those from the full moon peak, But the geniuses from the exquisite peak, the divine strategy peak, and the misty peak also had fiery gazes. Even the North Yao's eyes shone with a shocking light. Previously, as the #1 person in the outstanding scholar mansion, he had also wanted to comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele. However, he had failed in the end. This made him realize that he was not fated to comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele. Hence, he could only try to comprehend the misty sacred stele of the misty peak. Lin Xian was equally shocked. Not only that, but there was also a strange movement in his body. This strange movement gave Lin Xian a fright. There were no marks on the Moongazer wordless stele. Hence, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes to see if there were any secrets hidden within. Golden runes flickered. Lin Xian looked in front of him. However, he realized that the Moongazer wordless stele was too mysterious. It was as if there was a wisp of heavenly secret blocking everything. It was indeed mysterious. Was this the Moongazer wordless stele? Even the heavenly secret god eyes could not see through it. Lin Xian was shocked. However, at this moment, the mysterious small sword in his body vibrated. Not only that, the great dragon sword soul was also operating rapidly, trying to soar into the sky. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked as he suppressed the great dragon sword soul. It seemed like the great dragon sword soul was targeting the Moongazer wordless stele. How could this be? And this mysterious small sword actually caused the Moongazer wordless stele to vibrate again. It even produced a sense of hostility. What was going on? Lin Xian did not know. He guessed that it might be because Yi Gucheng had once comprehended the Moongazer wordless stele. Hence, when the great dragon sword soul came before the Moongazer wordless stele again, there would be a strange change. However, he did not know if this was the reason. Other than Lin Xian, no one else knew about this change in his body. Not even the 4 peak masters knew about it. The full moon peak master turned to Lin Xian and the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "The 3 of you, go ahead and comprehend it." Huangfu Beiyan nodded solemnly. He Mo's eyes were red as he trembled with excitement. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. At this moment, the full moon peak master reminded them again. The Moongazer wordless stele had a mysterious origin and contained heavenly secrets. Whether they could comprehend it or not depended on their luck. Just do your best and don't force it. Lin Xian and the other 2 nodded. They also understood this principle. Then, the peak master did not say anything else. The entire place fell silent. All eyes fell on Lin Xian, Huangfu Beiyan, and Mo Huangfu Beiyan soared into the sky while Mo roared and turned into a black lightning bolt, rushing forward. Both of them were very fast and arrived in front of the Moongazer wordless stele in an instant. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and strode forward. Soon he arrived. He realized that the great dragon sword soul in his body was trembling more violently. Fortunately, he had merged with the great dragon sword soul and could suppress it. Lin Xian stood in front of the Moongazer wordless stele. He did not immediately sit down to comprehend it. Instead, he reached out his hand and gently touched the black surface of the stele. The surface was shiny and smooth. However, when he touched the black stele, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The mysterious little sword shuddered slightly. A peerless aura spread out. However, it soon disappeared. The great dragon sword soul's roar sounded in Lin Xian's body, but it was blocked by Lin Xian and did not spread out. However, he could not block the aura emitted by the mysterious small sword. Buzz. He turned his head slightly and looked behind him. Previously, those people behind him did not seem to notice anything unusual, as if they did not notice this peerless killing intent. Only the peak masters of the 4 peaks raised their brows. What's going on? Why do I feel a mysterious aura flowing out? When they checked again, they found that the mysterious aura had disappeared without a trace. No one noticed it. Lin Xian was stunned. At the same time, he was even more puzzled. Why would the great dragon sword soul and the mysterious small sword in his body change like this after encountering the Moongazer wordless stele? Chapter 3058. After all, whether it was the dragon sword soul or the mysterious small sword, their origins were too mysterious. Perhaps he had encountered the moon-gazing, wordless steel before. Seeing Lin Xian standing in front of the moon-gazing, wordless steel, the elders and geniuses behind him were also discussing. What was this kid doing? Why wasn't he comprehending? He couldn't have been scared silly, right? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he had discovered something special? Everyone was puzzled, because at this moment, Huangfu Baidian and He Mo had already sat down cross-legged, found a place, and began to comprehend. Brother Lin Xian should be fine, right? Shen Jingqiu was a little worried. The dark rainbow dragon nodded and said, "Don't worry, this kid will definitely be fine." Although he said that, he was still a little worried in his heart. After all, the aura from the moon-gazing, wordless steel was too mysterious. In front, Lin Xian retracted his palm, found a place, and slowly sat down. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly, but no one left. Instead, more and more people gathered here. Everyone was waiting silently. They knew that comprehending was a long process. "Brother, how magical is the moon-gazing, wordless steel? Why can't you comprehend it?" In the distance, Qing Wu asked softly. The North Demon shook his head. "I once tried to comprehend it. At that time, I closed my eyes and seemed to have entered a strange world. Everything around was gray, as if there was nothing at the beginning of the chaos. I tried to search inside, and I kept walking in one direction. After walking for a month, I found nothing. That kind of despair had already filled my heart. So, I was forced to retreat. What? There was nothing at the beginning of the chaos. Then how can I comprehend it?" After hearing that, Qing Wu's eyes widened. "I don't know. Maybe they have a way. Maybe they can't comprehend it." Indeed, Huangfu Baidian and He Mo also encountered a similar situation. They seemed to be in a strange world, and their surroundings were like the beginning of the chaos. They couldn't see anything. The two of them seemed to have been exiled in the universe and began to search. On the other side, Lin Xian was the same. He felt that his surroundings were gray, and there was no sound or light. There was no one, not to mention any runes or secrets. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Was this the moongazer wordless steel? Lin Xian frowned. He carefully tried to sense it, but he couldn't sense anything. How was he supposed to comprehend it? Previously, Xiao Chen had already learned about the heaven steels of the other 3 peaks. The Tao patterns of the saints were engraved on it, so it could be comprehended directly. This moongazer wordless steel was much more mysterious and strange compared to the others. Lin Xian took a deep breath and decided to take a risk and try using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul had already tried to rush out to attack him before he had even comprehended the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Now that he had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was very likely that it would cause unexpected consequences. However, he had no other choice. He could only give it a try. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy the surrounding chaotic nothingness. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an offensive saint technique that could destroy everything. As expected, the surrounding chaotic void was slashed apart. Lin Xian felt that his vision around him had become clearer. He decided on a direction and moved forward. His body and sword merged into a ray of sword light and rushed forward. He would destroy all the chaotic nothingness along the way. He didn't believe that there was no end to this world. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Everyone was still waiting silently. Suddenly, the peak master of the Moongazer Peak's eyes lit up and became sharp. The peak masters of the other 3 peaks also turned their heads and stared down. Under the Moongazer wordless steel, Black Demon's body trembled slightly. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his tightly shut eyes were tightly furrowed. It was as if he had encountered something painful. Not good, Black Demon was about to fail. The North Monster was no stranger to this situation. He knew that Black Demon's will was about to collapse. He couldn't withstand the chaotic nothingness at all. Because there was only one person in the world. There was no hope, nothing, and he would definitely despair. It was already very difficult for Black Demon to hold on for 10 days. Moreover, the North Monster had comprehended it once. He knew that the flow of time inside was different from outside. 10 days outside might be 100 or 200 years inside. No matter how strong a person was, they would collapse. As expected, Black Demon suddenly opened his eyes and roared at the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. Seeing this, the surrounding prodigies and elders were in an uproar. The first elder sighed, his face full of disappointment. Did he fail? The peak master of the Moongazer Peak also shook his head slightly. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds in front of him tumbled and wrapped around Black Demon, then sent him out. Treat his injuries, the Moongazer Peak's peak master said in a low voice. The surrounding elders went forward to treat Heimo's injuries. As for the others, they shifted their gazes away from Heimo and looked to the front. Now, only Huangfu Baidian and Lin Xian were left. They wondered if the two of them could comprehend it. Another 5 days passed. Huangfu Baidian's body also trembled slightly. Large beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. Seeing this, the first elder and the others became nervous again. The elders and prodigies of the other peaks were also paying close attention. Could it be that Huangfu Baidian couldn't hold on anymore? It seemed like that was the case. Huangfu Baidian's talent and strength both surpassed Black Demon's, but he only lasted 5 days longer than Black Demon. As expected, an hour later, Huangfu Baidian suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was completely pale. It was obvious that he was on the verge of collapsing. The elders and the prodigies of the Moongazer Peak let out sighs. Failed, even Huangfu Baidian had failed. Could it be that there was really no one left with money? In their hearts, Huangfu Baidian was a godlike existence. No one dared to challenge him due to his outstanding strength. Even against Black Demon, Huangfu Baidian could easily defeat him. Such a person was definitely a law-defying genius. However, even Huangfu Baidian had failed. It was a great blow to the Moongazer Peak. The peak master of the Moongazer Peak shook his head and waved his hand. The clouds encapsulated Huangfu Baidian and sent him out too. Huangfu Baidian wore a wry smile as he glanced at Black Demon, who was sent out in advance. Black Demon had failed too? He had failed too. Wait, where's Lin Xian? He scanned his surroundings. Only he and Black Demon were resting. Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the kid had not failed yet? Huangfu Baidian's eyes widened as he thought of the possibility. He glanced at Black Demon. Black Demon wore an unpleasant expression as he realized that Lin Xian had not failed yet. He had failed, and so had Huangfu Baidian, but Lin Xian was still holding on. Chapter 3059. Meanwhile, his figure began to tremble slightly. Could it be that Qin Nan's talent had surpassed Huangfu Baidian's? He could not help but feel extremely jealous. Huangfu Baidian was astounded too. In his opinion, Lin Xian had already lost the battle, but that was not the case. This guy was still holding on. Huangfu Baidian's figure began to tremble too. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was focused on the red-shirt young man. The first elder's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. He had no idea how this kid would react. Would he succeed? The peak leader of the Full Moon Peak had a hint of anticipation too. The peak leaders of the other peaks discussed in whispers as their eyes flickered. This kid was holding on even longer than Huangfu Baidian. He must be the successor of the Dragon King, as expected of the rumors. That's right, Yi Gucheng was also the successor of the Dragon King. Perhaps this kid could really create a miracle. Not necessarily, as Yi Gucheng was only able to comprehend it by coincidence. Even though this kid was the successor of the Dragon King, it would still be extremely difficult for him to comprehend it. The peak leaders discussed in whispers. Meanwhile, the geniuses and elders of the 4 peaks were dumbfounded too. Lin Xian had no idea what was happening outside. He was still one with the sword, maintaining the same posture as he pierced through the void. Anyone else would have lost their mind by now. However, as a swordsman, Lin Xian had a firm will. On top of that, it had been extremely difficult for him to reach this point. Thus, even now, when faced with the primal chaos void, a scene that could cause one to despair and collapse, he was still able to forcibly endure it. After flying for an unknown period of time, perhaps hundreds or even thousands of years, Lin Xian's brows suddenly twitched as he realized that there was finally a change in front of him. That's great. Lin Xian was overjoyed as he increased his speed. But he arrived at the front. Although his surroundings were still filled with chaos, something black could be seen ahead. A black lotus emitted an eerie glow. What was that? Lin Xian's eyes widened as he saw the black lotus, causing his expression to turn unpleasant. He couldn't be more familiar with this thing. Previously, there was a black lotus in his body that sealed off his spiritual vein, preventing him from cultivating. If it weren't for the sword-shaped pendant, Lin Xian might not have been able to cultivate for the rest of his life. Therefore, how could he forget about the black lotus? However, he had never imagined that he would encounter the black lotus that sealed his spirit meridians here. What was going on? Why was it like this? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. As a matter of fact, he had no idea why there was a black lotus in his body. Why it was sealing off his spiritual vein. No one had ever told him that. Lord Alcohol hadn't, and neither had his father, Lin Zhan. Furthermore, Lin Xian had gradually forgotten about this matter. After all, ever since he had obtained the mysterious little sword, the black lotus had been destroyed. From then on, such a thing never happened to her body again. Furthermore, he had never seen the black lotus again. But now, he actually saw it again in the moongazer wordless steel. Could it be that the black lotus existed in the moon-gazing wordless steel? Was it the moon-gazing wordless steel that sealed him? What? The moon-gazing wordless steel was the most mysterious inscription on the moon-gazing peak. At that time, he was just a weak creature in the dust. Why would the moon-gazing wordless steel seal him? Lin Xian could not figure it out. It did not make sense. Could it be because of his father? Lin Xian had always thought that his father was very mysterious. He was already a super saint like Xia Juyo. One had to know that super saints were extremely rare. There were not many of them in the world. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to cultivate them. His father was one of them. He did not know if his father had obtained a great opportunity after coming to the true spirit continent, or if his father had been hiding his strength when he was in the Sword Pool Mansion. It was all a mystery. Could it be an illusion? Is it a test for me? Suddenly, Lin Xian had such a thought. After all, the moon-gazing wordless steel was incomparably mysterious. Perhaps it had created an illusion to make Lin Xian face his greatest fear. For Lin Xian, the most frightening thing was to be sealed up once more. However, just as Lin Xian thought that it was an illusion, the black lotus in front of him suddenly moved. Countless lotuses surged toward him, densely packed and shrouding him. Lin Xian could feel a sealing power surging toward him, as if it was trying to seal him once again. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. Get lost. At this moment, he used the great dragon sword soul again. A dragon shadow rushed out, turning into a divine sword and sweeping in all directions. These black lotuses were simply too bizarre. The great dragon sword soul's powerful attack had only managed to push them back. It hadn't managed to cut them into pieces. What was this thing? Lin Xian now suspected that all of this was a dream. More and more black lotuses kept spewing out, but fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and could still resist. But it was only for self-defense. However, at this critical moment, the mysterious small sword in Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. A sword light illuminated the surroundings. Buzz. Many black lotuses were completely destroyed, and a bloody path was opened between heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding black lotuses quickly retreated and returned to their original places. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. What was this lotus? Even the great dragon sword soul could not do anything to it? Fortunately, he still had the mysterious small sword in his body. Otherwise, this time it would be really dangerous. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked ahead carefully. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. He finally saw the black lotuses and the surrounding scene clearly. In front of him, there was also a black stone tablet. There were no words, and it was as smooth as a mirror. This scene was like the moon-gazing wordless steel in the outside world. It was just that its appearance and shape were much smaller. But the aura on it was even more terrifying. However, on this moon-gazing wordless steel, there were black lotuses crawling all over. Could it be that this moon-gazing wordless steel was sealed by the lotuses? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Lin Xian's mind. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Damn it, what was going on? This lotus did not belong to the moon-gazing wordless steel. But it grew here. It was specially used to seal the moon-gazing wordless steel. But why did it seal the moon-gazing wordless steel? Moreover, this black lotus had sealed him before. Was there any connection or similarity between it and the moon-gazing wordless steel? Lin Xian did not know. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In front of him, on the moon-gazing wordless steel, there was a primitive aura that emitted a wave. You are here. Although it wasn't a sound and was merely a ripple, Lin Xian was able to clearly sense the meaning behind it. You are conscious. Chapter 3060. Suddenly he thought of something. Perhaps this was some kind of weapon spirit because some powerful weapons would have spiritual wisdom. For example, an extreme weapon contained a terrifying weapon spirit that was usually asleep, but once it woke up, the power of an extreme weapon would be fully unleashed. In addition to extreme weapons, sacred weapons also had weapon spirits, but it had to be an extremely terrifying sacred weapon. In other words, the more terrifying the weapon was, the more likely it was to have a weapon spirit. He didn't expect that the plenilune wordless steel would also have a weapon spirit. And it seemed that the weapon spirit had been sealed by the black lotus for a long time. What was going on? What was this black lotus? Why was it sealed? What else did it seal? In an instant, Lin Xian asked countless questions because he was too puzzled. However, the plenilune wordless steel didn't answer. Instead, it emitted a weak fluctuation again. You leave quickly. You are no match for him. Who is he? Is it the black lotus? Or is there someone behind the black lotus? Lin Xian asked again. Don't you remember? That's right, you aren't him. The steel shadow in front of him fluctuated again. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. How could I remember it in the past? And who was that him? Successor of the great dragon. I can't let you comprehend it now. The fluctuation in front of him came. Senior, what do I have to do to save you? Lin Xian asked quickly. He had a feeling that this black lotus wasn't a good thing. To be precise, the other party wasn't a good thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sealed him before. It's useless. You are too weak now. You will know everything when you become stronger. Now that you know, it will only add to your troubles. The steel spirit didn't answer, but urged Lin Xian to leave. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He wanted to mobilize the mysterious small sword in his body to rush out and destroy the lotus, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. There was no other way. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination. In the next moment, he rushed forward as if he wanted to crash into those black lotus. Buzz. This scene naturally caused the black lotus to counterattack. On the moon-gazing wordless steel, many lotus flowers rushed out, wanting to entangle Lin Xian. The mysterious little sword in Lin Xian's body trembled once again. A sword light rushed out and destroyed many of the lotuses that approached. Just like that, Lin Xian used his own body as a guide to mobilize the mysterious little sword in his body and finally cut off a small half of the lotus flower. But soon, his little face turned cold, because he realized that it was useless. What was cut off now was just a drop in the ocean. The spirit of the wordless mountain-gazing steel was still shrouded by the black lotus. You were actually able to kill it. The boulder spirit of the wordless mountain-gazing boulder shuddered. It did not expect Lin Xian to have such an ability. Senior, don't worry. Give me some time and I'll be able to completely exterminate these lotuses. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It's useless. Although you have a great treasure, your strength is too weak. You can't destroy it now, let alone save me. Unexpectedly, there was still hope. Senior, what exactly is this thing? Lin Xian continued to ask. The boulder spirit did not answer. Instead, it muttered to itself. Last time, I placed my hopes on someone, thinking that he could save me from the abyss of suffering. But now that you're here, I know that he failed. Last time, Lin Xian's heart thumped wildly. Could it be that it was talking about Yi Guqing? because only Yi Gucheng had comprehended the wordless mountain-gazing boulder. In the past tens of thousands of years, no one else had been able to comprehend it. It was definitely talking about Yi Gucheng. Indeed, the boulder spirit sent out a fluctuation. His name was indeed Yi Gucheng, and he was also the successor of the great dragon. It was indeed so. Lin Xian sighed. Senior Yi Gucheng had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. He was besieged by several powerful sages on the ancient path of stars. Countless monstrous geniuses attacked, and in the end, Senior Yi Gucheng fell in that battle. He was the one who attacked. They were the ones who attacked. They didn't want me to break out. The boulder spirit continued to send out fluctuations. This time, it seemed to be a little angry. However, it had been sealed for countless years, so its fluctuations were extremely weak. Leave and don't have anything to do with me. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll end up like Yi Gucheng. They won't let you off. Lin Xian didn't know who the boulder spirit was referring to. However, Lin Xian wouldn't give up. He had to comprehend the wordless mountain-gazing boulder. He quickly said, "Senior, even if I leave now, I'm afraid that the you mentioned won't let me off in the future. Because before this, I already had this mysterious black lotus in my body that sealed my spirit meridians. If I didn't obtain a treasure, I'm afraid that I would still be a cripple and unable to cultivate it all." What? You actually have such a thing in your body too. This time, it was the boulder spirit's turn to be shocked. It really didn't expect that Lin Xian would be in the same situation as it. However, the other party broke free in the end. Could it be that it was fate? The boulder spirit sent out a violent fluctuation. I was originally in despair, but I didn't expect you to appear. Alright, I'll bet again. I bet that you can succeed. Lin Xian knew that the boulder spirit didn't mean that he would succeed in comprehending the wordless mountain-gazing boulder. It meant that in the future, he would fight his way to the top on the ancient path of stars. He would avoid ending up like Yi Gucheng. Lin Xian clenched his fists. "Senior, don't worry, I won't die. Since you're also their target, they won't let you off even if I don't impart something to you. Since that's the case, I naturally have to impart something to you." The boulder spirit's fluctuation also became excited. Obviously, it saw hope. However, upon hearing this fluctuation, the surrounding black lotus suddenly bloomed with a demonic light. Demonic aura filled the sky and covered the entire chaotic void. It completely engulfed Lin Xian and the boulder spirit. In the outside world, a month had passed and everyone was still waiting patiently. The first elder and the peak master of the full moon peak had a trace of excitement in their eyes. After such a long time, Lin Xian still hadn't failed. Could it be that he really could succeed? The other elders of the heavenly sect. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Huangfu Baidian let out a sigh. As a matter of fact, he had never placed anyone in his eyes at the full moon peak. However, Lin Xian had now given him a great shock and a great blow. He did not expect Qin Nan to be able to persist for so long. Qin Nan had completely surpassed him. He could not help but be impressed. On the other side, the black demon clenched his teeth and trembled. His eyes were bloodshot. He was going crazy from jealousy. Damn it, how could this kid persist for so long? He should have failed long ago. That's right, he failed in 10 days. Huangfu Baidian failed in 15 days. But now, a month had passed and Qin Nan was still able to persist. Chapter 3061. As expected of the successor of the great dragon. He can hold on for so long. The other 3 peak leaders discussed in low voices. Qing Wu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. That guy is really holding on. The North Beast's eyes shone with a cold light. Holding on doesn't mean that he can successfully comprehend it. However, it seems that the kid has a high chance of succeeding. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were also watching silently. If Lin Xian succeeded in comprehending it, then he would be a great enemy to them. Therefore, they had to witness his success with their own eyes. Just like that, another day passed. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face became abnormally pale. There was no trace of blood. Oh no, that kid is in danger. Many people exclaimed. The first elder's heart instantly jumped. The Full Moon Peak's peak leader took a deep breath. There were endless laws in his eyes. The great Tao surged under his feet. It was obvious that he was feeling extremely uneasy. Big brother Lin Xian. Xin Jingqiu was extremely nervous. The dark rainbow divine dragon also screamed. Impossible, that kid can't fail. This doesn't make sense. Is the result going to be out? In the distance, the North Beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were watching nervously. Huang Fu Beiyin sighed when he saw this scene. He was very familiar with this scene. The last time he failed, it was the same situation that happened. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to fail too? Haha, I knew that kid wouldn't succeed. The black demon's lips curled into a cold smile. However, he was ecstatic in his heart. If the peak leader wasn't still here, he would have thrown his head back and laughed. Great, is he finally going to fail too? No one else can get what I can't get. Everyone watched nervously. Lin Xian's body trembled. His face was pale, and he could lose at any time. However, he didn't open his eyes or vomit blood. Just like that, his body trembled and he persisted for another 3 days. During these 3 days, the elders of the Full Moon Peak spent their days on tenterhooks. The others were also extremely nervous. The black demon was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, why is it like this? How could this brat still persist? The way he saw it, the other party was trembling and his face was pale. He was already on the verge of collapse and would soon be defeated. However, the other party had persisted for 3 days. He hadn't come out yet. This scene was truly unbelievable to him. This guy's willpower was really formidable. Huang Fu Beiyin exclaimed. The North Beast, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei were also shocked. What they did not know was that Lin was currently experiencing a great battle, a battle of life and death. Amidst the chaotic nothingness, the black lotus blossomed with a demonic light that covered the sky and the earth. It completely enveloped Lin Xian and the tablet spirit. The monument spirit resisted with all its might. It had been sealed all these years, but it was still able to survive. At this moment, Black Lotus was exerting its power, and he could not exert much power. At the same time, it was very worried that Lin Xian was sealed here. If that was really the case, then his last hope would be gone. Fortunately, although Lin Xian was surrounded by layers of black lotuses, he was not sealed. There was an aura in the other party's body that blocked the black lotus. It could even destroy these black lotuses. The monument spirit knew that there was no time to lose. It had to impart its inheritance to the other party. Finally, it gathered all its power and shot out a ray of black light that entered Lin Xian's glabella. What I can give you is not a peerless cultivation technique or a powerful bloodline, but an opportunity. An opportunity to comprehend heaven and earth. It is like a seed that has taken root and sprouted in your body. Now you can leave. Thank you, Senior. I will definitely comprehend it as soon as possible and become a sage. When the time comes, I will come back and destroy these black lotuses. No, come back after becoming the arch. At least a boundary the arch. Otherwise, don't come here again. They will definitely be vigilant after letting you escape this time. In the future, you must be more careful on the ancient starry sky path. A boundary the arch? I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Then he felt a huge force pushing him out. Outside, everyone was waiting anxiously. The Full Moon Peak's Peak Master, the Grand Elder, and many prodigies were all looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been trembling for 3 days. Would he succeed? Or would he fail? It was the last moment. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body stopped trembling. There was even a layer of hazy black light emitting from his body, carrying a primordial aura that shocked everyone. Could it be? Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Many people held their breaths. Could it be that this kid succeeded? Impossible. Damn it, he can't succeed. The black demon roared in his heart. The Grand Elder, the Full Moon Peak's Peak Master, and the others were extremely excited. It seemed that this kid was about to wake up. Did he succeed? It was unlikely. After all, no one had been able to comprehend it for tens of thousands of years. Even if he was the successor of the Great Dragon, There was probably only a 10% chance. It was just that he would not be injured like Huangfu Baidian and the Black Demon. It seemed that was indeed the case. The full moon peak was really unlucky this time. No one could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. It was impossible for them to make a comeback. They would always be at the bottom of the 4 peaks. The people from the other 3 peaks sneered. Although they had failed, they were incomparably happy. Hearing this, the elders, prodigies, and powerhouses of the full moon peak were disappointed. Even Lin Xian was going to fail? Then was there really no hope for them? After all, Lin Xian was the successor of the great dragon of this generation. More importantly, as soon as he came to the full moon lake, he caused the 9 heavy waves, exactly the same as Yi Guqing back then. Furthermore, he had only been in the moon palace for 2 hours, and he had already condensed the moon soul. He had already surpassed Yi Guqing. Even so, he could not comprehend the full moon wordless steel. They could not believe it. The full moon peak's peak master had a solemn expression. The other 3 peak masters also sighed. They had also guessed why the full moon wordless steel was so difficult to comprehend. Although it was difficult in the past, there were also peerless geniuses who could comprehend it. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, no one could comprehend it. At that time, they had used all their means, and even the old mansion master had come. However, in the end, they were unable to completely discover the secret of the full moon wordless steel. However, the old mansion master said that there seemed to be some problems with the full moon wordless steel. What exactly was the problem? Until now, these people did not know. If Lin Xian was really defeated, it meant that the problem with the full moon wordless steel was getting worse and worse. From now on, no one would be able to comprehend it. As for the moongazer wordless steel, it would become a useless steel and would no longer have any use. Chapter 3062. However, it only existed for a moment before disappearing. But in the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The aura on his body erupted and shot into the sky. In his left eye, a golden moon appeared. It was extremely terrifying, and an incomparably terrifying moon soul power emerged. As soon as this power appeared, everyone in the surroundings trembled. What a pure moon soul power! Damn it, how could this kid's moon soul be so powerful? He had only been here for a few months. Everyone went crazy, and those elders were also discussing. The first elder was stunned, and in the next moment, he became excited. The full moon peak's peak master's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Around him, endless laws danced, turning into the image of dragons and phoenixes. Could it be that the other party succeeded? Such a thought appeared in their minds. Because previously, when Huangfu Baidian and He Mo failed, their faces were pale and they vomited blood. But now, although Lin Xian opened his eyes, he was not injured at all. Not only that, but a mysterious aura and terrifying runes appeared on his body, as well as this powerful moon soul. This was definitely the scene of success. According to the records of the House of Prodigy, when Yi Guqing succeeded, it seemed to be the same scene. Could it be that this kid really succeeded? What? How is this possible? Exclamations and screams sounded one after another. This kid was going to defy the heavens. He was going to poke a hole in the sky. How many tens of thousands of years had he finally comprehended something that no one had comprehended? Was he still human? This kid could no longer be described with words. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, the first elder was excited, and the peak master laughed loudly. Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Ji, and the others exclaimed. Huangfu Baiyin was also stunned. Did he succeed? He did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. He Mo, who was at the side, directly spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. He fainted from anger because he had never expected that the other party would succeed. Did this guy really succeed? After tens of thousands of years, someone had comprehended the full moon wordless steel. The other 3 peak masters were also extremely shocked. Although they were already sages, this matter still shocked them. Their hearts that had been calm for thousands of years were also surging. Haha, great. There's finally hope for my full moon peak. The peak master of full moon peak also laughed heartily. The first elder and the other elders were trembling with excitement. Yi Fei, Xueling, Luya, and the others gathered around. Did you really comprehend the Moongazer wordless steel? What kind of miraculous cultivation technique was that? Can you describe it? Can you use it now? These people were chattering. The black demon had woken up and was also watching anxiously. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damned kid, I don't believe that you've really comprehended it." Lin Xian glanced at the black demon and said indifferently, "Of course, I comprehended it. You don't say, it's really magical. As for using it? Not now, this place is too small. When I have the chance, I will show it to you personally." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Xueling, Yi Fei, and the rest were stunned. The corner of Huangfu Baiqian's mouth twitched as he sighed. Black Demon was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. In the end, he felt like he was going crazy. Who would have thought that this little fellow would actually be able to comprehend it? Congratulations. The other 3 Peak Masters came to congratulate the Full Moon Peak Master. The Full Moon Peak Master laughed. This was an unexpected surprise. Speaking of this, his eyes shone brightly. You guys have been living too comfortably for the past few years. This time I will show you the strength of the Full Moon Peak. Hearing this, the Ethereal Peak Master laughed. Don't be too proud. Although this little fellow has obtained the qualifications, it won't be easy for him to comprehend it completely. As for the competition between the 4 peaks, it wouldn't be long before it began. It won't be easy for them to make a comeback then. Indeed, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to comprehend it in such a short period of time. Even Yi Guqing didn't manage to comprehend it completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. However, while the Ethereal Peak didn't care, the Divine Strategy Peak felt the pressure. Lin Xian was too much of a freak and too strong. He might really be able to make it to the top in the competition between the 4 peaks. Although he might not be able to get first place, it wasn't impossible for him to get third place. This way, the Divine Strategy Peak would be at the bottom. The Divine Strategy Peak would never allow such a thing to happen. The Divine Strategy Peak Master's eyes flickered. The elders and Sky Prides clenched their fists. They had to go into seclusion during this period of time so that they could prepare for the upcoming battles and competitions. Hearing the words of the Peak Masters, the other Sky Pride's eyes lit up. Lin Xian raised his head and clenched his fists. The competition between the 4 peaks? That's good too. I can see how the geniuses of the other peaks are like. At the same time, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked into the distance. At this moment, the Full Moon Peak was slowly closing and the Full Moon Wordless Monument was gradually disappearing into the shadows of the mountain. Don't worry, Senior. I will come back to save you one day, Lin Xian said in his heart. This was the agreement between him and the Monument Spirit. In the sky, the laws danced and the 4 Peak Masters disappeared. The Grand Elder and the other elders also left. This was because they had to make preparations for the upcoming competition between the 4 peaks. Only the young Sky Prides and monsters were left in this world. Instantly, countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. There was envy and jealousy. It couldn't be helped. No one had managed to comprehend the Full Moon Wordless Monument for tens of thousands of years, and this guy had managed to do it. It really made people jealous to death. The Black Demon had already fainted a few times. Huangfu Baiyan was also extremely envious. Even the northern monster, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei had strange gazes. Had the other party's talent surpassed theirs? As peerless Sky Prides, they were unwilling to admit such a thing. Qing Wu was even more furious. She came in front of Lin Xian and said in a sweet voice, "You are so lucky to be able to comprehend the Full Moon Wordless Monument. Hurry up and show it to me. Let me see how powerful this legendary thing is." Hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. That's right. The Full Moon Wordless Monument was so legendary. How powerful was it? None of them knew. The people from the other 3 peaks were the same. They also wanted to know how different the Full Moon Wordless Monument was compared to the Sky Monument of their peaks. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the fuming little girl. He said indifferently, "This is a peerless superpower. How can I let you see it so easily? This is my trump card. Moreover, this place is too small. Wait until the competition between the 4 peaks. At that time, you will see it in the competition arena. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. Qin Wu was furious. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. What are you so proud of? Even if you comprehend the full moon wordless monument, you can't beat my brother this time. Chapter 3063. Is that so? Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from Qin Wu and looked into the distance at the tall and slender man with a demonic appearance. Is that the northern beast? It was his first time meeting him. The northern beast looked down from the sky and met Lin Xian's gaze. Boom, boom. The whole place began to shake vigorously. Above the 9 heavens, endless energy surged and the void cracked. Everyone felt suffocated. How powerful! Their gazes collided, and such power was actually released. Even Huangfu Baidian was shocked. Yu Linglong and Han Fei also stared at Lin Xian. Northern Beast, we finally meet. Lin Xian said with a smile. I've heard of your reputation, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Indeed, the Northern Beast was as famous as Lin Xian Yi Wudao and the others a long time ago. He was known as one of the 5 heroes. However, he was too mysterious and had never appeared. Lin Xian didn't expect him to have joined the House of Prodigy. I've also heard of your reputation. You stopped the Dark Chaos and killed many Archean paragons. You're also known as the Central Emperor. The Northern Beast said loudly. Lin Xian looked at the other 2 figures in the sky. One of them was a woman and the other was a young man. Their auras were very strong and they seemed to be the strongest of Linglong Peak and Divine Strategy Peak. However, he frowned slightly. Why was there one person missing? He looked at the Northern Beast again and asked curiously. Where was Yen Nantian? Yen Nantian, the male emperor, was as famous as him. How could he not come? Yen Nantian had already left Ethereal Peak and stepped on the ancient path of the starry sky. He had left in advance. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect Yen Nantian to leave. However, it made sense. Yen Nantian had obtained the inheritance of the great emperor and must know some secrets of the ancient path of the starry sky. He would be a peerless enemy on the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. At the same time, Lin Xian wondered how Qingqing was doing. There was also Yi Wudao and a few other top paragons. There were many top paragons among the human race who didn't join the House of Prodigy. They took other paths to reach the ancient path of the starry sky. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian didn't want to think about it anymore. He started preparing for the competition between the 4 peaks. It had always been his dream to reach the peak of the great emperor. Moreover, he felt pressured. He once again saw the mysterious Black Lotus. Back then, Yi Gucheng had also comprehended the Moongazer wordless steel. However, he was still killed on the ancient path of the starry sky. Lin Xian was afraid that those mysterious enemies. Therefore, he had to improve his strength. Otherwise, let alone becoming a great emperor, it was very likely that he would be killed on the ancient path. Then, everyone left. There were only a few months left until the competition between the 4 peaks. These people wanted to make the final breakthrough. The House of the Prodigy's House of the Prodigy. The reward was even more generous than the reward given to each mountain. Everyone was tempted. Even the North Demon and the others were preparing for it. This time, the participants of the competition were the top 10 from each mountain. Lin Xian had obtained 2nd place last time. Naturally, he was qualified. The North Demon, Huangfu Baidian, and other top paragons had already entered seclusion. Lin Xian didn't enter seclusion. He had just obtained the enlightenment seed from the plenilune wordless steel. Naturally, he wanted to comprehend heaven and earth. Lin Xian could already use the power of heaven and earth. With a raise of his hand, Lin Xian could mobilize endless spiritual energy and transform it into various divine abilities. This power seemed very powerful. However, Lin Xian knew that it was only on the surface. He hadn't comprehended the most fundamental power yet. Lin Xianlin knew that the fundamental power was the laws. It was the Tao. Once one comprehended it, they would surpass kings and become saints. As for the laws, there were many. Wind laws, cloud laws, water laws, fire laws, and all kinds of power contained the laws. The more laws one comprehended, the stronger one would be. Of course, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't be able to comprehend a single law in their current state. They wouldn't be able to comprehend a single law, let alone one that was exclusive to saints. Why were the runes carved by saints more powerful than the runes they obtained? That was because the runes carved by saints all contained the comprehension of heaven and earth. That was the Tao. It was naturally incomparably powerful. Lin Xian now had the enlightenment seed, so he knew more. Of course, he knew that even if he had the seed, he couldn't instantly comprehend the laws. Unless he had the legendary Tao physique. Although he was powerful, he didn't have such a physique. Therefore, he had to take his time to comprehend. First, he had to condense a few runes that belonged to him according to his comprehension of heaven and earth. Then he would slowly improve. He believed that even so, his speed was much faster than most of the top paragons and monsters. After all, the seeds left behind by the plenilune wordless steel were very useful. Lin Xian now felt that there were many differences between heaven and earth. More importantly, because his moon spirit was condensed in his left eye, Lin Xian might as well plant the plenilune seed in his left eye. At this moment, he used the heavenly secret god eyes. Coupled with the effect of the plenilune seed, Lin Xian felt that the entire world had changed. Between heaven and earth, there were even mysterious runes that appeared. This was something that he couldn't see at all before. This was a Tao pattern? Lin Xian exclaimed. Lin Xian had been sitting cross-legged in his courtyard, motionless like a rock. Just like that, 2 months passed. During this period, Shen Jingqiu came by once and got a fright. She thought that Lin Xian had some problems with his cultivation. However, after the dark red dragon explained, Shen Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief and left the courtyard. She was also going into seclusion. This little girl was also very extraordinary. With her spirit body, she fought her way into the top 10 of the Linglong Valley and was going to participate in the next competition. Not long after Shen Jingqiu left, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with a cold light. With a wave of his arm, he drew a line on the ground. Although there was only one mark, which looked like a sword mark, the dark red divine dragon was startled. Because he felt an inexplicable aura from it. This kid was really comprehending heaven and earth. No, I have to comprehend the great power of the dragons. In the dark red dragon's memory, there was the inheritance of the dragons. So he also began to cultivate in seclusion. Just as Lin Xian and others were cultivating in seclusion, something happened in the Extraordinary Scholar's Mansion. The Extraordinary Scholar's Mansion was a place that led to the ancient starry sky path in the true spirit world. In the myriad worlds, there were many existences like Chao Huifu, but there were differences in strength. And the closest star to the true spirit world, the heavenly cloud mansion on the hero planet, came. Chapter 3064. Especially the hero star because it was relatively close to the true spirit world, it had been here more than once. Of course, the other party didn't come as a guest, but as a provocation. Whether it was the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion or the Heavenly Cloud Mansion, they would eventually embark on the Ancient Star Road to compete for the title of Great Emperor. Therefore, between the two sides, there was naturally competition. When there was competition, there would naturally be fighting. Logically speaking, the true spirit world was called the Source Star, which was a very special star in the starry sky universe. It should be famous in all the worlds, and those worlds should be in awe. However, this wasn't the case. Because the true spirit world hadn't had a great emperor for many years. Moreover, its strength and influence had gradually weakened. It was far inferior to the legendary buried emperor star. In the end, because too many powerhouses had left, the strength of the true spirit world had become ordinary. Therefore, even an existence like the hero star could come and challenge. Of course, under normal circumstances, the hero star couldn't beat the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. However, this time, the hero star had a few new geniuses, so it couldn't wait to come and show off. For this kind of provocation, these geniuses of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were used to it. Therefore, not many people paid attention to it. However, a few days later, the results of the battle made these people's faces change drastically. What? Our House of Prodigy actually lost? Damn it, how could it be? Although the heavenly cloud mansion has always been arrogant, it is still no match for our extraordinary warrior mansion. This time, how could the other party possibly win? You don't know? Nonsense, I didn't watch that kind of battle at all. How could I know? Hurry up and tell us what happened. Many people were anxious. Some of the geniuses who went to watch the battle said, "You don't know how lucky the heavenly cloud mansion is this time." Several geniuses have come. Moreover, what's more abominable is that they are all newcomers. They are very strong, and we didn't guard against them. Therefore, we were defeated one after another. Now, the people of the heavenly cloud mansion are arrogant there. What? How dare they be arrogant in our territory? How hateful! Let's go and meet them. Many people gritted their teeth in anger. However, after half a day, these people came back with their tails between their legs. Even more shocking news came. The extraordinary warrior mansion lost again, and it was a series of crushing defeats. Apart from Qin Wu's victory and Zhong Lingxiu's victory on the full moon peak, they had lost all the other battles. The people of the heavenly clouds mansion mocked him. Were there only women left in the extraordinary warrior mansion? Where did all those men go? Damn it! Why are these people from the heavenly clouds mansion so arrogant? If it weren't for the fact that the Northern Yao, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei were in seclusion, would these people have the right to be so arrogant? That's right, Huangfu Beitin, the Black Demon, and the others are also in seclusion. Even Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the others went into seclusion. This was because they had to prepare for the upcoming competition. If these sky prides were not in seclusion, any one of them would be able to defeat them. Why do I feel like they're doing this on purpose? They know that most of us are in seclusion at this time, so they're here to provoke us? Damn it! The heavenly clouds mansion is too despicable. Many people gritted their teeth. Fortunately, Qingwu and Zhong Linxiu were here. The two of them were enough to withstand this situation. That won't do. Didn't they say that we only have women left? We must find a few men to suppress them. Otherwise, if this news spreads to the ancient path of the starry sky, how can our extraordinary warrior mansion's disciples go out in the future? Many people gritted their teeth and contacted the sky prides of their respective peaks. Although the competition between the four peaks was very fierce, it was also an internal matter of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Although they were from different peaks, they were all geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Now that the people of the heavenly clouds mansion were here, they naturally had to unite against them. Oh no, they're all in seclusion. Moreover, we can't send any messages at all. Yes, those who are strong are in seclusion, and those who are not in seclusion can't defeat those people. What should we do? How many people haven't been found? Lin Xian hasn't been found yet. Let's go and have a look. Everyone went to the manor where Lin Xian was. They didn't have much hope because, in their opinion, Lin Xian might have been in seclusion, and they couldn't even send any messages. However, when they arrived nearby, they were all stunned. Was the person sitting cross-legged below Lin Xian? Yes, it's him. Is he in seclusion? No, why would he be in seclusion in such a place? Is it easy to be disturbed? That was indeed the case. Although there was a formation around, it was still too dangerous, so everyone was very puzzled. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon flew out. What do you want? His face was filled with hostility. After all, Lin Xian was now cultivating and no one was allowed to disturb him. Seeing the dark red divine dragon come out, these people were startled. However, they still recounted what had happened outside to him. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon frowned. You mean, people from other stars have come to provoke us? Damn it, they're really arrogant. I really want to roast them and eat them. We're here to find Lin Xian and see if he can help us. I don't think he can do it. How about I do it for you? I don't charge much. Give me a half-step sacred artifact each, and I'll help you. What? These sky prides were so angry that they vomited blood. A half-step sacred artifact each? You're too greedy. This dragon is too unreliable. That's right, we'd better find Lin Xian. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads and looked down again. Damn it, I've already given you a discount. If others ask me to do it, I'll ask for a sacred artifact. Hearing this, the Sky Pride's faces turned even darker. This is definitely a greedy dragon. Below, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes flashing. His seclusion was very different. He had been using the heavenly secret divine eyes and the plenilune seed to observe the whole world. Therefore, when those people came, he knew immediately. When he heard the reason for these people's arrival, he frowned slightly. Originally, he didn't want to do it. After all, he was comprehending heaven and earth. However, when he heard the words Heavenly Clouds Mansion, his eyebrows twitched. When he was in the ruins, Lin Xian had a conflict with a group of people. At that time, that group of people seemed to be from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. Therefore, Lin Xian was a little tempted. Well, let me see what kind of existence the Heavenly Clouds Mansion is. Lin Xian decided to do it. He stood up, waved his hand, and removed the array around him. Needless to say, I can do it. Boy, do you want to go? The dark red divine dragon was surprised. After hearing this, those people in the distance were stunned at first, then they cheered. Chapter 3065. Oh God, he's really going to make a move. Great, with Lin Xian's help, those people from Heavenly Cloud Mansion would definitely die. These people were really overjoyed. In the past few days, they had been defeated, which made them feel very sullen. Now, they could finally turn the tables around and hold their heads high. Lead the way, Lin Xian said lightly. After hearing this, the Sky Prides in the distance were extremely excited and quickly led the way. Dark Red Divine Dragon sighed when he saw this scene, but then he also became excited. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. He also followed behind Lin Xian, and the group set off into the distance. Many people gathered on the huge and magnificent square of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. Most of these people were Sky Prides from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. At this moment, their expressions were abnormally gloomy, and many of them even had a ferocious and murderous look on their faces. In a corner of the square, there was also a group of people standing there. These people were also outstanding and had a strong aura. However, the runes and markings on their clothes were obviously different from those of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. They should be from Heavenly Cloud Mansion. In the arena, two figures were fighting. One of the Sky Prides from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was from Full Moon Peak. It was Yusong. Yusong danced with a long spear, emitting a biting cold light, and charged forward. His opponent was a young man in a white robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. The folding fan was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing on it, which was unusually realistic. At this moment, when he saw the purple long spear coming at him, he sneered and waved the folding fan in his hand lightly in front of him. A shocking scene appeared. This time, it directly hit the purple long spear, and a beam of dazzling light burst out. It was extremely terrifying. The purple long spear was directly shaken off. Then Yusong was kicked and his body flew out upside down. Lost again. Even Yusong lost? The people from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion looked extremely ugly. Damn it, I don't believe it. Who the hell is that guy? What's so magical about the fan in his hand? Yusong was an expert from Full Moon Peak. Although he wasn't ranked in the top 10, he was still extremely terrifying. They didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. The faces of the people from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were extremely ugly. On the other side, the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people burst into laughter. Another one of them had been defeated. How many had it been? Brother Xian Yun is truly amazing. Of course, Brother Xian Yun was a peerless genius. How could a mere extraordinary scholar manner possibly have anyone who could defeat him? Let the two women come out. But unfortunately, they were no match for Brother Xian Yun. The House of Prodigy was truly pitiful. They had actually fallen to the point where a woman had to stand up for herself. What origin planet? I reckon that this is only a legend. If you truly take yourself seriously, you simply are not our hero star's opponent. The people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion were extremely arrogant. Hearing this, the Extraordinary Warrior Manor was so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Many people went crazy. Damn it, let's fight. Fuck, don't be impulsive. We've already lost more than 10 rounds. If we continue to lose, we'll be completely disgraced. Indeed, he could not be impulsive. Let's wait a little longer and see if anyone else is coming. Io, what's wrong? You don't dare to come up? No way, he doesn't even have the courage to make a move? Not only are you weak in strength, but your courage is also lacking. I advise you to obediently go home and farm. Don't go to the Starry Sky Road. You'll only be cannon fodder if you go there. The Heavenly Clouds mansion became even more arrogant. In front of them, the man called Xian Yun was waving a folding fan in his hand. His face was cold and arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Damn it, I'll go. Qin Wu was furious when she saw this scene. Previously, she had won 2 rounds. But after she stepped down, the extraordinary warrior Manor's side lost one after another. Especially when Xian Yun came up, no one could defeat him. Now, the other party was being so arrogant in the territory of the extraordinary warrior Manor. She really couldn't stand it anymore. The surrounding people also couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Qin Wu was going to come out again, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion immediately sneered. What? Are you really going to let a woman stand up for you? Are all the men in the extraordinary warrior Manor dead? It seems that the extraordinary warrior Manor of your generation is really trash. Those people sneered. Xian Yun looked forward. When he saw Qin Wu, his eyes suddenly lit up and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. What a beautiful girl. You want to fight me? Sure. But I wonder if you can make a bet with me. What do you want to fight? Qin Wu snorted coldly. Xian Yun waved his folding fan and said with a smile. If I win, how about you be my woman? As soon as these words came out, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion burst into laughter. Yes, 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 brother Xian Yun is good. Little girl, our brother Xian Yun is a peerless genius, the future hope of the Heavenly Clouds mansion. It's not a loss for you to be his woman. Not only is it not a loss, but it's also a great fortune for you. Hurry up and agree. This extraordinary scholar Manor really suffered a double loss after trying to lure the bride. Damn it, what did he say? How dare he have designs on Qin Wu? The eyes of the Sky Prides from the extraordinary warrior Manor turned red. Xian Yun had defeated them and humiliated them. Now, he wanted to snatch their #1 beauty. Damn it, let's fight it out. Yu Song, Sidishan, and the others gritted their teeth with a ferocious expression. The Sky Prides from the other peaks also had their eyes turned red. Qin Wu's face was cold as she trembled in anger. This despicable fellow actually dared to have designs on her. Who does he think he is? How dare he have designs on her? Sure enough, the Sky Prides from the ethereal peak snorted coldly. Do you want to die? Qin Wu is the Northern Demon's sister. If you dare to talk nonsense again, the Northern Demon will kill all of you when he comes out. Hearing this, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were stunned. They had heard of the Northern Demon's name before. He was DE from the extraordinary warrior Manor. Xian Yun narrowed his eyes. Northern Demon's sister? That's even better. Be my woman and I can spare your brother's life in the future. Otherwise, I will kill your brother on my path to becoming a great emperor. Speaking of this, a terrifying light bloomed from his body and shot up into the sky. Damn it! I'll tear your mouth apart. Qin Wu was furious. How dare he look down on her brother? She couldn't bear it. In the next moment, she came to the front. Her delicate little face was filled with coldness. With a shout, her body emitted resplendent multicolored light, illuminating the entire world. Qin Wu was going to make her move. The people from the extraordinary warrior Manor held their breath. On the other hand, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were also watching nervously. Although they were talking nonsense, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, Qin Wu had easily defeated their geniuses in the previous few battles. Not only was she a peerless beauty, but she was also a powerful Sky Pride. Buzz! With a shout, she waved her hand and the light in the sky turned into a giant dragon. It roared and tore forward. Chapter 3066. When Xian Yun saw this scene, he snorted coldly. The aura on his body also became fierce, and his entire body erupted with an earth-shattering power. Buzz. He waved the folding fan in his hand and fiercely smashed it on the giant dragon phantom in the sky. With a loud bang, the sound shook the sky, and the entire world shook. The giant dragon phantom was sent flying, turning into countless spirit chi and dissipating in the sky. You're not bad, but you're still not my match. So, obediently become my woman. Xian Yun sneered. What? He blocked it? He actually managed to block this attack? Damn it, how can he be so strong? The people from the House of Prodigy felt their hearts rise again. Previously, when Qing Wu attacked, she could easily defeat her opponent, but now it seemed that Qing Wu had encountered a difficult opponent. This guy's fan is so strange. Qing Wu also frowned. She could naturally see that the folding fan in the other party's hand was very unusual and had a mysterious power. Don't be arrogant, I didn't use my full strength just now. Qing Wu snorted coldly, and the aura on her body erupted again. On the opposite side, Xian Yun's face darkened. Little girl, it seems that if I don't show you my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. Fine, I'll let you experience it. The folding fan in his hand emitted a mysterious light. Runes revolved around it, and a violent energy erupted from it. As the fan waved, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth, as if it was an astral wind outside the realm. The geniuses in the distance all changed, and their faces turned ugly. What kind of fan is this? This storm is too strong. Invincible kings can't block it at all. Sure enough, Qing Wu also suffered the impact of this violent wind. She snorted and spat out a shield, which circled around her and turned into 18 light shadows. In just an instant, the shield and 18 light shadows were blown away, and Qing Wu's body was also attacked by strong wind blades. What kind of storm is this? Qing Wu didn't dare to be careless at all. She maintained her king's domain and kept retreating. The king's domain fought against the storm that filled the sky, and a deafening sound rang out. Qing Wu's blood boiled as she retreated far away. Haha, little beauty, did you see that? I only used a trace of my true strength, and you can't take it. So, you're not my match at all. Be obedient and become my woman. I will let you enjoy endless glory. After following me, you will be the happiest woman in the world. Xian Yun said proudly. But Qing Wu was so angry that her face turned black and her whole body trembled. How could there be such a shameless person? Why was he even more despicable than that Lin brat? Damned guy, don't underestimate me. I'll let you taste my ultimate move. Mysterious bloodlines appeared on her body. Clearly, he had activated his bloodline power. His palms formed a seal, and a resonant sound rang out from all directions. Light flickered below, and blood-red runes soared into the air, turning into 81 saber shadows that instantly enveloped the entire square. 81 giant beasts soared into the sky. Each of them was like a primordial beast. Although they were phantoms, they emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. The northern demons had the body of 10,000 demons. Qing Wu was the North Demon's little sister. Although she did not have the 10,000 demon body, her bloodline power was still extremely terrifying. Now that he had erupted, he was truly ridiculously strong. Bloodline power? If you are your brother, then I will turn around and leave. But is it you? You are still far from it. Xian Yun sneered. The fan in his hand also erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and a ball of resplendent light shone from above. That aura made all the surrounding monstrous geniuses tremble. It was too terrifying. There was definitely something wrong with that fan. Damn it, could it be a sacred artifact? Impossible. No matter how strong he was, he could not move a sacred artifact. Then it must be a half-sacred artifact. Moreover, it was very likely to be a half-sacred artifact personally refined by a sage. Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The 81 phantoms in the surroundings emitted terrifying light, blocking the strange fan. A bloodline mystic technique versus a super-powerful half-sacred artifact. The moment these two attacks erupted, the entire world was instantly annihilated. Not good, retreat quickly. Everyone screamed in fright and retreated frantically. On the square of the extraordinary warrior's residence, array formations also erupted, enveloping heaven and earth. This place was not simple. No matter how powerful these people's abilities were, they could not destroy it. Everyone retreated to the area enveloped by the array formations and watched in horror. There was a patch of light in front of them, and they could not see clearly at all. They could only hear earth-shattering collisions. Would Qing Wu win? They did not know. That guy's fan was too terrifying. They did not know if Qing Wu's bloodline power could withstand it. Yes, Qing Wu was still too young. If it was her brother, the North Demon, he would be able to defeat him easily without using his bloodline power. On the other side, the eyes of the people of the heavenly cloud mansion flickered. Many of them were worried, because the power that Qing Wu displayed was indeed very powerful. However, at this time, a blue-clothed man said coldly, "Don't worry, the swan fan in Xian Yun's hand is not simple. He will not be defeated, unless the top geniuses of the heavenly cloud mansion take action." Hearing this, the people of the heavenly cloud mansion laughed because they knew that the top geniuses of the heavenly cloud mansion were all in seclusion. It was impossible for them to come out now. In front of them, the fierce collisions did not last long. The phantoms of demonic beasts roared crazily, and then a dozen of them collapsed. A figure was also sent flying out. Qing Wu's face was extremely pale, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Not good, Qing Wu was injured. The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion screamed crazily, while the people of the heavenly cloud mansion laughed. It was just as they had expected. As I said, you're no match for me. Xian Yun walked out and stretched out his big hand, locking onto Qing Wu. Qing Wu's face became extremely pale. If she was caught by him, she would lose for sure. Buzz. Her eyes were bloodshot. She formed a seal with her palms and was about to cast a powerful secret technique. Although it was difficult for her to cast it with her current strength, and it was even very dangerous, she could no longer hold back. However, as soon as she moved, a terrifying aura spread out in the sky. It instantly turned into a dazzling light and fell from the sky. With a clang, it pierced through Xian Yun's big hand. The spiritual energy palm that was formed by Xian Yun was instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, but the light also charged towards Xian Yun. Xian Yun's face changed. He waved the swan fan in his hand, creating a terrifying storm to block the light. At the same time, he retreated. His face was gloomy, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Who is it? How dare you stop me? On the other side, Qing Wu heaved a sigh of relief. She was saved. She was surprised. Who was it? Who could force Xian Yun to retreat? She had experienced how terrifying the other party was. Now, there was someone who could force Xian Yun to retreat with a light. This was absolutely incredible. Could it be that her brother had come out? No, she was familiar with her brother's aura. It was not her brother. Then who was it? Yu Linglong? Han Fei? Or Huangfu Beidian? Chapter 3067. Not only her, but the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion were also shocked. The people of the heavenly cloud mansion were also shocked. For a moment, countless eyes looked towards the sky. They saw a red-robed young man standing in the sky like an immortal. It's him. Who is this kid? Both sides exclaimed. The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion exclaimed in excitement. The people of the heavenly cloud mansion had a strange look on their faces. It's not the northern demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, or Huangfu Beiyin. Who is he? They had never seen him before. They knew the strongest person of the Four Peaks. But now, the kid in front of them was unfamiliar. Who are you? How dare you attack me? Xian Yun also looked at the sky. His voice was filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the sneak attack, he would have defeated Qing Wu and even made Qing Wu his woman. He didn't expect that someone would disturb such a good thing. It was unforgivable. Who are you? The red-robed young man was naturally Lin Xian. He rushed here from the courtyard and saw Qing Wu injured, and the other party attacked him so fiercely. Therefore, he struck out a sword qi and forced the other party to retreat. How dare you talk to Brother Xianyun like that? Behind him, the sky prides of the heavenly cloud mansion also walked up and glared at him. One of them said coldly, "Let me tell you, this is the peerless genius of the heavenly cloud mansion. When you see him, you have to call him Lord Xianyun." These people of the heavenly cloud mansion were very arrogant. Xianyun? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. I've never heard of him. How talented is he? Pumph kid, what do you know? Let me tell you, Brother Xianyun is less than 100 years old, but his strength has reached more than 60,000 archaic power. It's not a problem for him to defeat all of you. Isn't such a person considered a genius? That's right, the extraordinary warrior mansion is no match for Brother Xianyun now. It's the same no matter how many of you come. Kid, you're dead for interfering in Brother Xianyun's business. Hearing that, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion fell silent. Indeed, Xianyun was a genius and powerful enough to defeat them. Lin Xian heard that and looked at Xianyun. So, you're quite talented. But have you ever heard of the phrase, dying young? You dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the House of Prodigy? Do you believe that I will slaughter you? As soon as these words were spoken, the geniuses from the outstanding scholar manor could feel their lips twitching as their eyes widened. In the next moment, they became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were stunned. They couldn't believe that he had died young. The other party dared to threaten them. Xianyun's face sank, and his body trembled with rage. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. Brat, who the hell are you? I'm just a newbie. I just joined the House of Prodigy not long ago. Why don't I exchange a few moves with you? What? A newbie? The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were even more dumbfounded. Since when were newcomers so arrogant? A mere newbie also dares to exchange blows with our brother Xianyun? He really didn't know what death was. Brat, you are too arrogant. Dying young? Do you have the qualifications? Unless you're Northern Beast, you Ling Long, and the others come out, no one can beat our brother Xianyun. These people once again became arrogant. They knew that the Northern Beast and the others couldn't come out for the time being, so they were so arrogant. On the other hand, the people from the House of Prodigy had a strange look on their faces. Lin Xian was indeed a newbie. However, Lin Xian was not an ordinary newbie. As soon as he arrived, he caused the 9 heavy waves, defeated the Hmo, and won the second place of the Full Moon Peak. Not long ago, he had successfully comprehended the full moon wordless stele. This was something that the geniuses of tens of thousands of years couldn't do. However, Lin Xian did it one by one. Was such a person an ordinary newbie? Damn, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were still so arrogant? Thinking of this, the people from the House of Prodigy became excited. This Lin Xian was too evil. Yes, he was so strong, but he didn't say anything. Xianyun also sounded like a genius, but compared to Lin Xian, he was far behind. Far behind, there was no comparison at all. Lin Xian's talent was simply heaven-defying. Did you think that anyone could comprehend the full moon wordless stele? For tens of thousands of years, how many geniuses had failed? This kid was definitely a monster. Why do I feel that the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion are going to be unlucky? That's for sure. Offending Lin Xian, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Especially that Xianyun. Just wait, he will definitely regret it. I'm really looking forward to Lin Xian's fight. I wonder how much his strength has improved in the past few months? This guy is really insidious. Qing Wu also curled her lips. However, he had just saved her, so she didn't want to argue with him. On the opposite side, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion sneered and continued to clamor. Newbie? Get lost. Your geniuses can't even beat him, and you want to fight with our brother Xianyun? Xianyun's face also darkened. You ignorant ant, get lost. Someone like you is not worthy of my fight. Is that so? Lin Xian descended from the sky and said slowly. How about this, let's make a bet. What do you want to bet? Xianyun frowned and asked. He wasn't very interested. Lin Xian smiled and said, let's fight. If you win, this woman will become your woman. While speaking, Lin Xian pointed at Qing Wu. Qing Wu's eyes widened, and her body trembled with anger. This guy dared to use her as a wager? He's really too hateful. Originally, she had a good impression of Lin Xian because he saved her, but now it was all gone. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to pounce over and bite this guy to death. The people from the extraordinary warrior mansion were also stunned. Is Lin Xian going to make such a big bet? Won't it be a little dangerous? It seems that Lin Xian is very confident. Don't worry, we just need to watch the show. However, why do I see that Qing Wu's complexion is not very good? The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were even more stunned. Xian Yun's mouth raised into a smile. Are you serious? He looked at Lin Xian, and at the same time stared at Qing Wu. Qing Wu's eyes were cold, and she was about to explode. But she was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Of course, the extraordinary warrior mansion has always been a man of his words. Okay, I'll compete with you. Killing an ant is very easy." Xian Yun revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, killing the other party was just a matter of raising his hand. At the same time, he didn't think that the light just now was shot out by the other party. Maybe it was a hidden elder of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Damn it. This group of old guys really don't follow the rules. They agreed so quickly? Lin Xian was surprised. Don't you know what will happen if you lose? Chapter 3068. Great. Lin Xian smiled. Before he could speak, Qing Wu, who was next to him, stood out and said angrily, "If you lose, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. At the same time, apologize to everyone in the House of Outstanding Scholars." This girl. Lin Xian shook his head. He hadn't said the conditions yet, but the other party had already said it. But it was good, the conditions sounded good. Kowtow and apologize. For a genius, this was worse than killing him. However, the people of the House of Outstanding Scholars were extremely excited. Because the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were too arrogant. Not only did they come to humiliate them, saying that there were no men in the House of Outstanding Scholars, they even wanted to take Qing Wu as their concubine. Every single one of these things made them gnash their teeth in anger. Now that Qing Wu proposed such a condition, they were naturally happy. Yes, they wanted the other party to kowtow and apologize. Hearing this bet, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion frowned. It would be fine if they won, but what if they lost? What were they thinking? How could Brother Xian Yun lose? The other party was just a newcomer, not a peerless expert like the North Demon or Yu Linglong. Indeed, if the North Demon made such a bet, Xian Yun would have left immediately. But how could a newcomer who had just entered the House of Outstanding Scholars have any strength? He probably hadn't even seen a big scene. Did he think that he was still a genius outside? Did he think that he could be arrogant in front of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion? The difference was too big. Therefore, Xian Yun agreed without hesitation. The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion didn't stop him. In their opinion, this was a battle without any suspense. They estimated that Xian Yun could defeat the other party in one move. They didn't know why the people of the House of Outstanding Scholars agreed to it. Why did they let this kid stand out? Could it be that these people of the House of Outstanding Scholars had lost their minds because of too many failures? Who cares? Anyway, Qing Wu will be Brother Xian Yun's woman in the future. Kid, in that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Xian Yun sneered. With a wave of his fan, a terrible storm suddenly rushed in front of Lin Xian as if it had crossed time and space. With a bang, a terrifying force erupted and engulfed Lin Xian in an instant. Boundless turbulence swept in all directions, obliterating everything. Not good. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the experts from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion twitched violently. Damn it, the Xian Yun was really cautious, to actually execute that strange fan right from the start. From their point of view, Xian Yun might have been careless and allowed Lin Xian to launch a sneak attack. That's better. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so cautious. He wondered if Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. It shouldn't be a problem. His strength was super strong. After all, he could even defeat Hei Mo. The people from the House of Prodigy also calmed down a little. However, The horrifying scene in front of them still made their eyelids twitch wildly. Qingwu was the most nervous. Her small hands were white, and she was gnashing her teeth. Damned guy, you have to hold on for me. He wanted to defeat his opponent. Otherwise, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. Indeed, Lin Xian had used her as collateral to bet with the other party. If he lost, Lin Xian would not lose anything, but she would be different. Alright, this battle is over. Little girl, become my woman and come with me. After that blow, Shen Yun no longer paid attention to Lin Xian. In his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to withstand this blow. Perhaps he would be directly blasted into pieces. He walked towards Qingwu. Haha, this is too funny. Originally, I thought that this kid dared to stand out because he was a powerful character. I didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. That's natural. What kind of power could a newcomer have? I guess he's used to being called a genius outside. How dare he stand out in front of the House of Prodigy and our Heavenly Clouds mansion? He's really courting death. The people from Heavenly Clouds mansion disdained him. The people from the House of Prodigy were also nervous. What's going on? After such a long time, Lin Xian still hasn't come out? Could it be that there was an accident? No way Lin Xian was injured? Or was there something special about that blow just now? So that Lin Xian couldn't come out? For a moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Qingwu's little face turned even uglier. Damn it, hurry up and come out. Seeing Shen Yun walking over, she snorted coldly, and a touch of blood appeared in her eyes again. Since the damn Lin Xian was unreliable, then she would do it herself. In short, she would not give in. I say, aren't you being too impatient? Do you think you can defeat me with a wave of your stupid fan? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? A disdainful voice sounded, causing everyone to be stunned. Shen Yun even stopped in his tracks, and his body was a little stiff. What's going on? He suddenly turned his head, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. The next moment he screamed, "It's you! How is that possible?" He found that behind him stood a young man in a red robe who was his opponent. Wasn't his opponent enveloped by his attack? How could he appear behind him? Who was the one he hit just now? The other party was unharmed. For a moment, Shen Yun was a little confused. Not only him, but the people from Heavenly Clouds mansion were also stunned. This kid, damn it, how could he be so fast? Could it be that he dodged? No way. These people were also going crazy. The people from Extraordinary Warrior Mansion all breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I knew Lin Xian wouldn't be defeated. That's right, who is Lin Xian? Just wait and see, Shen Yun is definitely going to be unlucky. At this moment, they became excited again. Qingwu also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was always so thrilling. She retreated to the side. She knew that with Lin Xian making a move, there should be no suspense in this battle. Shen Yun was strong and talented, but unfortunately he encountered Lin Xian. I didn't expect you to be able to escape my attack. Kid, it seems that your speed is beyond my expectations. But do you think you can defeat me just because you're fast? You've angered me, so next, you'll have a taste of hell. Shen Yun walked up again. He decided that this time, he would only stop when he saw his opponent being killed with his own eyes. Buzz. He waved the fan, emitting a vast aura, and struck out a terrifying storm that surged forward. The power this time was more violent than before. Moreover, it was very fast. Heaven and earth were completely sealed off. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Shen Yun revealed a sinister smile. Escape? Who said I'm going to escape? Lin Xian sneered and took a step forward. The flames on his body surged into the sky, turning into a giant flame dragon that soared into the sky and resounded through the 9 heavens. Wherever the giant flame dragon passed, all the storms were swept away. The surrounding space was burning fiercely. For a moment, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. Boom! Chapter 3069. What? This kid is so strong. Those from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion narrowed their eyes, and the blood in their bodies kept rolling. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. Damn it, this kid is a ruthless person. It's over, we've been fooled. Those from the heavenly cloud mansion looked extremely ugly. They knew that they had underestimated the other party. The fact that he dared to come out and those from the extraordinary warrior mansion did not stop him meant that the other party was not simple. They might have been deceived by the other party's reputation as a newcomer. Maybe he was also a super newcomer like Xian Yun? Xian Yun's pupils also shrank. He did not expect the other party to have such strength. Damn it, he was too careless. But so what? Even if the other party was a super newcomer, so what? Other than Beiyao and the others, he did not put the other sky prides in his eyes. So in the next moment, he roared, "Kid, you have completely angered me." Mysterious runes were emitted from his fan as it rushed up and collided with the terrifying golden crow's fist. With a bang, the entire void turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. A peerless formation instantly appeared on the ground under his feet. It blocked the terrifying aura. This energy soared into the sky, leading to the outer realm and exploding in the outer realm. After the attack, the energy disappeared and the light receded. The two figures appeared in front of them again. Those from the extraordinary warrior mansion and the heavenly cloud mansion were watching nervously. Those from the extraordinary warrior mansion were extremely excited. "Lin Xian, good job. Beat him up. Beat him up hard. Beat him up." Those from the heavenly cloud mansion looked gloomy. Damn it, can this guy really compete with Xian Yun? This is not good news. Who is he? When did such a super newcomer appear in the extraordinary warrior mansion? Why didn't we get the news before? Could it be him? At this time, the man in blue also frowned. Who is Senior Brother Chen? Those around looked at the man in blue and asked carefully. They were in awe of the man in blue, and their respect was even higher than Xian Yun. It was said that a peerless genius had recently appeared in the extraordinary warrior mansion, who comprehended the plenilune wordless stele and created a legend that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it was this kid in front of them. What? Someone comprehended the plenilune wordless stele? Heavens, impossible! Wasn't that something that no one had comprehended for tens of thousands of years? Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How did he do it? These people were all stunned. They had naturally heard of the full moon wordless stele. Furthermore, they also knew that other than Yi Gucheng who had comprehended it back then, Yi Gucheng had also comprehended it. For tens of thousands of years, no one had succeeded. Even people like the Northern Demon and Yu Linglong had attempted to do so, but they had all failed. In their eyes, the Moongazer wordless stele was only a legend. No one had ever been able to comprehend it. Perhaps it was just an ordinary stone tablet that had become a legend. But now, someone else had comprehended it. This was definitely a heaven-defying feat. Damn it, if it was really this brat, Xian Yun would most likely be in danger. That was indeed the case. The House of Prodigy is too despicable. How could such a terrifying genius not say a word? Instead, he had disguised himself as an ordinary newcomer. He was trying to stir up trouble. Damn it, I've been tricked by them. The faces of the heavenly clouds mansion's people darkened. No, I have to quickly tell Xian Yun. I can't let him be careless anymore. Soon, someone transmitted their voice. After Xian Yun heard the news, his body trembled and his eyes widened. He looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. The other party had comprehended the Moongazer wordless stele. Impossible. It couldn't be a brat. Even if someone could comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele, they would be in seclusion now. Who would be in the mood to care about such a thing? Didn't you see that the Northern Demon and the others were in seclusion? Therefore, he did not believe that the person who participated in the Moongazer wordless stele was Lin Xian. Brat, no matter who you are, you've angered me now. So, go to hell. Buzz. 6 runes appeared on the surface of the swan fan and floated in the air. The sky darkened, the wind blew, and thunder filled the sky. A terrifying power spread out, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even Qing Wu and Zhong Lingxiu were facing it with their full strength. A mysterious bloodline power appeared on Qing Wu's body, and a green lotus appeared beside Zhong Lingxiu, suppressing heaven and earth. The surrounding formation flickered and shrouded everything. Xian Yun waved the fan in his hand, and the 6 ancient runes turned into rays of light that charged towards Lin Xian. From afar, it looked like a star in the sky, piercing through the sky and crashing into the earth. This attack was truly incomparably terrifying. Damn it, what kind of runes are these? They're definitely runes set up by a saint. It's too terrifying. Lin Xian, you have to dodge quickly. You can't take it head-on. Indeed, the swan fan was very powerful, and the runes were even more terrifying. If he took it head-on, he would be at a disadvantage. The best way to deal with it was to dodge it with speed. However, Lin Xian did not move. He just looked at the 6 runes rushing towards him. What's going on? Is Lin Shui going to take it head-on? These people exclaimed. When the people of Heavenly Cloud Mansion saw this, they sneered again. This shouldn't be the brat who comprehended the Moongazer wordless steel. Look at how scared he is when he's facing the 6 runes. How could he be such a peerless genius? I guess that peerless genius should be in seclusion. These people sneered disdainfully, but in the next moment, they were stunned, and even their bodies trembled. Many people directly knelt on the ground in fear. Even the blue-robed man's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. When the 6 runes arrived in front of him, he slowly raised his finger. It moved forward. This time, the movement was very slow. It was as if he was drawing a picture. Moreover, there was no terrifying power, nor was there any bright light. It was just an ordinary stroke. However, this time, the whole world trembled as if it was about to split open. Endless energy surged, and the 6 ancient runes were destroyed in an instant. All the terrifying scenes and terrifying cracks between the heavens and the earth had completely disappeared. It was as if everything that had happened before was a dream. The people of Heavenly Cloud Mansion were stunned. Not to mention them, the people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were also stunned. In their opinion, Lin Xian should have used the 9 Yang Divine Body to resist the 6 terrifying attacks. However, they guessed wrong. Lin Xian didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he drew a strange arc in the air. Under this strange arc, the 6 runes were turned into ashes. What kind of arc was this? They were all stunned. Damn it. It's impossible. What did he do? With a gentle wave of his arm, he broke 6 runes? This is impossible. Chapter 3070. What did he use? Could it be a super powerful sage-level artifact? These people had gone crazy. Xian Yun looked even more adorable. What's going on? His super powerful attack was easily neutralized by the other party. Understatement? Damn it, how could the other party have such a mysterious divine ability? What the hell is that? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Qin Wu was stunned. In the distance, Zhong Lingxiu was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, the elders of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion who were watching the battle in the dark were also shocked. What was going on just now? How could they not watch when the Heavenly Cloud Mansion came knocking on their door? However, they were all juniors, so these elders couldn't make a move. Therefore, they could only watch in the dark to prevent any deaths. After all, they were all geniuses, and it would be a pity if they died. Previously, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was very arrogant, which made these elders very unhappy. However, there was nothing they could do. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian came and turned the situation around, which made these elders excited. In their opinion, Lin Xian should be able to defeat the other party with the Great Dragon Sword Soul and 9 Yang Divine Body. However, Lin Xian did make a move, but it was different from what they had imagined. He didn't seem to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul, nor did he use the 9 Yang Divine Body. With just a casual attack, he destroyed such a terrifying sage-level rune. How did he do it? His attack just now seemed ordinary, but it was very strange and close to Tao. What? Close to Tao? How is this possible? Did this kid comprehend it so quickly? These elders were dumbfounded and their bodies trembled. The next moment, they were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. How long has it been since he got the plenilune wordless steel? Heavens, he was definitely going to win. Previously, these elders were still a little worried. After all, Xian Yun's Dharma treasure was very powerful. But now, after Lin Xian used this move, these elders were all relieved. They continued to watch the battle with excitement. These people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were so arrogant. Now, they were going to suffer. Hee, Xian Yun will probably be defeated. Damn it, I don't believe it. Go to hell. Xian Yun roared madly. This time, the fan in his hand emitted a terrifying glow, causing rare phenomena to take place. Swan Fan, 10 Cardinals Purgatory. A sinister wind blew, and the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The entire world turned dark, as if it had turned into hell. Black runes jumped about, emitting a cold and terrifying aura, wanting to take Lin Xian's life. Within the formation, the geniuses of the elite manor who were being protected were shivering in fear. Damn it, what kind of treasure is this? To be able to unleash such a divine ability. This was the work of a saint. This Xian Yun's treasure was seriously too powerful. He wondered how Lin Xian was going to fight this time. Don't worry, this kid has the great dragon sword soul and can destroy everything. This cold aura is not a threat to him. These words made the people of the House of Prodigy let out a sigh of relief. The members of the Heavenly Clouds mansion became nervous once again. Lad, let's see how you will die this time. Xian Yun laughed complacently. He did not believe that the other party would be able to break it this time around. Even if he could break it, he would be seriously injured. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still expressionless. He did not even try to dodge. He raised his arm again and drew the same strange arc as before. Crack, 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 crack. The hellish scene in the surroundings quickly collapsed. In an instant, the world regained its clarity. All of the hellish scenes were shattered. How was this possible? The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion were dumbfounded. They trembled and felt a chill run down their spines. Xian Yun's scalp went numb. His eyes were wide open. What was going on? When Lin Xian made his move, Xian Yun used his eye technique to check if it was an elder of the House of Prodigy. However, he realized that it was not the case. It was only this kid. Moreover, the other party did not use any treasured weapon. He had used his finger to draw a line in the air, and the divine ability he had unleashed had collapsed. This caused Xian Yun to start doubting his life. Was his attack so trash? No, this was impossible. He was very clear about the power of the Swan Fan. No one could easily block it. What the hell was this kid doing? At this moment, Xian Yun began to doubt his life. The people of the House of Prodigy were also stunned. The elders who were secretly watching the battle were excited. That's right, it was close to Dao. Although it was not a Dao pattern, it was far beyond ordinary runes. It carried a mysterious and unfathomable aura. This Lin Xian was really amazing. He could comprehend it so quickly. Yes, even if he was talented, he couldn't be so fast. Back then, even Yi Gucheng was not so fast, right? Indeed, Lin Xian's speed of comprehension was beyond the expectations of these elders. To be honest, Lin Xian was also shocked when he used it. The power was so terrifying. Was this the power of Dao? No wonder sages were invincible and unsurpassable. This was not a Dao pattern or a law. It was just him imitating a Dao pattern. It was so terrifying. How terrifying was a real Dao pattern? If a Dao pattern flew out, Xian Yun and the geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion would be instantly turned into ashes. Of course, Lin Xian was able to achieve it so quickly. In addition to his abnormal talent, the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye also played a big role. The Heavenly Secret Divine Eye was originally a mysterious eye that could see through everything. At this moment, with the plenilune seed, Lin Xian could see the Dao patterns and laws between heaven and earth clearly. Therefore, his speed of progress was so shocking. Of course, in these 2 months, he had only comprehended 2 curves. Now, he was using the first one. Lin Xian looked ahead, stunned and even doubting Xian Yun's life. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. I've said it before, you're no match for me. I've asked you before, Do you know what it means to die young? In the end, you didn't listen to my advice at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. If you admit defeat obediently, you can avoid some torture. Make your choice. With these two incomparably mysterious curves in his hands, Lin Xian did not place Xian Yun in his eyes at all. Moreover, he also had the great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body. Xian Yun was trembling with anger. Admit defeat? What a joke! If he lost, he would have to kneel and kowtow to apologize. That would be worse than killing him. Previously, Xian Yun had agreed to such conditions without even thinking about it. Because in his opinion, he would not lose. But now, he might very well lose. No, he could not accept it. As a peerless genius, he could not kneel and apologize to these people. Damn it, I don't believe it. Xian Yun roared and quickly charged over. The folding fan in his hand danced non-stop, and streaks of killing intent flew out from the fan. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge bolt of lightning that shattered the entire world. Chapter 3071. This Xian Yun was really terrifying. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, no one would be able to defeat him. Only the northern beasts would be able to defeat him. That was indeed the case. The terrifying murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens, causing even Qing Wu's body to tremble. It was too strong, so strong that she couldn't contend with it. In the face of such a terrifying murderous aura, Lin Xian was like a phantom, moving quickly in the endless murderous aura. At the same time, a sharp sword chi burst out from his body. He waved his hands, and the sword chi rushed forward, destroying the monstrous murderous aura. How was this possible? How could his strength be so strong? The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion were stunned. Lin Xian was beyond their imagination. Xian Yun was even more shocked. The other party was very relaxed in his murderous aura, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. This scene almost caused him to break down. Especially the sword chi from the other party, it was even more terrifying than his murderous aura. He couldn't bear it. Damn kid, I want you dead. The moment the other party destroyed the murderous aura, Xian Yun quickly rushed forward. He spat out a blood light from his mouth, spraying it on the fan in his hand. Suddenly, the simple fan trembled, emitting an incomparable blood light. The blood light filled the sky, and the 6 ancient runes jumped out again, surrounded by endless blood, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Could go to hell. Blood Fiend 6 runes. The 6 blood runes were like the sun, filled with a monstrous blood aura, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Great Xian Yun had used this attack. The kid was definitely dead. An invincible king couldn't resist at all. This was a sure kill attack. The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion regained their confidence. The people of the Extraordinary Warrior mansion were indeed worried. Even the elders who were watching in the dark felt their hearts beating wildly. Damn it! The murderous aura of these 6 blood runes was too shocking. It could destroy everything. They wondered how this Lin Xian would deal with it. His 9 yang divine body should be fine. The 9 yang divine body of a sage should be fine. They wondered how far this kid had cultivated it. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally felt a great sense of danger as well. These 6 blood runes were not simple at all. There was no need to look at them to know that they were the work of a saint. It was too powerful. Lin Xian took a deep breath and waved his arm again. But this time, the arc was different from the last time. However, it was still very slow. It didn't seem to have any power, nor did it explode with light. But as soon as it appeared in the void, the surrounding blood runes, as if they couldn't withstand it. Damn it, how? When Xian Yun caught sight of this, he shrieked out. The 6 blood malevolent runes should have been able to suppress everything. But to think that they would be shaken by the other party so easily. What was he using to do it? Xian Yun was about. This time, as Lin Xian waved his arm, an arc appeared in the sky. Once the arc appeared, it seemed as if a gap had been opened. Flames that filled the sky flew out. Flames? It's useless. Extinguish! Xian Yun roared. How could a mere flame break his 6 runes? How naive! But soon he realized that he was the naive one. After the flame came out, it directly enveloped the 6 blood runes. The 6 runes twisted, emitting an incomparably terrifying power. But they were quickly incinerated, and nothing remained. What kind of flame was that? How could it be so powerful? Xian Yun was stunned. The people of Heavenly Cloud's mansion behind him were also stunned. They couldn't believe it. The people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were also shocked. Was it the 9 Yang Divine Fire? But was the 9 Yang Divine Fire so terrifying? Did Lin Xian's 9 Yang Divine body become stronger again? It wasn't that they hadn't seen the 9 Yang Divine Fire before. Lin Xian had used it when he fought with He Mo. But although the 9 Yang Divine Fire was powerful, it wasn't terrifying to this extent. This kid really had a lot of trump cards. The elders in the dark exclaimed. It wasn't the 9 Yang Divine Fire. This kid had comprehended another power. These elders were too excited. Because this curve was obviously different from the previous one. The previous one could dissolve and shatter everything. It was very violent and had a destructive aura. But this one was the law of fire. These were 2 completely different powers. This kid could comprehend 2 powers in 2 months and unleash a power that was close to Tao. This was simply too shocking for the elders to comprehend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, terrifying flames surged and flew forward, enveloping Xian Yun. Impossible, you can't hurt me. Get lost. Xian Yun roared crazily. He soared into the sky and charged forward. He wanted to extinguish the flames. He waved the fan in his hand and waves rushed out, trying to extinguish the flames. However, very quickly, he retreated because the waves he created were instantly evaporated into white mist that drifted in all directions. When he approached the flames, he felt that his body was about to melt. This flame was too powerful. It wasn't something he could resist. Even if he had the swan fan, it wouldn't be enough. Go around the flames and attack from other places. Xian Yun's idea was good. However, he still underestimated this power that was close to Tao. When he moved, those flames also moved. The speed was quick to the extreme. In an instant, it formed a cage, enveloping him. The frightening power of the flames continued to crush down. Damn it, block for me. Xian Yun roared angrily, casting the swan fan to block. The power that was close to Tao was too terrifying. Even Xian Yun could only protect himself. While at this time, Lin Xian cast Annihilation again. He comprehended a total of 2 powers that were close to Tao. One could destroy everything, which he called Annihilation. The second was this kind of flame, which he called Smoke Fire. The moment the power of Annihilation was released, it shattered everything, directly sending the swan fan flying. Xian Yun completely despaired. Without the swan fan, he could not resist the surrounding flames at all. In an instant, the battle armor on his body melted, shattering into pieces. His body was also ignited, screaming miserably. Still not admitting defeat? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it! Xian Yun screamed. In the next moment, half of his body turned into a sea of blood. His miserable appearance made the scalps of the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion tingle. Stop! How dare you! The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion screamed crazily. Many of them rushed over. However, they were soon blasted back by the flames. It's too terrifying. This flame is not something we can stop. Damn it, if you dare to kill him, you're dead meat. Pumph. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Then, a ray of light lit up and turned into a monstrous water that extinguished all of Lin Xian's flames. Then, the monstrous water wrapped around Xian Yun and saved him. Chapter 3072. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be able to break the power that was close to Tao, it was very likely that it was a saint or a half-step saint. It should be an elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion. Indeed, an old man appeared in the sky. His face was extremely ugly. Previously, he was hiding in the dark like the elders of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. After all, it was not suitable for the elders to intervene in the battle between the younger generation. However, Although he was hiding in the dark, he was very happy. The people they sent this time were too strong. Especially Xian Yun, he directly beat up the extraordinary scholar manor until it was dead silent, suffering repeated defeats. This naturally made them very happy. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would appear and defeat Xian Yun with 2 simple moves. Even now, half of Xian Yun's body was ignited and he was almost killed. This scene forced the elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion to take action. If he took action a little later, Xian Yun's body and soul would have been destroyed. Great, it was the elder who took action. The geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion also heaved a sigh of relief. You've won this battle, the elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion said coldly. Hearing this, the geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion looked ugly, but the extraordinary warrior mansion cheered. This is great. He won, he finally won. And he defeated Xian Yun in a strong manner. As expected of Lin Xian, he's really powerful. A peerless genius. This kid will definitely defy the heavens in the future. Yes, those 2 moves were too terrifying. Even the Northern Demon and Yu Linglong would have a headache if they encountered them. They were overjoyed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Since he had lost, it was time to fulfill the bet. What? As soon as these words came out, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion were stunned. Yes, there was still a bet. The faces of the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion darkened. Xian Yun was trembling with anger. What a joke! You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Impossible! He screamed like a madman. The elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion also darkened his face. Junior, don't go too far. Go too far? Su Chen smiled. When he used his magical weapon to suppress the geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion, did you think he went too far? When he humiliated the geniuses of our house of prodigies, did you think it was too much? When he wanted to lay his hands on the number 1 beauty of our house of prodigy, did you think it was too much? You didn't even step out when he did something so outrageous before. Now that he's asked to kowtow and admit his mistake, you're jumping out instead? What? Do you think there's no one in my house of prodigy? At this point, Lin Xian glanced at the void. In the dark, a few elders of the extraordinary warrior mansion laughed. This little guy seems to have discovered our existence. Humph! These people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion are too hateful. Do they really think this is their territory? Let's go out and let them know whose territory this is. In the sky, several figures appeared, bringing with them great power. Suppress an area. The elder had appeared. The geniuses of the outstanding scholar mansion cheered. On the other hand, the faces of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people turned even gloomier. Fellow Taoist, it's best that we don't interfere in the battles of the younger generation. That's right, I have 6,000 years old spirit tea here. Why don't you go and have a taste? Several elders of the extraordinary warrior mansion surrounded and stared at the elder of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. The face of the elder of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was terrifyingly dark. He didn't expect the elder of the extraordinary warrior mansion to be so direct. If he left, Xian Yun's fate would be very miserable. However, at this time, the blue-clothed youth below said in a deep voice, "Elder, don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems." Well, then I'll leave this place to you. I'll go and have a taste of the 6,000 years old spirit tea. After saying that, the elder of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion coldly snorted and put away the 3,000 spirit water. He then placed Xian Yun on the ground. Then, he turned around and disappeared in the sky with the elders of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Left, the other party left just like that? The geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion were stunned. It shouldn't be. Isn't he afraid that Xian Yun will kowtow and admit his mistake? No, there's something wrong with that blue-clothed youth. His words made the elder of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion so relieved. Who is this person? I don't know. He's not one of the top geniuses of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. Who is he? Damn, is he a newcomer of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion? How many geniuses did the Heavenly Clouds Mansion send this time? Qin Wu sneered. No matter who came, the bet couldn't be changed. Kneel. Cow. Admit your mistake. Apologize. She was really angry. Previously, This group of people provoked and even humiliated her. They even wanted to take advantage of her. How could she not return the favor now? Yes, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion also shouted crazily. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. Kneel. Apologize. The geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion were very excited. This matter wasn't over yet. They would definitely spread the news to the ancient Star Road. They were really too excited. The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it. If this news spread to the ancient Star Road, they would really lose face. Damn it, they were too careless. They didn't expect the other party to have such a powerful person. They originally thought that the northern monster, Yu Linglong, and other top geniuses were in seclusion. Coupled with the swan fan in Xian Yun's hand, they could definitely sweep the place. When the time came, they would spread the news to the ancient Star Road and humiliate the extraordinary warrior mansion. However, they didn't expect that a red-robed kid would appear halfway. He was so terrifying that he defeated Xian Yun with just a few moves. In fact, even their elders had been taken away by them. Now they were faced with a difficult choice. To kneel or not to kneel? Damn kid, don't even think about it. Kill me if you have the guts. Xian Yun roared, his face ferocious. It's not up to you. Lin Xian strode forward. Today, you have to kneel even if you don't want to. In the sky, a big hand bloomed with the power of flames and grabbed at Xian Yun. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted to force Xian Yun to kneel down. No, damn it, don't you dare. Xian Yun roared, but now that he was seriously injured, he was no match for Lin Xian at all. He was about to be enveloped by the flaming hand. However, at this moment, a bolt of thunder pierced through the void and pierced through the flaming hand. Who made the move? It was the blue-robed man. The people from the extraordinary warrior mansion exclaimed. Qin Wu, Zhong Lingxiu, and the other top geniuses were also shocked. The other party actually had an expert, and it seemed that he was even more powerful than Xian Yun. Damn it, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was too despicable. They actually sent so many experts while the other experts were in seclusion. Fortunately, Lin Xian came, otherwise, they would really be in danger this time. Lin Xian was also surprised. He raised his head and looked at the other party. The other party could easily destroy his palm, which was beyond his expectations. It seemed that he should be a strong enemy. For you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Do you want to break the contract? You want to walk the ancient path of the stars? Don't worry, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion is a man of his word. The blue-robed man walked forward and said coldly. However, I want to make another bet with you. Fight with me. If you win, I'll make Xian Yun apologize and chop off his arms. Moreover, I'll give you 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone. If you lose, then the previous bet will be written off. Chapter 3073. Hearing this, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion were in an uproar. They did not expect that the young man in blue would still fight. After witnessing Lin Xian's strength, he still wanted to fight. Where did this person get his confidence from? Who is he? How dare he fight with him? Yes, we won't lose anything from this bet. If we win, we can make Xian Yun apologize. We can also get 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone. This was an extremely precious metal, a material used to forge a half-saint artifact, and it was very rare. 50 kilograms was a lot. It was enough to forge a half-saint artifact. Yes, it was nothing even if he lost. There was no loss. Everyone was discussing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The young man was so confident that he wanted to fight with him? Well, he would like to see where his confidence came from. Okay, I agree to fight with you. As soon as he said this, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion cheered, while the people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion sneered. He dared to fight with Senior Brother Chen. He was courting death. Senior Brother Chen would never lose. Senior Brother Chen's strength was far above Xian Yun. The young man definitely did not know Senior Brother Chen. Otherwise, he would not dare to fight with him. Young man, you are definitely no match for Senior Brother Chen. Xian Yun, who was at the side, also recovered and snorted coldly. He retreated to the side, his expression incomparably cold. Only the young man in blue and Lin Xian were left in the field. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He held the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and slashed down. He did not use the two forces that were close to Dao. Although the two forces were terrifying, it was very exhausting to use them. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use a few moves. He could only use it as a trump card. Previously, Xian Yun was too arrogant. He wanted to suppress him with thunder, so he used the force that was close to Dao. Moreover, he also wanted to see how terrifying this force was. Now he had seen it. However, the young man in blue in front of him was a great threat to him. He was even stronger than Xian Yun. Moreover, he did not know what his opponent's trump card was. Therefore, he didn't use anything close to the power of the Dao. However, even without using these two powers, Lin Xian's strength was still very strong. At this moment, the sword light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What? He was a swordsman. The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion behind him screamed. This sword was too terrifying. Who would have thought that Lin Xian did not display his terrifying strength, but instead used a sword technique? Xian Yun's eyelids twitched violently. Even if his opponent did not possess such strength, just this sword technique alone was not something that he could contend against. This made him even more terrified. Who exactly was this person? Could he really be the peerless genius who comprehended the moon-gazing wordless steel? The blue-clothed man was also shocked. Lin Xian's sword technique was a threat to him. The space around him collapsed rapidly, as if there was a sharp force that wanted to cut him in half. Swordsman? The man in blue sneered. He raised his hand and pressed forward. Blue runes floated out from his palm, emitting a hazy glow that grew larger and larger. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, and the sharp sword light in the sky quickly melted away. Was it broken? Zhong Lingxiu frowned. Qin Wu also exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Chen had broken Lin Xian's sword qi so easily. Lin Xian was also stunned. Xiao Chen was indeed a difficult opponent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of swords flew out, sweeping across heaven and earth. However, with a wave of the blue palm, Lin Xian's sword qi was completely annihilated. What was going on? Lin Xian was surprised. This force was a bit like his annihilation. Indeed, the sword qi did not collapse, but gradually became smaller, like a flame that quickly disappeared and finally disappeared. What kind of force was this? Could it be that Xiao Chen had also mastered a force that was close to Dao? She shouldn't have missed that terrifying heartbeat. Ha, kid, are you an idiot? Let me tell you, our senior brother Qin is a super expert. His strength is not something that you can contend with. Senior brother Chen's poisonous palm can melt and corrode everything in the world. No matter how strong your sword qi is, you can't block it. A poison expert. The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion behind him were stunned. Could it be him? Someone screamed. Qin Ku, known as the Poison King, had terrifying strength. The poison all over his body was extremely strange. When fighting with him, one could be poisoned without knowing it. Hearing this, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion were terrified. They were no strangers to the Poison King, but few people had seen him before. Everyone only knew his name, but they did not expect him to be the blue-robed man in front of them. No wonder the elders of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were so relieved before. The Poison King was a veteran expert. Moreover, he was very famous in the Heavenly Cloud Mansion and was one of the top powerhouses. Damn it, they did not expect that a dark horse like Xian Yun would appear this time, and a veteran expert like the Poison King would also appear. The Heavenly Cloud Mansion was too hateful. Lin Xian, be careful of his poison. You will be in danger if you are contaminated. It was said that almost no one among the invincible kings could neutralize his poison. A poison expert? Lin Xian frowned. No wonder he could melt his sword qi before. It turned out that he used poison to melt it. He really hadn't seen many poison experts like this. Generally speaking, he could kill those who were weak with one sword strike. There were very few people who were strong enough to use poison. Moreover, Lin Xian had no experience in fighting with poison experts. But so what? A cold light burst out from his eyes, and the sword in his hand fell again. This time, the power was stronger. It was useless. Chen Ke shook his head and waved his cold poison palm. In the palm, strange blue runes floated, and the corrosive power made the void collapse. Nothing could withstand his poison, and his opponent's sword chi would be instantly corroded. Buzz. It was not corroded. The next moment, Chen Ke's eyelids twitched. He found that although the sword chi was affected by his poison gas, it suddenly burst out with a cold light. It slashed down with an extremely terrifying power. Swoosh! Chen Ke's figure flickered, turned into a blue smoke, and disappeared. What was going on? That kid was not affected by the corrosion. How could his sword chi be so fierce? Impossible. Even the attack of a quasi-saint artifact would be affected. What was the grade of the sword in the kid's hand? The people of the heavenly cloud mansion screamed. No, it was just a quasi-saint artifact. How could its power be so terrifying? The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion also breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that it was not the blazing Qilin sword that was too terrifying, but Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. That biting cold sword chi would not be so easily destroyed. Sure enough, 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes, the poison gas in the sky was all cut open. The sky was clear again, and the corroded black hole slowly disappeared. Chen Ke was suppressed. They could not believe it. Chapter 3074. Chen Ke's face was extremely cold. How could this biting cold sword chi break my frost poison palm? His face was also a little gloomy, and the blue runes in his hands slowly disappeared. Interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you. I wonder how you're going to fight next? Chen Ke flipped his palm, and a palm-sized black box was taken out by him. Then, with a wave of his finger, the lid of the box opened, and a 7-colored centipede appeared inside. A 7-colored centipede. Damn it, this guy actually has this thing. Don't let it bite you. Otherwise, even a half-step saint will die. Behind him, Qing Wu also screamed. She didn't expect Chen Ke to have such a terrifying 7-colored centipede. As she spoke, the 7-colored centipede turned into a ray of light and flew out. In an instant, it disappeared into the void. It disappeared. Damn it, where is it? The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion exclaimed. Qing Wu's face was pale, and Zhong Linxiu's eyes were mysterious. Lin Xian stopped and frowned. A 7-colored centipede? He knew that it was an extremely terrifying poisonous insect. If bitten by it, an invincible king would instantly be poisoned to death. This 7-colored centipede was also an extremely terrifying monster in ancient times. He didn't expect Chen Ke to have one. He didn't know how old it was. But even if it was a larva, the poison was probably not something an invincible king could withstand. Lin Xian opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw a blurry 7-colored light in the void, moving quickly. In an instant, it came behind him and pounced fiercely. Get lost. He waved the blazing Qilin sword and slashed out a ray of sword light, directly slashing behind him. With a clang, the 7-colored centipede was shaken out and flew backward. What? He found the 7-colored centipede. That's impossible. The people of the heavenly cloud mansion screamed, and Chen Ke's eyelids twitched. The 7-colored centipede could escape into the void without leaving a trace. Ordinary people couldn't find it at all. Even powerful geniuses couldn't find it without special secret methods. How did Chen Ke find it? And it was so accurate. After sending the 7-colored centipede flying, Lin Xian turned into a ray of divine light and rushed forward. The blazing Qilin sword continued to slash at the 7-colored centipede. Damn it! Get lost. Chen Ke roared madly and controlled the 7-colored centipede to counterattack. However, the 7-colored centipede had nowhere to hide under the heavenly fortune divine eyes. With the support of the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. It forced the 7-colored centipede to retreat. Puji! The seven-colored centipede opened its mouth and spat out a seven-colored poisonous mist toward Lin Xian's face. If he breathed it in, Lin Xian would immediately die from the poison. Qin Wu, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others were extremely nervous. Puchi. Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. The power of the great dragon sword spirit erupted, causing the sword qi to be incomparably sharp. This sword cleaved the seven-colored poison mist apart. The remaining poison tried to enter Lin Xian's body, but the nine-yang divine body emitted a divine light and blocked the seven-colored poison mist. Lin Xian continued to chase after the seven-colored centipede in the poisonous fog. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he block it? What kind of body does he have? Xian Yun screamed like a madman. Chen Ke's eyelids were also twitching. Damn it, who the hell is this person? Why do I feel that he's ridiculously strong? Clang, 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 clang. The blazing Qilin sword struck the seven-colored centipede, creating a sound like thunder and shattering the surrounding space. Finally, a crack appeared on the seven-colored centipede's body. Although it was small, it was still injured. Seeing this, Chen Ku screamed like a madman and wanted to recall the seven-colored centipede. Stay here. Lin Xian snorted and drew a strange arc with the blazing Qilin sword. Annihilation. A destructive force burst out and slammed into the crack. With a puchi, the crack became bigger and the seven-colored centipede's body was directly torn apart. The seven-colored centipede was an invincible monster king. It was very powerful and its body was even tougher. However, it was still broken by someone. The seven-colored centipede let out a crazy roar. In addition, Chen Ku was controlling it from afar. It turned into a stream of light and fled far away. However, the seven-colored poisonous blood that remained in the air turned into poisonous arrows and pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword moved again. Smoke and fire. A terrifying and mysterious power surged from the sword and gradually destroyed all the poisonous swords. The next moment, he turned his head and stared into the distance. Damn it, how dare you hurt my baby? I won't let you off. Chen Ku put away the seven-colored centipede and put it into the brocade box. He had a pained look on his face. The seven-colored centipede was seriously injured. It would probably take a few decades for it to fully recover. This made his heart bleed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're still worried about the seven-colored centipede? I'll worry about you first. As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and strode forward. However, halfway through he stopped. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. What's going on? Behind him, the people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion exclaimed. Qin Wu and Zhong Lingxiu also screamed. Was Li Xian injured? It shouldn't be. Previously, the seven-colored centipede did not hurt Lin Xian. Chen Ke looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha, kid, you're still poisoned. You want to fight with me? You're still far from it. What, poisoned? That's impossible. Qin Wu screamed. Zhong Lingxiu also frowned. Xian Yun sneered. I've said it before. You're no match for senior brother Chen. The experts of Heavenly Cloud's mansion also laughed. Ha, this kid, is he stupid? You want to fight with senior brother Chen? Can you fight? After being poisoned, you're useless. Let's see how our senior brother Chen cripples you. Poisoned? Lin Xian also frowned. His face was gloomy and cold. It shouldn't be. How could he be poisoned? The cold poison palm was broken by him and the seven-colored centipede was also crippled by him. During the whole process, he was not injured. How could he be poisoned? Oh wait. Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel that he was indeed poisoned in his body. A cold light burst out from his golden eyes and a crescent moon floated in his eyes. This is poison gas. Colorless and odorless. An undetectable poison gas. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect that his opponent would use such a colorless and odorless poison gas. He did not notice it at all. If it wasn't for the poison in his body, he would not have noticed it at all. Bang! A big blue palm with poison gas slapped over, enveloping Lin Xian and sending him flying. Lin Xian flew out and landed on the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. Lin Xian. The people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion screamed crazily. Qin Wu and the others were also nervous to the extreme. Chen Ku, on the other hand, frowned. Li Xian was not injured. He found that although he sent Li Xian flying, Li Xian's body was not injured. His poison gas did not even enter Li Xian's body. It only circulated on the surface of his body. Chapter 3075. So what if the other party's physique was strong? He was now poisoned by the devil flower. He was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. He did not have any strength to resist at all. He could torture and kill the other party at will. He would let these people from the House of Prodigy know who was the real powerhouse. It's over, Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, he was actually poisoned. The Poison King's poison was definitely not that easy to detoxify. He probably could not unleash his strength at all right now. Careless, Lin Xian should have directly displayed those two incomparably mysterious powers and defeated the Poison King. Those two incomparably mysterious powers definitely could not be easily released. Moreover, it looked like Lin Xian wanted to test the Poison King's strength previously. This strategy was not wrong. It was just that he did not expect the Poison King to release the Devil Flower's poison at an unknown time. Damn it, luckily we have a peerless array protecting us. Otherwise, we would all be dead now. These people from the House of Prodigy felt their heads and feet go cold. It was indeed so. If they encountered the Poison King outside, they probably would not even know how they died. Hee, let's see how senior apprentice Brother Chen will torture him to death. Xian Yun revealed a sinister smile. Chen Ku walked up in large strides. On his palm, countless poisonous insects flew out, turning into a poisonous blade, incomparably sinister. Slashing out, the void was instantly corroded. This blade slashed onto Lin Xian's body, sending Lin Xian flying again. However, how powerful was the 9-yang divine body? Lin Xian had already cultivated it to the 5th level now. In other words, his current physique had already surpassed that of an invincible king. Ordinary attacks really couldn't hurt him, unless it was something like using poison or a power close to Dao. Damn it, this kid's physique was actually so strange. Chen Ku also frowned. He waved his hand, and that poisonous sword flew forward, turning into countless poisonous lights, completely enveloping Lin Xian. I don't believe that I can't poison you to death. The poisonous insects covered the sky, covered Lin Xian's body, constantly biting and releasing poisonous gas, making sonorous sounds. The 9-yang divine body was swallowed up. This scene was very terrifying. Qin Wu and the others were on tenterhooks. Looking at this scene, they wanted to help, but the battle was still not over. If they made a move, it would mean that Lin Xian was done for. They could not accept this result. Lin Xian was also affected by being surrounded by so many poisonous insects. Although the 9-yang divine body is powerful, it still hasn't reached the sage realm. And now he was poisoned, causing him to suffer from internal and external impacts, causing his qi and blood to roil. Poison? Do you really think you can poison me? Great Dragon Sword Spirit, attack. The dragon soul within Lin Xian's body roared and turned into countless sword lights that pierced through every inch of his flesh and blood, completely obliterating the poisonous gas. Up ahead, Chen Ku walked over once more. He looked at Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground and surrounded by a myriad of poisons, and a savage smile appeared on his face. He took out the 7-colored centipede again and spat out a drop of blood essence to envelop the 7-colored centipede. Go. You can take your revenge now. Chen Ku said to the rainbow centipede in her hand. The 7-colored centipede's eyes emitted a blood-red light. It let out a savage roar, shattering the heavens and the earth as it rushed forward quickly. It wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. The 7-colored centipede flew forward and the poisonous insects quickly spread out, forming a vacuum zone. It couldn't be helped. The 7-colored centipede was the supreme king of the poisonous insect world. It was Chen Ku's credit that those poisonous insects didn't collapse from fright. It was Chen Ku who controlled the 7-colored centipede. Otherwise, these poisonous insects would have all been killed by the 7-colored centipede. The The seven-colored centipede turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed towards Lin Xian's head, wanting to eat his brain. Not good. Seeing this scene, Qing Wu, Zhong Lingxiu and the others screamed. The faces of those from the outstanding scholar manor changed drastically. Ordinary poisonous insects couldn't break through Lin Xian's body, but the seven-colored centipede was different. It could even poison a half-saint to death. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would probably die from the poison after being bitten by the seven-colored centipede. The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion sneered. Xian Yun even revealed a savage smile. The seven-colored centipede had already arrived in front of Lin Xian and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a large golden hand grabbed the seven-colored centipede. What? Chen Ku was stunned. Did he attack? How could he still attack? It shouldn't be. He had been poisoned by his demon flower poison and was already a cripple. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the shocked Chen Ku in front of him. He looked at the struggling seven-colored centipede in his hand. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Demon flower poison? It's powerful, but it can't do anything to me. Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and directly crushed the seven-colored centipede, turning it into countless poisonous blood that scattered in all directions. Damn it! Chen Ku screamed crazily, and so did the seven-colored centipede. Its body reformed in the distance, but the light on its body dimmed a lot. Obviously, although this attack didn't kill it, it was severely injured. Come back. Chen Ku recalled the seven-colored centipede and put it back into his body. His heart was bleeding. The seven-colored centipede had been injured before, and it would have taken decades to recover. This time, it probably wouldn't be able to recover for at least 100 years. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. He went crazy. Two poisonous knives appeared in his hands, and he slashed forward crazily. Buzz. Lin Xian stood up and waved the fire Qilin sword, knocking away the two poisonous knives. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched Chen Ku like a golden crow, sending him flying. Damn it, how can you be so powerful? Have you recovered your strength? Chen Ku vomited blood, and his face was full of horror. Had the demon flower poison been neutralized? He couldn't believe it. No invincible king could neutralize the demon flower poison. Even a half-saint's strength would be greatly reduced if he accidentally inhaled it. But now, Chen Ku was completely fine. Could it be that Chen Ku had forcibly suppressed it? No, no one could forcibly suppress the demon flower poison. Buzz! Lin Xian struck out with annihilation, and Chen Ku's body shattered, causing him to scream in fear. Stop! You've won this battle. He didn't dare to continue fighting. The seven-colored centipede was injured, and Chen Ku still had those two mysterious and terrifying powers. If he continued fighting, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Therefore, he quickly admitted defeat. We've lost. The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were stunned. That was Chen Ku, the Poison King. How terrifying was his strength. But now he had admitted defeat? They couldn't believe it. Xian Yun screamed crazily. Senior brother Chen can't lose. You still have the strength to fight. He was going crazy. If Chen Ku admitted defeat, he would be the unluckiest one. He had to apologize to Chen Ku. Shut up. Chen Ku's face darkened, and he turned his head to stare at Xian Yun. He waved his hand, and countless poisonous insects turned into a huge hand and grabbed Xian Yun. I've said that I'll punish Xian Yun after you've won. Then, two rays of light burst out from his eyes and cut off Xian Yun's arms. Xian Yun screamed and rolled on the ground. His body was dyed red with blood, but he didn't dare to resist. Although he was a young genius, he was far inferior to Chen Ku. Moreover, he couldn't resist Chen Ku's poison at all. Chapter 3076. Xian Yun was unwilling to do so, but when he saw Chen Ku's cold and twisted face, his heart raced. He did not dare to resist as Chen Ku's poison would be enough to kill him. Xian Yun's eyes turned red and his body trembled as he gritted his teeth and roared. Sorry, I apologize for my previous provocation and arrogance. Hearing Xian Yun's apology, Qing Wu opened her mouth wide. Those from the outstanding warrior mansion were also shocked. They screamed excitedly. He apologized. Hi, he actually apologized. That's great. These people from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion can be so arrogant. Get out. This is the territory of the Outstanding Warrior Mansion. In the future, if you see anyone from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion on the Ancient Star Path, you'll have to take a detour. Do you understand? Otherwise, I'll beat you until you piss your pants. They were overjoyed. Initially, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was so arrogant that they couldn't do anything about it. However, Lin Xian's appearance had turned the tables around. He had even defeated the terrifying Poison King and made the arrogant Xian Yun apologize in front of the crowd. Xian Yun even had his arms chopped off. This was definitely a great victory. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He stared at Xian Yun and sneered. All right, get out. With your strength, it's impossible for you to do anything in the Outstanding Warrior Mansion. Go back and cultivate for another 1,000 years. Kid, what's your name? Chen Ke asked coldly. My name is Lin Xian. If you have any tricks, feel free to come at me in the future. Lin Xian waved his hand and didn't care at all. All right, Lin Xian, right? I'll remember you. Let's go. Chen Ke's face was gloomy as he led the crowd away. Xian Yun stopped the bleeding and his body was twisted. Kid, I'll never let you off on the Ancient Star Path. He took his broken arms and left quickly. Get out of here. Get out of the Outstanding Warrior Mansion. The Sky Prides from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion laughed proudly. Then, they quickly came to Lin Xian's side and they were all excited. Young Master Lin, you're too cool. That's right, Brother Lin. That move of yours just now was too powerful. How did you cure the Devil Flower's poison? These people looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Previously, their idol was only the number one of the 4 peaks. But now, there was one more, and that was Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian could be said to have saved them and redeemed the reputation of the Prodigy Manor. Thank you so much for what you did. Qing Wu also had a rare blush on her small face as she thanked Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at her and said with a smile, a verbal thank you? Damn it, what else do you want? Qing Wu lightly snorted. Soon after, she remembered. Wait, don't go. Where's the promised 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone? In the distance, those who were leaving were stunned. Chen Ke's body stiffened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he tossed out a storage ring with an unsightly expression on his face. Qing Wu grabbed it in her hand. All right, I'll give you this cold iron nebula stone. This is a good thing. You're quite good at presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This should have been given to him in the first place. Who said so? I used myself as a bet. Of course, the things I won are mine. Now, I'm giving it to you to return the favor. Qing Wu said angrily. Thinking of this, she was angry. This despicable guy actually dared to use me as a bet without my consent. If it wasn't for the other party being too powerful, she would have beaten him up. However, Qing Wu was also very reluctant to give away 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone. Her beautiful big eyes stared straight at it. The others also swallowed their saliva. This is cold iron starry cloud stone. Not to mention 50 kilograms, even 500 kilograms would be enough to make an invincible king excited. After all, this is a material for refining a half-step saint tool. Lin Xian saw Qing Wu's reluctant look and found it funny. He said, I have no use for this thing. Why don't I trade with you? Take out whatever you have and I'll trade it with you. Really? You're willing to trade it with me? After hearing this, Qing Wu exclaimed. This Sister Han's lucky stone was not only precious but also rare. Even if someone had it, they wouldn't take it out easily. If it wasn't for the Poison King's overconfidence, he wouldn't have used it as a bet. She didn't expect that it would benefit Lin Xian in the end. And now, Lin Xian actually took it out for a trade. Damn it, does this guy know how precious this thing is? Qing Wu rolled her eyes. The surrounding people also let out cries of surprise. Young Master Lin, can we also trade some? A few geniuses in the surroundings whispered, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xian nodded. Sure, As long as you can take out something that satisfies me. Indeed, Lin Xian didn't really need it, although it was very precious. He had the blazing Qilin sword, which was enough for him. As for armor, he didn't need it at all. His 9-yang divine body was better than any armor, unless it was a saint weapon. However, he couldn't use that kind of thing now. As for half-step saint weapons, Lin Xian had 2 or 3 of them in his hands, which were enough. Moreover, he could use the great dragon sword soul to evolve all kinds of divine abilities. In addition, with the plenilune seed, he could observe the great Tao of heaven and earth. When the time came, the power he could display would definitely surpass that of a half-step saint weapon. It would be better to trade for some natural treasures or elixirs, which would be more effective for him. Let me say this first. You don't have to give me weapons, cultivation techniques, or secret manuals. I don't need them at the moment. It would be best if you could give me some king herbs or special divine crystals. Of course, natural treasures for recovery and cultivation are even better. I won't refuse any of them. I have 2 king herbs here. How many can you give me? Qing Wu took out 2 king herbs in an instant. As soon as the 2 king herbs appeared, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth instantly became rich. The eyes of the geniuses turned red. King herbs, these are good things. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so rich. She took out 2 king herbs at once. He nodded. Okay, 1 king herb can be exchanged for 10 kilograms. 2 king herbs can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of frost iron starry cloud stone. Qing Wu thought for a moment and felt that the value was about the same. She said, I'll trade. Wait, I have something else. This is a kilogram of mutated fire-type divine crystal. My brother got it from the outer realm. It's called the Starry Sky Flame Divine Crystal. I'll give you 10 kilograms of frost iron starry cloud stone. How about it? Mutated fire-type divine crystal. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This thing would be of great help to him cultivating the 9-yang divine flame and comprehending the fire-type techniques. He immediately nodded. Okay, what else do you have? He was looking forward to it. Qing Wu searched again and then took out a jade bottle about half the size of a palm. Inside the jade bottle was bright red blood. A single drop of the blood essence of an invincible peak golden flame beast king far surpassed all the blood of other invincible kings. Chapter 3077. Lin Xian thought for a while and then said, 10 caddies. Damn it, you're lucky. Qing Wu snorted. In the end, Qing Wu exchanged for 25 caddies, while Lin Xian put away 2 king herbs, a caddy of mutant fire elemental divine crystals, and half a bottle of invincible perfect beast king blood essence. This girl knew him quite well, giving him all these things to make him angry. Seeing that Qing Wu had finished exchanging, the others were tempted. They also began to take out treasures, preparing to exchange. However, at this moment, Zhong Linxiu's red lips opened slightly. A great way scripture of the sage's enlightenment. It was left behind by the ancient sage of the Dao-Yi Holy Land, recording the process of how he became a sage from an invincible king. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed, and Lin Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. This was good stuff. But how could she bear to take it out? As if sensing the fiery eyes of the people around and Lin Lingxuan's shock, Zhong Linxiu said lightly, It's not a complete book. It's an incomplete book, only up to the half-saint level. I'll give you the remaining 25 caddies, how about that? It turned out that it was only at the half-saint level. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian also came to a realization. No wonder she dared to take it out. However, even at the half-saint level, it was already very impressive. The Dao-Yi Holy Land was already very terrifying and mysterious. They were born with a special connection with the Tao. In such a holy land, the notes left behind by an ancient sage would definitely be of great benefit. It was too important for him to comprehend the great way of heaven and earth. Although it was only at the half-saint level, it was still extremely precious. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate to give the remaining 25 caddies to Zhong Linxiu. Zhong Linxiu took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian carefully put it away. The others around sighed. They did not expect the last 25 caddies to be taken by Zhong Lingxiu. However, there was no other way. The things she took out were good. The Great Way scripture of the sage's enlightenment was definitely priceless. Some people in the union were drooling. Lin Xian said to the crowd with a smile, "The things had been distributed, so I'll take my leave now. Let's work together next time." After saying that, his figure flashed and left. Qin Wu and Zhong Lingxiu accepted the cold iron meteorite with great satisfaction and left. The others looked regretful. However, when they thought of the previous battle, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They hurriedly spread the news. "Yes, let everyone know that we won." In an instant, the crowd quickly spread out. Soon, all the sky prides in the outstanding warrior manor knew about this battle. Not only that, some of them even spread the news to the outer space. It could be said that it had caused quite a stir. This was also the first time Ling Xian's name had been heard on the ancient road of the stars. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. He raised his hand and set up the array formation. Then, he took out the Great Path Enlightenment Sutra excitedly. The dark red divine dragon also came out. It looked at the Great Tao Insight Sutra and drooled. This was really good stuff. He did not expect Zhong Lingxiu, this girl, to be willing to take it out. Let me see if the Tao One Holy Ground is as mysterious as the rumors say. Lin Xian opened the scroll and studied it with the dark red dragon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 5 days later, Lin Xian sighed. He had to admit that this was an incomparably precious enlightenment. Many things that he did not understand before were now enlightened. Indeed, this Great Tao Insight Sutra recorded the growth experience and enlightenment of a saint. It was incomparably precious to a cultivator. Lin Xian was very lucky to be able to obtain it. In his opinion, Zhong Lingxiu should be in great need of that metal to refine a kind of treasure. Otherwise, she would not take it out. The Great Tao Insight Sutra was not a cultivation technique or a secret manual. It was a record of enlightenment. This kind of enlightenment could allow Lin Xian to better understand the great path of heaven and earth. When Lin Xian used the Tianji Divine Eye and Plenilune Seed to observe the great path of heaven and earth again, he was even more enlightened than before. Of course, he knew that observing the great path of heaven and earth was a very long and lifelong thing. Lin Xian did not intend to achieve it overnight. The competition between the 4 great winds was getting closer and closer. Lin Xian decided to comprehend and improve the 2 types of Tao-like powers he had just comprehended. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, even if the outside world spread rumors, he would not hear it. He sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Under his feet was a spirit-gathering array, which was arranged by the dark red Shinong. Around the spirit-gathering array were treasures of heaven and earth, king herbs, and mutated fire elemental divine crystals. These things were placed in the spirit-gathering array. Through the changes of the spirit-gathering array, they provided Lin Xian with energy. Lin Xian cultivated. Lin Xian was comprehending the Great Tao Insight Sutra while cultivating his 2 newly obtained powers. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. There was still a month before the final competition. In the past 2 months, the extraordinary warrior mansion could be said to be quite excited. The news that Lin Xian had defeated the Heavenly Clouds Mansion and defeated the Poison King had completely spread. At first, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, thinking that it was fake news. Later, they were sure, surprised, and excited. It could be said that they experienced a very complicated mood. Everyone knew that Lin Xian was incredible. He was definitely a prodigy and a dark horse. His strength had improved compared to before. It seemed that he would definitely be able to shine in this competition. What do you think his ranking would be in the extraordinary warrior mansion? It was hard to say. He probably wouldn't be able to enter the top 5. Yes, he was ranked 2nd in the Full Moon Peak, while Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked 1st, was only ranked 5th in the extraordinary warrior mansion. Indeed, the Full Moon Peak was at the bottom. Even Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked 1st, couldn't enter the top 4. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still a little worse than Huangfu Beidian. He probably could be ranked in the top 10. That's right. Last time, Mo seemed to be ranked 9th. He defeated Mo, so his strength should be ranked 6th or 7th. But it would be difficult for him to be ranked higher. The people of the Full Moon Peak sighed. That's right. Mo was so strong, but he was only ranked 9th in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked 1st, was only ranked 5th. Therefore, although Lin Xian had shown great strength and talent, he even obtained the Full Moon Wordless Steel, but it was only a few months after all. It was not enough for Lin Xian's strength to undergo earth-shaking changes. So this time, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian could only enter the top 10. It was basically impossible for him to enter the top 5. With the appearance of those geniuses who were in seclusion, a new round of storms came. Jun Weia had another breakthrough after comprehending the ethereal steel. Many people exclaimed. Jun Weia was ranked 2nd in the Misty Peak and 4th in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. His strength was above Huangfu Beidian. Chapter 3078. Shui Jiyu had returned from the blood-refining planet? Damn it, this woman was a lunatic. She definitely had the strength to compete for the top 5 this time. Shui Jiyu, Ling Longfeng, ranked 2nd. She was a terrifying woman who cultivated in the blood-refining mountain all year round. The blood-refining planet was not under the jurisdiction of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. It was an ownerless planet not far from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. This planet was too dangerous. It was a place where no one cared about. There were battles every day and geniuses fell every day. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary geniuses like the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion and the Heavenly Clouds Mansion would not go to such a place. Only those ambitious and ruthless people, perverts, lunatics, and those who had offended others from other planets could survive there. Shui Jiyu had been there all year round and could be said to be a terrifying lunatic. Mo Tian was also incredible. It was said that he had found the remains of a half-step saint and obtained a lot of good things. Mo Tian, ranked 2nd on the Divine Tactics Mountain and 7th on the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. It seemed that this time, he was also a popular candidate for the top 5. These were all top figures. Their fortuitous encounters and the changes in their strength were enough to cause a change in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. The Full Moon Peak was also not calm because Mo had also returned. Mo did not choose the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion to cultivate in seclusion, but another planet. It was called the Fallen Abyss Star. It was said that the planet was ruled by a demonic sect. The entire planet was filled with terrifying demons. However, later on, a peerless expert passed by and killed all the demons on the planet. That place became a purgatory on Earth. It could be said that it was a place with monstrous demonic chi. Those half-step saints were not willing to go there. And that place was the place where Mo cultivated in seclusion. Mo had made up his mind this time because he'd suffered 2 consecutive blows during the ranking competition on Full Moon Peak. First, he'd lost to Huangfu Beidian, and then he'd lost to Lin Xian. This was something he couldn't endure. In particular, Lin Xian had successfully comprehended the Full Moon Wordless Steel, which stimulated Mo even more. Therefore, Mo disregarded everything and even risked his life to go to the Fallen Abyss. It was all for the sake of improving himself. After a few months of inhuman torture and some fortuitous encounters, his strength had finally undergone earth-shaking changes. He even obtained a broken treasure of the demonic sect, the demonic flag. Once he used the demonic chess set and added the power of his bloodline, he could reach 65,000 Archean power. Although it couldn't compare to the North Yao, it should be enough to deal with Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian. Damn brat, just you wait. This time, I will defeat you in front of everyone. I will let everyone know that I, Mo, am the strongest. Black Demon grinned hideously. Demonic chi surged from his body as he returned to the Full Moon Peak. The aura he brought with him alarmed the prodigies on the Plenilune B. Mo was back. His aura was so powerful. Damn it, what had he gone through? How could his strength increase so quickly? I heard that he fell into the abyss. It couldn't be. That place had a high chance of survival. Even a half-saint wouldn't want to go there. Who would have thought that the black demon would dare to go? No wonder his strength had increased so quickly. Everyone was shocked. Black demon returned. He shouted confidently and arrogantly, "Where are Huangfu Baidian and Lin Xian? Tell them to come out. I will let them know who is the strongest person on the full moon peak." Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. They didn't expect that the first thing the black demon did after returning was to fight Huangfu Baidian and Lin Xian. However, it was understandable. After all, the black demon was such a proud person, but he had been defeated by the two of them. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Huangfu Baidian hadn't come out of seclusion yet, right? How much had his strength increased? Lin Xian should also be in seclusion. However, it wouldn't be easy for the black demon to defeat Lin Xian. Yes, Lin Xian had defeated the Poison King a few months ago. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Even if the black demon's strength had increased greatly, he might not be a match for him. After the black demon returned, he found that Huangfu Baidian and Lin Xian were both in seclusion. This made him very unhappy. Could it be that he had to wait until the competition to deal with these two people? Thinking about it, he revealed a trace of malevolence. Fine, he would defeat these two people in front of everyone in the competition. The black demon had already imagined that scene in his mind. He would step on Huangfu Baidian and punch Lin Xian, showing off his strength. Thinking of this, he laughed complacently. This kind of scene was really exciting. However, half a day later, his face was gloomy, and his demonic aura overflowed. Because he heard a rumor. This rumor was spread from the mouths of several martial artists. They said that he challenged Lin Xian and was in danger? There was almost no chance of winning. Damn it, how is this possible? Even if that kid was talented, his strength definitely didn't increase as fast as his. He entered the falling abyss this time and narrowly escaped death. That was why his strength increased greatly. It was really for revenge. That kid was only in seclusion and comprehending some things. How could he be stronger than him? What a joke. He didn't believe it at all. A bunch of idiots, what did they know? How could my strength increase be imagined by you? If you talk nonsense again, be careful that I don't kill you. The black demon walked between the full moon peak and roared coldly at the geniuses who were discussing. Those geniuses felt their scalps go numb. Just the aura emitted by the black demon was enough to make them collapse. However, since Lin Xian represented the extraordinary warrior mansion and defeated the genius of the Heavenly Clouds mansion, Xian Yun, and the Poison King, he had won a group of followers. Many of them were afraid of the black demon, but they still supported Lin Xian. One of the female geniuses was extremely beautiful. Even though her face was pale, she could not help but mutter softly, "That's right. What's wrong?" Although you are powerful, young Master Lin also defeated the Poison King. That's right, young Master Lin's strength is super strong. He might not lose. Another female martial artist also discussed in a low voice. What did you say? He defeated the Poison King. The black demon's hearing was very strong. Although the two female geniuses whispered, he still heard them clearly. Hearing this news, the black demon's first reaction was that it was impossible. What a joke! How could that kid defeat the Poison King? He knew that the Poison King was a genius of the Heavenly Clouds mansion, and he was an expert in using poison. The Poison King's divine ability was strange and impossible to guard against. If a King Realm cultivator was careless, there was no way to cure his poison. Especially when the Poison King had the 7-colored centipede. Even a half-step saint would be seriously injured if they were bitten by it. His scalp went numb when he saw such a person. In the past, he couldn't defeat the Poison King at all. Now, even if his strength had increased greatly, he didn't dare to fight the Poison King easily. Chapter 3079. After all, he was cultivating outside and had not seen the previous battles. Now, he only heard about it from these people. How could he believe it? He knew that these people would exaggerate when they talked about it. Therefore, he would not take this kind of rumor seriously. Damn kid, I didn't expect that in the months I was away, he would swindle people here again. Well, When he comes out, I'll teach him a lesson in public during the competition. I'll trample this kid under my feet in front of all the elders of the heavenly sect." Mo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Mo's powerful return not only caused quite a commotion at Full Moon Peak, but it also caused quite a commotion at the other peaks. After all, his return from the fallen abyss was really eye-catching. As the day of the competition approached, the sky prides of the 4 peaks came out of seclusion, especially the top 3. When they heard that Mo had returned from the fallen abyss, they were very surprised. Mo really doesn't care about his life. In order to improve his strength, he went to such a place. It seems that his strength has increased greatly this time. He's a strong enemy. Many people's eyes flickered, and they clenched their fists. After all, Mo was ranked 9th last time. This time, his strength had increased again. They were afraid that he wanted to reach the top 5. I wonder how Huangfu Baidian is doing? There's also Lin Xian. Huangfu Baidian was ranked 1st in the Full Moon Peak and 5th in the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion. He was very powerful and could not be underestimated. He was very likely to reach the top 3 this time. As for Lin Xian, he was even more amazing. They had seen with their own eyes that he had successfully comprehended the full moon wordless stele. He was a genius that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. However, although he was talented, these sky prides did not take him seriously for the time being. It was not easy to successfully comprehend the full moon wordless stele. Although Lin Xian had the opportunity to comprehend it, it would be impossible for him to succeed without a few hundred years. In just a few months, it would be difficult for his strength to change dramatically. Even if he did, he would not surpass them. However, they were soon stunned. Because they learned that when they were in seclusion, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion sent sky prides to challenge them. One of them was called Xian Yun. He was very powerful and defeated the geniuses of the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion. If it were not for Qingwu and Zhong Linxiu, the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion would not have won. What happened next? The geniuses of the 4 peaks had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, these guys actually dared to attack us while we were in seclusion. When the time comes, we'll definitely pay them back. In their opinion, this time, their Extraordinary Warriors Mansion had definitely lost their face and returned with a great defeat. However, the result was once again beyond their expectations. From the mouths of the surrounding martial artists, they found out that their outstanding scholar manner didn't lose this time, but won instead. Not only did he get back at Xian Yun in the end, he even made the arrogant Xian Yun apologize and cripple his own arms. What was going on? The geniuses who were in seclusion asked quickly. Soon they heard a name. Lin Xian. At the critical moment, it was Lin Xian who made a forceful move, defeating Xian Yun. Damn it, this brat's strength is actually so strong? These people were surprised, but even more shocking things were yet to come. What did you say? Not only did that brat defeat Xian Yun, he even defeated the Poison King. Which Poison King? Chen Ku from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion? Impossible. Chen Ku's strength was extremely terrifying, especially with the 7-colored centipede in his hands. Ordinary people would not be willing to fight with him at all. Even invincible kings would be killed. He would be injured for half of his life. What? You saw it with your own eyes? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. It's impossible for Lin Xian to defeat such a person. Unless I saw it with my own eyes. These geniuses who were in seclusion all shook their heads in disbelief. This news was too shocking and they couldn't accept it for a while. The North Demon also received this news and frowned. He directly summoned Qingwu to his side. Sister, what's going on? Are the rumors outside true? Qingwu immediately told the North Demon everything that had happened a few months ago. After the North Demon heard this, his expression was incomparably solemn. The joy that he originally felt from increasing his strength from his seclusion also vanished like smoke. In that case, the Poison King was really defeated by Lin Xian. This Lin Xian even comprehended 2 extremely terrifying powers. The North Demon took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the shocking news outside was actually true. But how was this possible? How could Lin Xian possibly defeat the Poison King? What were those 2 mysterious powers? Could it be that kind of power? The North Demon thought of a possibility, and then his pupils constricted. Impossible, it was impossible for him to comprehend that kind of power so quickly. He was too shocked. He had the 10,000 monster body, and his talent was extremely terrifying, but he still spent more than 100 years to comprehend that kind of power. How could Lin Xian comprehend it in just a few months? However, no matter what, Lin Xian was a peerless enemy. This time, he definitely had the strength to enter the top 5, or even the top 3. Others might not believe it, but the North Demon had to treat it seriously. Descendant of the Great Dragon, let me see just how strong you really are. The North Demon took a deep breath and waited for the final battle. Yu Linglong and Han Fei also came out of seclusion. When they heard the news, they didn't quite believe it. In their opinion, the rumors were exaggerated. Therefore, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still not a match for them. It was still uncertain whether or not he could defeat Huangfu Beidian. After Huangfu Beidian came out of seclusion, he was also shocked when he heard the news. When he heard the news about the Black Demon, he also took a deep breath, and a biting cold light burst out of his eyes. Black Demon? He was courting death. His goal this time was not the Black Demon, but to enter the top 3. He had to enter the top 3. The day of the competition was getting closer and closer. There were only 10 days left, and everyone was making their final preparations. In the mountains, there was a courtyard that occupied a large area. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant, and it was like a paradise. The entire courtyard was enveloped by a peerless array formation. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the array formation. The spirit-gathering array beside him, the king herbs, divine crystals, and natural treasures had all dimmed. He had absorbed all the energy in the array formation. Lin Xian had a scroll beside him. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and a terrifying power surged from his body. Kid, you're awake? When the dark red dragon saw Lin Xian stand up, it also flew over from the other side of the courtyard. Lin Xian stood up and stretched his body. His body made crackling sounds, and his body shone with boundless light that shot into the sky. What time is it? He asked. There were still 10 days before the competition. 10 days? It's not too late. Lin Xian nodded. How's it going outside? Those guys outside have all come out of seclusion, and so has the Black Demon. As soon as he came out, he clamored to challenge you. But at that time, you were in seclusion, so he kept quiet after 2 days. The Black Demon? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He didn't take it seriously. Indeed, he didn't take it seriously because no matter what changes the Black Demon had made, he was no longer a match for him. In the past few months, his understanding of Tao had deepened. As for his strength, it was also rapidly increasing. Chapter 3080. This thing might not be of much use in the hands of other invincible kings, because they had not reached that level and could not comprehend it. But to Lin Xian, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Lin Xian needed this kind of enlightenment right now. It could be said that this great Tao enlightenment scripture had saved Lin Xian a few hundred years of detours. Because of this great Tao enlightenment scripture, Lin Xian comprehended something that would have taken hundreds of years to comprehend in a few months. Perhaps even Zhong Lingxiu would not have thought of this. The 2 powers that were close to Tao had increased again. His understanding and application of these 2 powers had become more thorough. Of course, their power had also increased exponentially. If he were to fight with the Poison King now, he could defeat him in 1 move. Because he could make his opponent collapse with just 1 move, annihilation. This was the power that was close to Tao. Not only that, Lin Xian also combined this power with his sword techniques, and even combined it with the heavenly secret god eye and the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul was magical. Not only could it increase the power of sword chi, but it could also increase the power of all mystiques. The power that was close to Tao was already very strong. If it was combined with the great dragon sword soul, its power would be even more terrifying. By using 2 powers that were close to Tao, Lin Xian could reach 70,000 arcane power. Once combined with the great dragon sword soul, it would be even more terrifying. This was definitely a terrifying battle strength, probably surpassing the North Demon. Of course, Lin Xian was only guessing because he had not seen the North Demon in action. It was just his speculation. Other than the North Demon, Lin Xian really did not care about anyone else, let alone the Hayemo. What would be the reward from the House of Prodigy this time? It would be best if it was related to comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Now, he was more and more delighted with the laws. He felt that this was true power. Only by mastering this power would he be a true expert. He had to comprehend the laws as soon as possible and reach the Sage Realm. Next, Lin Xian adjusted his state, keeping himself in peak condition at all times so that he could deal with the upcoming competition. Finally, the day had arrived, and the extraordinary warrior manor was in an uproar. Countless elders of the Heaven sect cheered because this was a golden age for them. They were about to witness the rise of a prodigy. This time, the outstanding Scholar Manor had opened the ancient battle platform, using the grandest scale to hold this competition. The geniuses of the House of Prodigy had arrived early and were waiting anxiously. Those elders also chuckled as they came to the clouds, sat down cross-legged, and looked down. He wondered how many amazing fellows would soar to the heavens this time. Did you hear that Jun Weia had a breakthrough again? That's right. This guy's talent was also terrifying. He was second only to the Northern Demon. The first place of each of the 4 peaks was terrifying. Apart from that, the second and third place of each of the 4 peaks were terrifying too. Apart from Jun Weia, there was also that monstrous genius, who was also an incredible figure. Yes, there was also that black demon. It was said that he went to the fallen abyss and came back successfully. After returning, his strength had increased greatly. It seemed that he would be able to shine this time as well. These elders discussed spiritedly, but 2 of them shook their heads. What I'm looking forward to the most is not these people, but that little fellow called Lin Xian. This little guy was really something. A few months ago, he had defeated the Poison King and displayed a power that was close to the Tao. He wondered what kind of improvement he would get this time. A power that was close to the Tao? 6th Elder, 7th Elder, the 2 of you, don't talk nonsense. Although that little kid had started to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel, how long had it been? How could he have comprehended it completely? He probably couldn't even grasp the slightest bit of it. That's right. We might not even be able to control the great Tao of heaven and earth. How could that kid do it? The other elders shook their heads in disbelief. The 7th Elder and the 6th Elder, who were the 2 elders who secretly watched Lin Xian's competition, were so angry that their beards were sticking up. I say, are you guys doubting our words? But could it be that the old man was lying? The 2 elders were extremely agitated. The other elders said, they didn't know if he was lying, but it was possible that he was bragging. You said that the kid had a power that was close to the Tao. That was clearly a joke. How dare you doubt me? Do you dare to make a bet with me? These 2 elders are very angry at you. What did they mean? Did they not believe them? Or did they not believe Lin Xian? What a joke. They had seen it with their own eyes. Could it be fake? They didn't see it with their own eyes. I won't believe it. The other elders shook their heads. After all, the matter was too shocking. They didn't dare to believe it at all. The 2 sides gradually quarreled, and at this time, the 1st elder walked over and said in a deep voice, "All right, you guys are already a few thousand years old. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the people below?" Hearing this, the 6th elder and the 7th elder snorted coldly, and the other elders' faces were also ashen. The 1st elder said with a smile, "We will soon know whether that little guy can comprehend the power that is close to the Tao. Why are you quarreling here? Let me see what that kid is capable of. I'll bet with you." 6th Elder, 7th Elder, when the 2 of you lose, don't deny it. Many elders sneered. The 2 elders shouted coldly, "Let's bet with poison, who's afraid of who?" When the 1st elder saw the elders behind him quarreling again, he shook his head and ignored them. His gaze scanned the surroundings. He wondered to what extent that little fellow's strength had grown to. He had heard about the previous incident, but he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he didn't believe it completely. Below, the ancient arena was emitting an unparalleled light, and there were countless formations around the arena, which were divided into 5 areas. Each area had clouds formed by formations, floating in the clouds for the elders and disciples to observe. The 4 peaks occupied 4 areas, and the last area was reserved for the main hall of the House of Prodigies. Apart from the 4 peaks, there were other elders and experts in the House of Prodigies. They didn't interfere with the matters of the 4 peaks, but were above the 4 peaks, leading the entire House of Prodigies. It was said that even the House of Prodigies would participate in this event. The geniuses participating in the competition were extremely excited. If they were chosen by the House of Prodigies and were accepted as a disciple, they would soar to the sky. Therefore, everyone wanted to perform well. The elders and genius spectators of the 4 peaks had arrived. The geniuses participating in the competition also came, a total of 40 people. They were the top 10 of the 4 peaks. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others from the Full Moon Peak had arrived, each of them emitting a sharp aura. Buzz! A monstrous demonic aura rolled in, turning into a peerless demon king that descended from the sky. A black demonic figure walked out from it. Such a terrifying demonic aura. It's the Black Demon. Chapter 3081. This Heimo was incredible. He was able to come out of the abyss, which meant that he had become extremely powerful. Everyone looked down at the demon-like figure and exclaimed in surprise. After Heimo arrived, he glanced at Yi Fei and the others and snorted coldly. Xueling snorted and Yi Fei looked solemn. However, when they sensed Heimo's aura, they sighed helplessly. The difference was too great. Heimo's aura made their hair stand on end. This was only the aura that Heimo had released. If he hadn't used his trump card yet, they wouldn't have been able to resist him. Heimo was already so terrifying. They wondered how strong Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian had become. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others were looking forward to it. Look, Emotion is here. Another exclamation was heard. On the horizon, a man in silver armor flew over. He looked extraordinary and his aura wasn't any weaker than Heimo's. In fact, he was even stronger. Emotion ranked 2nd in the Divine Strategies peak. The moment he appeared, the martial artists on the Divine Strategies peak screamed and cheered. Heimo turned to look at the man in silver armor and snorted coldly. Demonic aura surged from his body and his eyes were filled with hostility. Emotion also looked at Heimo, but he soon retracted his gaze and looked to the side. After Emotion, a few more figures quickly descended. They were all top prodigies who were participating in the competition. Among them, there was a woman who was very eye-catching. She was dressed in red and a sea of blood surged around her. She looked like an Azura as she descended from the sky. Her powerful killing intent made the faces of the prodigies turn pale. Who is this beauty? Why does she look so terrifying? Some of the newcomers felt their scalps go numb. Lower your voice. She is Shui Jiyu. She is very violent and will kill you if she doesn't agree with you. Don't let her hear you. She is the 2nd in the exquisite peak, Shui Jiyu. Everyone was shocked. It was said that this woman was very terrifying and cultivated the Tao of slaughter. After Shui Jiyu arrived, she looked at Heimo and Emotion with a smile on her face. The sea of blood around her rumbled and occupied a large area by itself. Damn it, this woman. Heimo's face was gloomy. Although his body was surging with demonic aura, he felt that the blood in his body was being affected by the sea of blood. Emotion frowned as well. He was also affected by the blood sea. With a cold snort, the armor on his body shone even brighter. The 3 of them stood there. Even though they had yet to make a move, their auras were already clashing with one another. The surrounding geniuses retreated hastily, their faces pale. Damn it, these top-notch experts are too terrifying. That's right, we're no match for him. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. All of a sudden, the starlight in the sky flickered, blocking the terrifying sea of blood. A man descended from the sky. His aura was extraordinary, as if he was a supreme king descending upon the earth. Such a domineering aura. Junwia. It was Junwia, ranked second in the Misty Peak. This man carried with him an unparalleled domineering aura as he forcefully descended, breaking through the sea of blood. Shui Jiu's eyes erupted with a blood-red light as she stared at this figure. Interesting, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much. I'll have to experience it later. Shui Jianyue spoke, making everyone feel dizzy, as if they couldn't endure this slaughter. However, Jun Wuya wasn't affected at all. He displayed the domineering aura of heaven and earth and stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. The surrounding geniuses on the clouds were all extremely excited. The elders were also excited. These days, the heavenly sects had already started to go against each other. The smell of gunpowder had already filled the air before the battle. When the time comes, the battle would definitely be exciting. Almost everyone was here, except for the top of the 4 peaks. That's right, Lin Xian wasn't here either. Almost everyone else was here. That's right, more than 30 geniuses had already arrived. They gathered together and discussed, or stood alone. Their auras were awe-inspiring. In short, they were all waiting. At this moment, a saber light streaked across the sky, and a majestic man descended below. Huangfu Beiyin was here. Someone cried out in alarm, and everyone turned to look at the source of the cry. The dancers of the Full Moon Peak screamed. Huangfu Beiyin was the top of the Full Moon Peak. They wondered how much his strength had increased this time. Was he here? Black Demon snorted. He clenched his fists. Mo Tian and Shui Jiue also turned their heads. Only Jun Wuya snorted, but he also glanced to the side. The person who had arrived was Huangfu Beiyin. He was wearing a long robe and carrying a saber on his back. His face was as sharp as a knife, and there was no expression on his face. After he arrived, his gaze swept across the 30 geniuses. Everyone felt their bodies tense as if they had been cut by a saber. In the end, his gaze stopped on one person, and that was Jun Wuya. This guy is arrogant. How dare he ignore me? Shui Jiue raised her blood-red eyebrows slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on her face. Mo Tian didn't say anything, but he also frowned. Black Demon was indeed trembling with anger. Damn it, he was also ignored. Huangfu Beiyin, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am during the battle later. Black Demon was going crazy. I can feel that your 9-layered thunder saber has improved again, but you're still no match for me. Jun Wuya still stood proudly with his hands behind his back. It's useless to argue. Let's fight on the stage later. Huangfu Beiyin said coldly. Next, the geniuses didn't say anything and continued to wait patiently. They were waiting for the remaining 3 geniuses. Soon, Han Fei also arrived. Han Fei was wearing a purple battle armor. He looked like a god descending from the sky. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the attention of countless people. This time, even Jun Wuya couldn't remain calm, and a domineering aura burst out from his eyes. Shui Jiue, Black Demon, Huangfu Beiyin, and the others were the same. The surrounding people were excited and screamed. Han Fei was the first in the Divine Tactics Peak and the third in the Extraordinary Scholar Manor. He was very powerful. Han Fei's arrival caused countless people to scream. His gaze swept over everyone in the surroundings and quickly retracted. He didn't even look at Jun Wuya for too long. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, colorful clouds danced, and a peerless woman descended from the sky. Yu Linglong. Everyone screamed, and many people's eyes turned red. She's so beautiful. Everyone says that Qinggu is the first beauty, but I think Yu Linglong is more charming. Lower your voice. How dare you have designs on Yu Linglong? She's second only to the North Demon. Indeed, not only was Yu Linglong beautiful, but she was also very powerful. She was the second in the Extraordinary Scholar Manor, second only to the North Demon. Yu Linglong's arrival made Han Fei feel like he was facing a great enemy. Yu Linglong was much calmer. She stood there like a fairy, attracting countless gazes. Boom. But soon, everyone's gaze moved away from her and looked into the distance. Chapter 3082. This time, it was a tall and slender man with a face as white as a demon's. He was unbelievably handsome. Northern Beast! Everyone exclaimed, and the elders looked solemn. Northern Beast was the #1 of the extraordinary Beast Mansion. He had the 1,000-beast body and was extremely powerful. Suppressing all the heroes, no one was his match. Northern Beast looked calm as he walked in the air. Beside him was a girl in green. She was unparalleled in this world. She was his younger sister, Qing Wu. The two of them were as light as a feather, descending like smoke. "You're here." Yu Linglong opened her red lips and said in a pleasant voice. Han Fei's eyes were like a purple lamp that burned fiercely. Huang Fubin, Jun Weia, and the others stared at the figure. The person in front of them was like a huge mountain, blocking their path and forcing them to look up at him. Northern Beast looked at the crowd with a smile and nodded slightly. His gaze did not change. His demeanor showed that he didn't care about anyone at all. Qing Wu, who was beside him, looked around with her big black eyes as if she was looking for someone. That arrogant guy really didn't come. I knew it. In the crowd, there was a cute girl. She looked anxious and muttered in a low voice. "Why isn't Big Brother Lin Xian here yet? The competition is about to start. That guy isn't here yet." Northern Beast looked around and said indifferently. His words attracted everyone's attention. Who wasn't here yet? The #1 of the 4 peaks had already arrived. No, there was still one person who wasn't here. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't here yet. There was a sudden clap of thunder, and everyone was in an uproar. They looked around carefully, but didn't find Lin Xian's figure. Why wasn't that guy here yet? Was he still in seclusion? That guy couldn't be, right? He would miss the competition if he didn't come. Huang Fu Baitian's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. Shui Yuetian also sneered. This guy was really arrogant. He actually dared to come later than Northern Beast. Jun Weia snorted coldly. Han Fei didn't say anything, but Yu Linglong said indifferently. She had heard that young Master Lin had fought with the Heavenly Clouds Mansion a few months ago and had even defeated the Poison King. I wonder how high his strength is? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were in an uproar and began to discuss spiritedly. Jun Weia and the others sneered. They did not believe in such a legend. Who was the Poison King? They knew very well that Lin Xian couldn't beat him. What a joke! He Mo's expression was cold. This reckless brat was really courting death. While everyone was discussing and waiting, a red-robed figure appeared in the sky and quickly walked over. Lin Xian was here. Everyone cried out in surprise, and the elders also turned their heads to look. Lin Xian was dressed in red, and his expression was calm. He walked over. There was no light on his body, nor was there any terrifying aura. He was just like an ordinary handsome boy next door. Beside him, the dark red dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Using ground shrink, he arrived at the edge of the stage in a few steps. He fell behind and said with a smile, "I'm not too late, right? Damn brat, you finally came out. I thought you didn't dare to come." Demonic chi suddenly erupted from He Mo's body as he stared at the figure in front of him. Duga Jian's eyes were also like sharp blades as he looked over. At this moment, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Weia, Shui Jiyue, and the others all looked over. The North Demon also looked over. Countless geniuses' gazes were all gathered on Lin Xian. The elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Being watched by so many top geniuses was a lot of pressure. Indeed, just this pressure alone was enough to crush an invincible king. Even a powerful invincible king would have to use all his strength to deal with it. However, what puzzled them was that Lin Xian was still expressionless. There was no aura fluctuation coming from his body. Just like that, he treated it calmly. When all the gazes landed on him, they quickly dissipated without a trace. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Originally, they wanted to show Lin Xian who was stronger than them. After all, they were all top geniuses, but he had arrived later than the North Demon. He was too arrogant. This made them feel unhappy. However, they didn't expect that their gazes and auras would have no effect at all. Deliberately mystifying. Jun Weia snorted coldly. Yu Linglong frowned. What a mysterious brat. I wonder how strong he is? I can't see through him. Purple light flashed in Han Fei's eyes as he frowned. The North Demon kept looking. Lin Xian said with a smile, "What's so special about the moon-gazing wordless steel? I wonder how much young Master Lin has comprehended?" Lin Xian said with a smile, "You will know when the time comes." He wouldn't reveal his trump card in advance. "Don't be so cocky. The moon-gazing wordless steel is so difficult. How can you comprehend it in a few months? Even if I give you 100 years, you will only be a beginner. You won't be able to comprehend it now. Don't worry, you are definitely not my brother's match," Qing Wu said angrily as she waved her small fists. "Is that so? Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Lin Xian said with a smile as he looked at the other party. Hearing this, Qing Wu's face fell. She was very unhappy. Last time, the other party used her as a wager. Although he won in the end, Qing Wu lost many good things. Among them were several king herbs and mutated divine crystals. Every time Qing Wu thought about it, she would go crazy with anger. "Brother, he always bullies me. When I see him later, I will beat him up." She grabbed the North Demon's clothes and said coquettishly, "Brother Lin Xian." In the distance, Shen Jingqiu also ran over and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. "I missed you so much. Aren't I here now?" Ling Xian said with a smile. "How is your cultivation? How confident are you this time?" "Don't worry, brother Lin Xian. Qiu is very confident this time." Everyone was discussing. Above the clouds, the elders took a deep breath because they knew that the competition was about to begin. In the most central area, a group of people walked out. Every one of them was incomparably powerful and carried with them endless laws. When these people appeared, the wind and clouds changed. The sounds from all directions disappeared and everyone looked over. Lin Xian also looked over. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Have the saints come out? These people were the peak masters of the 4 peaks. In addition, there were the top experts, supreme elders, and even the mansion master of the extraordinary warrior manor. These people were the true peerless experts. The mansion master of the extraordinary warrior manor was an old man. His face was white and he had a sage-like demeanor. There was a mysterious aura around his body. Even the peak masters of the 4 peaks were standing behind him. One could imagine how terrifying the mansion master's strength was. Behind him were the peak masters of the 4 peaks. Each of them had divine chains of laws on their bodies. They were incomparably powerful. Chapter 3083. The mansion master's gaze swept across all directions. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as if they had been pierced through. However, that feeling quickly disappeared. An old and loud voice sounded from the front. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." Every competition held by the House of Prodigy is to encourage and select geniuses. This time, I hope you will give it your all. If you win, the House of Prodigy will not treat you badly. Now let's begin. As the mansion master's voice fell, everyone cheered again. The 4 peak masters looked at each other and flew into the sky. They landed in their respective areas and sat cross-legged on the clouds. The mansion master and the elders also sat in the center of the clouds. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out. He had a high status and was one of the deputy mansion masters. This time, he was the host of the competition. As soon as he came up, he announced some rules and rewards. Different rankings led to different rewards. It was roughly divided into 3 levels. Top 3, top 10, and after the top 10. The rewards for the top 3 were the best. Other than various treasures and resources, they could go to the saints' former residence to comprehend. As soon as the news came out, those prodigies were extremely excited. At their level, other than increasing their cultivation, they were basically considering to reach the saint realm. To reach the saint realm, one must first comprehend the heaven and earth. However, the laws of heaven and earth were not that easy to comprehend. Other than some top prodigies who were qualified to comprehend the divine monument, the others did not have much chance. Moreover, Even if they had the chance, it would be difficult for them to comprehend at their current level. But now, if they could go to the saint's former residence to comprehend, it would definitely be beneficial for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even Lin Xian was excited after hearing it. The reward for the first place was even more tempting. Other than going to the saint's former residence, one could also go to the Cliff of Enlightenment. The Cliff of Enlightenment was a very magical place. It was said that at least 10 saints had comprehended there. Most importantly, rumors had it that a martial monarch had stayed there for a day before leaving. Even if a great emperor only stayed there for a day, its value was far above the saint's former residence. It could be said that the Cliff of Enlightenment was the real holy land of martial arts. Therefore, when they heard about the reward for the first place, everyone was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Those elders' eyes were also red. God, the House of Prodigy even took out the Cliff of Enlightenment as a reward? That was really generous. From the looks of it, they wanted to increase the speed of entering the ancient starry sky path. The elders discussed spiritedly while the geniuses screamed excitedly. The eyes of the northern beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Wia, Huang Fubadian, and the others widened. Shui Jiu, Mo Tian, Black Demon, and the others were trembling with excitement. Was the Enlightenment Cliff finally going to open? The North Demon's eyes shone with a cold light. He had heard of this place a long time ago, but he never had the chance to go in. He did not expect that this time, the Prodigy Manor actually gave out such a reward. This was great, he could finally enter the Cliff of Enlightenment. The North Demon was very confident. In his opinion, although these people were geniuses, none of them could defeat him. In the end, the first place was still his. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered with a cold light. They were already in the second and third year. If they were to try their luck now, they might really be able to get first place. When the time came, he would go to the Enlightenment Cliff to meditate. If he could really comprehend a thing or two, then he would really soar to the heavens. Shui Jiue, Mo Tian, and the others knew that they had no hope of getting first place. However, they were extremely interested in the top 3. Although they could not go to the Enlightenment Cliff, it would be great if they could go to the sage's old residence. Everyone had confirmed their target. Lin Xian's side was also alarmed. The Enlightenment Cliff, the place where the great emperor once stayed? He was too excited. The sage's old residence had already shocked him. After all, he had gained a lot in the past few months. He naturally knew how precious the sage's remains were. He did not expect that there would be a great emperor's remains. This was 10 times or even 100 times more precious than the sage's remains. He must comprehend it. First place? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. North Demon, let me see what you're capable of. The rules of the competition were simple. They would draw lots and the competition would be divided into several rounds. Not everyone would fight. There would be a certain amount of luck involved. Perhaps some who were not the strongest could still make it to the finals. It seemed a little unfair, but it was the fairest. After all, there were many experts in the world. However, only one person could become the great emperor in the end. Other than talent, luck was also very important. In fact, possession was also an important factor. Back then, there was a person who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He was extremely powerful and had reached an unbelievable level. He was most likely to become the great emperor. However, he was born at the wrong time. When he rose, it was when the great emperor had lost 3,000 years. At that time, he could not prove his Tao. In the end, the person who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries did not become the great emperor. Therefore, luck was also a part of one's strength. A very important part. The 40 Sky Prides participating in the competition quickly drew lots. Those who drew the same number would become opponents and fight in the arena. I'm number 1. Qin Wu exclaimed. What? Qin Wu is number 1. Could it be that she has to fight? Hearing this, the surrounding elders of the heavenly sect began to discuss. Those young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Was Qin Wu going to take action? She's my goddess. Goddess Qin Wu, you must win. You must make it to the finals. That's for sure. Goddess Qing Wu is the great beauty of our House of Wonders. Moreover, her brother is the North Demon. Qing Wu is very talented and has the power of bloodline. Her strength is definitely not bad. Moreover, no matter who she meets in the first round, she has to give face to the North Demon. Don't worry, Qing Wu will definitely have no problems in this round. Everyone had the same thought. At the same time, they were very curious about who would be the first person to fight Qing Wu. Qing Wu's small face was filled with excitement. Her beautiful big eyes were shining. She could not wait any longer. She went directly to the arena. Hurry up, my opponent, come on. Everyone lowered their heads. Those who were ranked at the bottom were praying in their hearts that they would not fight Qing Wu. This was because Qing Wu was going to win this match. Fortunately, they did not have number 1 in their hands. Huang Fu Baitin, He Mo, Jun Weia, and the others also looked and found that they did not have number 1 either. Just as everyone was checking, a figure walked past them and headed towards the battle platform. This scene directly attracted the attention of the others. Countless eyes looked at the figure. What? It's him! Chapter 3084. He Mo snorted and sneered. Shui Jiyu narrowed her eyes. Interesting. This is going to be fun. Damn you, why is it you? No, this draw doesn't count. We have to do it again. On the stage, Qing Wu was originally very happy. However, when she saw her opponent, her little face fell and she was about to cry. Heavens, why is it him? Is my luck that bad? Lin Xian, you bastard. Hurry up and get back to where you came from. Qing Wu stomped her feet in anger. That's right, her first opponent was Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would have to fight with this little girl in the first round. He shook his head and didn't care. Instead, he walked onto the stage. The others were excited. It's Lin Xian. The first round is actually him. This is going to be fun. Do you think Lin Xian will go easy on him in the first round? Give the North Demon some face? When he fights with the North Demon might go easy on him. It's possible. Not only Lin Xian, almost everyone had to give the North Demon some face. After all, he was the number 1 in the House of Prodigy. Who would dare to disobey? However, Qing Wu didn't think so. Because she felt that this guy would definitely not give her face. She knew Lin Xian very well. Sure enough, Lin Xian said, I don't want to hurt you. Why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat? When those words came out, everyone was in an uproar. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched. Oh heavens, what did I just hear? Lin Xian actually wants Qing Wu to admit defeat. He doesn't plan to give the North Demon some face? He's going to cause trouble. Is he provoking the North Demon? Exclamations sounded one after another. The people of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. When Yu Linglong saw the scene, she glanced at the North Demon and laughed softly. Looks like someone doesn't want to give you face. What's this kid doing? He's courting death. Mo Tian also frowned. The North Demon was incomparably calm. All of this was within his expectations. Lin Xian was no ordinary prodigy. He was a top prodigy who had comprehended the Moongazer steel and was the successor of the Great Dragon. Such peerless geniuses all had their own pride. How could they take the initiative to go easy on him? However, he was not worried. He was still very confident in his sister. It would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against his sister. You brat, you're so arrogant. You want me to admit defeat? No way. In the arena, Qing Wu Qi's face was ice cold. This despicable fellow, she really wanted to go up and bite him. You are no match for me. Lin Xian shook his head. It was indeed so. A few months ago, he could easily defeat Qing Wu. Not to mention now, his strength had greatly improved. Qing Wu shouted, Boy, don't underestimate me. My current strength is much stronger than it was a few months ago. Today, I'll let you experience it. Qing Wu's temperament had also changed. 2 rays of light like thunder shot out from her beautiful eyes, shattering the surrounding sky. The aura on her body became terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that this beautiful girl was not simple. She was a true Heaven's Pride expert. Qing Wu's figure changed. Her speed was unbelievably fast. She quickly dashed toward Lin Xian. A short sword appeared in her hand. It was as red as blood. She slashed down in the air. A bloody light burst out, bringing with it a powerful aura. It shattered the void. In an instant, thousands of sword lights were slashed out. They were densely packed and formed a sea of sword qi. However, Qing Wu's face was incomparably cold. She did not relax at all. Because Lin Xian's speed was faster. His figure wandered in the sky full of sword qi as if he was taking a stroll. Not a single sword qi hit him. Damn guy, what's the point of dodging? Attack if you have the ability. Qing Wu snorted, and the aura in her hand became even sharper. Lin Xian sighed. Alright, I won't hold back then. Speaking of this, the aura on his body also changed. The void that was originally fluctuating became even more shattered. He was like a celestial demon. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Runes appeared in his hand one after another. Seal. With a low shout, Lin Xian waved his arm. The runes in the sky intertwined to form a formation and directly shrouded Qing Wu. Qing Wu was fixed in midair. She could not exert any strength. It was as if she was frozen. Damn guy, what did you do to me? Qing Wu screamed. Lin Xian did not speak. With a smile, he walked forward. Then he gently picked up Qing Wu and walked to a place further away. This scene made everyone exclaim. Many prodigies even screamed. Damn guy, let go of Qing Wu. Let go of our goddess. How dare you blaspheme our goddess? I'll fight you to the death. There was no choice. Qing Wu was the goddess in the hearts of these prodigies. She was the lover of their dreams. How could they tolerate this? Even Mo Tian and the others frowned. Jun Wuya even shouted coldly. His eyes shone with a piercing light. You're courting death. He was also pursuing Qing Wu, but he had not succeeded. However, Jun Wuya thought that in the entire extraordinary warrior mansion, except for Northern Yao, he did not care about anyone else. Northern Yao was Qing Wu's brother, so he would not compete with him. In other words, Qing Wu would choose him if she had a choice. But now, Qing Wu was being carried by another man. Jun Wuya could not tolerate this. Even Northern Yao frowned slightly with a look of surprise. Then he shook his head. He already knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. However, he was surprised. Did Qing Wu have no strength to resist? Qing Wu naturally knew this. She screamed, "Damn guy, put me down. I want to fight you to the death. It's useless. You can't beat me. Seeing that we fought side by side against the Heavenly Clouds mansion a few months ago, I won't hurt you," Lin Xian said as he walked toward the arena. He wanted to throw Qing Wu out of the arena directly. This way, he could win the competition without hurting Qing Wu. Qing Wu was naturally unwilling. She did not get along with Lin Xian. Now that she was being carried by him, she wanted to die. As a proud princess, when had she ever been close to other men? Not to mention being carried in public. Qing Wu shouted coldly. She unleashed her bloodline power and burst out with a powerful force to break the seal. However, she found that she could not use her bloodline power at all. She could only watch helplessly. Not long after, Lin Xian came to the edge of the arena and gently put Qing Wu down. Then, he turned his head to look at the referee elder in the sky and asked in a deep voice, "Elder, can you announce the result?" The referee elder in the sky was also stunned. To be honest, he had never seen such a competition in all his years of life. Chapter 3085. Lin Xian won the first round and got off to a good start. Logically speaking, the people of Full Moon Peak should be excited. However, those geniuses of Full Moon Peak had very strange expressions. Many of their faces even darkened. Although Lin Xian is our Full Moon Peak's genius, why do I want to beat him up so much? How dare he treat my goddess Qing Wu like this? I won't let him off. If Full Moon Peak was like this, the other peaks were even more so. Especially the people of Ethereal Peak, they were about to go crazy. Murderous aura shot into the sky. Countless eyes turned into rainbows, staring at Lin Xian. Damn kid, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Fight me if you have the ability. Countless roars turned into thunder, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian didn't care at all because these people weren't his match. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the arena. However, in the next moment, he frowned. He noticed that in the surrounding crowd, there were a few cold gazes. One of them was even more terrifying, as if it turned into the domineering aura of heaven and earth, surging towards him. Lin Xian felt this domineering aura and turned his head. Their gazes collided in the air. Junwei. He frowned slightly. Although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard of him before. Junwei cultivated the domineering aura of heaven and earth, and walked the path of an earth sovereign. This guy should be a prince of the Divine Wind Empire. He also knew a little about Junwei's origin. Of course, Junwei wasn't a prince of this generation. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have known him long ago. He should be a prince from a few hundred years ago. Kid, I won't let you off. You'd better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret everything you've done today. Junwei's voice was cold, as if he was the king of the mortal world, able to judge everything. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. He was ready to learn. After saying this, he walked down the arena. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the rest looked at Lin Xian with strange gazes. Only Shen Jingqiu said with a smile, "Brother Lin Xian is so gentle." Gentle? Everyone around them didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Shen Jingqiu's words. The first match ended just like that. But soon, the second and third matches began one after another. Everyone stepped onto the stage and displayed their formidable strength. Lin Xian was also watching from the side. It had to be said that these few months of hard work had allowed the strength of these geniuses to improve by leaps and bounds. Many of them had become even stronger than before. The Northern Goblin went up. Amidst a series of exclamations, the Northern Goblin walked forward. His opponent, however, had a gloomy look on his face. He was a genius from the Divine Strategy Peak and was ranked 5th on the Divine Strategy Peak. However, he was no match for the North Demon. Hence, when he stepped onto the arena, he shook his head and said, "I admit defeat." The speed at which this match ended was even faster than Lin Xian and Qing Wu. Did he admit defeat? Everyone looked as if they already knew. After all, apart from Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and a few others who could contend against the North Demon, the others were simply no match for him. Admitting defeat was a very normal thing. Han Fei shook his head. His opponent was too weak. He couldn't tell how strong the North Demon was. Perhaps only the top 5 geniuses could make the North Demon take them seriously. Yu Linglong, who was standing at the side, also sighed. Soon, they all went up one after another. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were also incomparably powerful. They killed their opponents in one move. Junwei and Huangfu Beiyan also killed their opponents in one move. This made everyone exclaim in surprise. As expected of the top 5 geniuses, they were simply too powerful. Perhaps the top 3 would emerge from these 5 geniuses. Boom, boom, boom. On the arena, a demon-like person walked up. His demonic aura was monstrous and enveloped the entire area. It was the Black Demon. His opponent was also extremely extraordinary. He was the 3rd ranked on the Divine Strategy Peak, Shui Shi. When the two of them stepped onto the arena, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Both of them were super experts. It would definitely be a fierce battle for them to meet in advance. Everyone became excited. However, the outcome was out of everyone's expectations. 10 moves, only 10 moves. The Black Demon defeated Shui Shi in just 10 moves. Everyone was shocked. The elders were also surprised. This Black Demon was incredible. His strength had increased so quickly. That's right. Last time, Shui Shi's ranking was about the same as his. Even if the two of them were to fight, it would take a few hundred moves. Who would have thought that the Black Demon would win in just 10 moves? This guy must have encountered an incredible fortuitous encounter when he fell into the abyss. What an interesting guy. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shui Jiue sneered. Mo Tian's expression was solemn. On the other side, a girl named Chu Ling's eyes flickered. She was the third-ranked genius of the Misty Peak. The three of them felt the threat from the Black Demon. Han Fei, Junhua, Yu Linglong and the rest did not care. Although the Black Demon was strong, they did not take him seriously. After defeating his opponent, the Black Demon stopped Lin Xian and Huangfu Baidian who were below the arena. He sneered. Kid, just you wait. I will let you know how powerful I am. This time, I will trample you under my feet. You are no match for me. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He did not care. This scene made the Black Demon vomit blood. Don't be so arrogant. I will let you know how powerful I am. He walked down the arena with a cold face. After that, Shui Jiue, Mo Tian and the rest also displayed their powerful strength. They were not weaker than the Black Demon. Among them, there were two people who surprised everyone. These two people were like Lin Xian. They were both newcomers and peerless beauties. One of them was Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu was now at the Linglong Peak. She had also participated in this competition. Her strength had increased very quickly. The purple aura around her body was very hazy and mysterious. She defeated her opponent, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration. The elders were also surprised. If I remember correctly, this little girl should be a spiritual body, right? Not bad. No wonder her cultivation strength increased so quickly. She has already reached the peak, right? The Grand Elder was also surprised. When everyone sensed Shen Jingqiu's cultivation, they were all stunned. 9-star peak. This level of cultivation was simply too shocking. One had to know that the North Demon, Han Fei, and the others were only at the peak of the 9-star peak. They were still a distance away from the peak. However, Shen Jingqiu had actually reached the peak of the 9-star peak. Moreover, she was so young. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not checked it before. Now that he saw it, he was extremely surprised. He was only at the middle stage of the 9-star peak. Shen Jingqiu's cultivation had far surpassed his. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, don't be surprised. The specialty of a spiritual body is that it cultivates quickly." Previously, this little girl's cultivation had always been ahead of the other prodigies. It could be said that she was the first batch to become a 9-star king. It was normal for her to enter the peak of the 9-star peak in advance. The others were amazed and envious. Although cultivation was not the final factor that determined a person's strength, it was the most important factor. Chapter 3086. Of course, that might not be the case. After all, secret techniques, divine abilities, bloodlines, fortuitous encounters, cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on could all affect one's final combat strength. Otherwise, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to kill a 9-star king when they were only 8-star kings. Therefore, although Shen Jingqiu was now at the peak of 9-star, she was still no match for the North Demon. However, that might not be the case in the future. If Shen Jingqiu broke through to the half-step saint or saint realm in advance, she could suppress these prodigies with her cultivation level alone. Everyone felt their scalps go numb at the thought. They didn't expect Shen Jingqiu to have such terrifying potential. The eyes of the 4 peak masters were also shining. The supreme elders were also discussing in low voices. Even the mansion master was a little interested. It was indeed a golden age. The divine 9-yang body, myriad demon body, and spirit body had all appeared. Would this little girl be able to meet people from the spirit tribe in the future? If she could, her achievements would be limitless. Perhaps she could obtain that item. At this point, the old mansion master's eyes flashed with a flash of disillusionment. Apart from Shen Jingqiu, there was another young woman who attracted everyone's attention. Even Lin Xian was paying close attention. The woman in the arena was called Zhong Lingxiu. She was a newcomer from the Moongaze Peak. Zhong Lingxiu was dressed in plain clothes. Beside her was a green lotus that swayed gently. The violent power made her opponent vomit blood. This woman was so mysterious. They couldn't see through her. Han Fei frowned. Yu Linglong also nodded. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. The North Demon's eyes were also solemn, as if he wanted to see through everything. The elders were also surprised. Could this green lotus have something to do with that item? They thought of a possibility, but they soon shook their heads. The 4 Peak Masters were also shocked. The Moongaze Peak Master was especially happy. He didn't expect there to be such a prodigy apart from Lin Xian. In the past, Zhong Lingxiu was only ranked 10th. Although she was stunning, Lin Xian was ahead of her. Moreover, she didn't have the chance to comprehend the Moongaze wordless steel. Therefore, although everyone was shocked at that time, they quickly forgot about it. But now, Zhong Lingxiu once again displayed formidable strength, directly attracting everyone's attention. Manor Lord, is that green lotus related to that thing? Related to that person? A grand elder asked from the side. The mansion lord's eyes flickered and he shook his head slightly. That didn't seem to be the case. However, he remembered that it was something else. If that was the case, then the ancient path of the starry sky would be really interesting. At that time, it would definitely be very exciting. Hearing the Valley Master's words, the surrounding grand elders were all astonished. What could be praised by the Valley Master like this? Could it be even more terrifying than the dragon sword soul, the spiritual body, the holy body, and the infinite demon body? One had to know that these physiques were all famous peerless physiques in the ancient times. Once they were mastered, they could sweep through the world and shock the world. If it really was her, then she would definitely pose a threat to Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others. In the future, she would probably be able to suppress Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others. Not to mention these young fellows, even the peerless experts and geniuses who had passed many stages on the ancient path of the starry sky would have a headache and might even be overtaken by her. The mansion lord's words shocked everyone. Many of the grand elders couldn't believe that Zhong Lingxiu had such potential. The intense battles made everyone's blood boil. Lin Xian fought a few times and fought his way into the finals. Xin Jingqiu, Zhong Lingxiu, the Black Demon, and the others also fought their way into the finals. The top geniuses of the 4 Peaks also entered the finals. After that, everyone became even more excited. Although the first few battles were exciting, the top geniuses like the North Demon and Yu Linglong didn't use their full strength at all. They usually defeated their opponents with a single move. This made them feel unsatisfied. In the finals, these top geniuses would also fight. At that time, it would be a truly exciting battle. The finals were still drawn, and Lin Xian still drew lot number 1. First to fight? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and came to the arena. I wonder who my opponent is? Kid, I didn't expect it to be you. The heavens are helping me. How dare you bully Qinggu? I'll teach you a good lesson later. A dignified voice resounded. Then, a domineering figure walked up. Jun Wei. The first battle was between Lin Xian and Jun Wei. The surrounding people screamed like crazy. Even many of the grand elders stood up, their faces filled with excitement. Although they knew that the finals would be exciting, they didn't expect it to be so intense. Right off the bat, the 2 top geniuses were exchanging blows with one another. Lin Xian, second place of the moon-gazing peak, comprehending the moon-gazing wordless steel. He was a once-in-10,000 years genius. Jun Wei was equally terrifying. He was ranked 4th in the House of Prodigy. He was ranked higher than Huangfu Beidian. His domineering aura was incomparably terrifying. Recently, it was said that he had a new breakthrough while comprehending the misty steel. They were the top geniuses. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the 2 geniuses. Even the peak leaders of the 4 Peaks and the Supreme Elders were looking forward to the outcome. Are they going to fight in advance? Let's see what this kid is capable of. The Northern Beast's eyes flickered. He was a little angry about Qinggu's incident. However, compared to anger, he was more shocked. He was very clear about Qinggu's strength. However, Lin Xian was able to easily seal Qinggu. It was unbelievable. In the previous few rounds, Lin Xian had easily defeated his opponents. He didn't show his true strength, so the Northern Beast couldn't see it clearly. However, Now that he was fighting with Junwia, he should be able to see his full strength. Let's see how strong you are, the successor of the great dragon. The northern beast was looking forward to it. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were also watching with rapt attention. What? You want to stand up for Qingwu? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Xian was not afraid. He knew that his opponent was ranked 4th and was very strong. So what? He didn't take him seriously. Good kid, you're really arrogant. Try and take my fist. Junwia shouted angrily. He waved his fist and a domineering aura surged from his body. Sky Tyrant Fist. It seemed that Junwia was really angry. He immediately used the Sky Tyrant Fist. This was a half-step holy grade martial art. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. Indeed, the Sky Tyrant Fist. When it appeared, thunder fell between the heavens and the earth. Everyone's body trembled. Fortunately, at that moment, they were inside the formation and watching from the clouds. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the energy would be enough to injure them. Chapter 3087. Between heaven and earth, a sword light flashed, splitting all the thunder lightning. The terrifying fist was destroyed. The domineering aura was strong, but it wasn't powerful enough. Lin Xian commented indifferently. How arrogant! How can you understand my fist technique? Sky Tyrant Fist, second move. Junwia's face darkened, and he attacked again. One had to admit that Junwia was extremely terrifying. His strength had reached the late-stage 9-star king realm, and coupled with a half-saint martial art, it was terrifying to the extreme. There were probably only a few people in the entire extraordinary warrior manner who could defeat him. The monstrous power engulfed Lin Xian. Countless people exclaimed, and the martial artists of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. Junwia was indeed extraordinary. He had reached such a level with the Sky Tyrant Fist. Yes, this domineering aura was enough to make one's soul tremble before the battle. He had suppressed the enemy with his aura even before the battle. Although Lin Xian had destroyed the first move of the Sky Tyrant Fist, the second move and the next few moves would be difficult to deal with. Not necessarily. This kid's strength was not bad, and he must have a trump card. Everyone was discussing. In front of them, among the energy in the sky, a golden light flashed and turned into golden thunder lightning. It slashed the heavens and the earth. Sword Chi formed a golden lotus that bloomed in the sky, breaking the energy in the sky. I've said it before, it's not powerful enough. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. With a swing of his sword, the sword lotus in the sky quickly expanded, turning into a huge mountain that shrouded the ground. Thousands of sword chi smashed down, piercing through the void, forming a sword rain that completely enveloped Junwia. Get lost. Junwia opened the sky with his hands like a peerless overlord, wanting to tear the sword lotus in the sky apart. Boom, boom, boom. His palms were like the palms of a god, grabbing the terrifying sword lotus in an instant. With a forceful pull, the sword lotus shook violently, but the sword chi hanging down was even more terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi in the sky crashed down, and Junwia's domineering aura formed a battle armor that covered him. The sword chi clashed with the battle armor, creating a shocking sound. It's useless, you can't break my domineering aura. Junwia was very confident. But soon, he frowned, and his expression turned ugly. The sword lotus had completely bloomed, and the power of the sword chi had increased exponentially. Cracks had appeared on his domineering battle armor, and it had shattered with a loud bang. In the face of such a terrifying sword chi, Junwia took half a step back and tilted his body, wanting to dodge. However, this sword strike had still managed to cut off a strand of his black hair. In fact, there was even a sword scar on his face. Junwia was injured. Countless people screamed in disbelief. Junwuya's body was trembling, and his eyes were burning with rage. How dare you injure me? You have committed a heinous crime. I will let you know my true strength. With a shout, Junwia's aura became terrifying. Sovereign's descent. Surrender. The divine light in his eyes shone brightly, enveloping the entire world. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a gigantic spirit god. All the geniuses in the area trembled. Even the faces of the elders changed. Then, a terrifying light gushed out from their bodies. As for the other geniuses, they were shrieking. Damn it! Why can't I resist the urge to kneel before him? Even my soul is trembling. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why is it so strange? The expressions of the people around the arena changed drastically. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Many people bit the tip of their tongues and frantically retreated. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei were astonished. The only person that could be considered to be calm was the northern monster. As expected, this kid had made new progress in comprehending the great Tao. The northern devil smiled. He's already using this power at this time? It seems that Jun Weia wants to end the battle. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered, and their expressions were solemn. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The path of dominance? That was Jun Weia's trump card. He had used it so quickly. Would Lin Xian be able to resist it? There were 3,000 great Taos and countless laws. The path of dominance was one of them. Once the path of dominance was used, it was like a supreme king. Everyone would worship him. They wouldn't dare to resist. Although Jun Weia hadn't truly comprehended the laws of great Tao, he had far surpassed the power of ordinary runes. Therefore, at this moment, under his power, these geniuses all trembled. Lin Xian was the first to be affected. He felt a force pressing down on him, wanting to make him submit to the person in front of him. That force was too strong. It was like a god's hand pressing down on his body. Is this the power that's close to the Tao? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He also had this kind of power, but he had never felt it before. Now that he felt the other party's domineering power, he was incomparably excited. Submit! Another cold shout. Countless people's souls trembled, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's side was also under greater pressure. The power that was close to the Tao was too mysterious and too powerful. Jiao Yang's body emitted millions of rays of light, but he also trembled slightly. This wasn't a direct attack, but a different kind of submission. It was a supreme will that directly affected the soul. It's over, Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, this was a power that was close to the Tao. In the entire elite scholar manor, there were no more than 5 young people who had this kind of power. Jun Weia was one of them. Under this kind of power that was close to the Tao, no one could resist, unless Lin Xian also displayed that kind of power. Impossible. Although Jun Weia was a young genius, he was also a few hundred years old. He had been comprehending the ethereal heavenly steel for a long time, and only then did he comprehend that trace of domineering Tao and obtain this kind of power that was close to the Tao. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the full moon wordless steel, it had only been a few months. It was impossible for him to succeed. Yes, I heard that he defeated the Poison King with a power that was close to the Tao, but I didn't believe it at all. Everyone was discussing intensely, and the elders were also nervous. On the full moon peak side, the great elder's eyes flickered. If you have a power that's close to the Tao, hurry up and use it. He urged in his heart. On the stage, Jun Weia's divine light shone brightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, like a supreme king overlooking everything. Lin Xian's body emitted golden light, like a sun war god, but he trembled slightly, as if he would be defeated at any time. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. But all of a sudden, Lin Xian's expression changed. It became sharper and more determined. A loud voice came from his mouth. I, Lin Xian, will not bow to the heavens, nor kneel to the earth. I will only respect myself. Accompanied by this voice, the dragon roared in his body. His eyes shone brightly, and his body stopped trembling. Rays of sword chi rushed out from his body, turning into a giant dragon that rushed to the 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and the wind whistled. Everyone exclaimed, and the elders also stood up in shock. Chapter 3088. Impossible, how can he block such a power that's close to the Tao? He didn't submit. These people were all stunned, especially the elders of the ethereal peak. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Almost no one is a match for a power that's close to the Tao. How did that kid block it? No matter how powerful his sword technique is, it's impossible. Is that the power of the dragon sword soul? Jun Huia was also stunned. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That kid didn't kneel down and submit to me is really beyond my expectations. Dragon sword soul? He gritted his teeth and snorted. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, it was still inferior to the power that was close to the Tao. Only the Tao is eternal between heaven and earth. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject must die. Jun Huia shouted again. Boom! Countless runes rolled on his body, and his domineering aura covered the entire world. For a moment, everyone trembled again. Many people screamed. Damn it, what's going on? Why do I want to draw my sword and kill myself? Block it! Clang! Some people couldn't help but draw their swords. In the next moment, they threw away their weapons in horror and retreated crazily. Seeing this scene, the elders once again set up the array formation and completely enveloped the disciples who didn't participate in the battle. In the world, only Lin Xian and Jun Huia were not enveloped by the array formation. It's too terrifying. How can this be? Wang Ji's body trembled. He looked at the long sword on the ground with a face full of horror. At that moment, he had drawn his sword and wanted to stab his own heart. The power of the Tao, that's the power of the Tao. There was also a flying dagger at Yi Fei's fingertips that was very close to his neck. Moreover, he was swept by the aftermath of the power. One could imagine how terrifying the impact would be for Lin Xian since he was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. That was the power that was close to the Tao. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was terrified and envious. If the power that was close to the Tao was already so terrifying, how powerful would the laws of the Great Path be? If the saints wanted to kill them, they could turn countless invincible kings into ashes with a single sentence. Everyone below the sage level was nothing but an ant. Jun Huia wasn't a saint, not even a half-saint. However, he had grasped a power that was close to the Tao, and he was completely superior to those invincible kings. Under this force, Lin Xian's hand trembled slightly. He raised the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, wanting to stab himself. Lin Xian was astonished and his eyes lit up. It can actually affect me? As expected of a power that was close to the Tao. However, it was a pity. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The great dragon sword soul within his body roared crazily, and a surge of power flowed into his hand. Instantly, his hand stopped trembling and became as steady as a rock. His hand was steady. How could this be? Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. How could such a terrifying power not affect Lin Xian? Damn it, how did he do it? I don't believe it. Black Demon's eyes widened in shock. Just now, he couldn't help but want to attack himself, which made him feel a lingering fear. He knew that in front of Jun Huia, he was no match for him. However, Lin Xian blocked it. Moreover, from the looks of it, he did it effortlessly. He couldn't believe it. Huangfu Baitian was the same. His face was full of shock. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes were wide open. The northern monster's eyes flickered. It seemed that Jun Huia had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Jun Huia's attack. This guy was indeed an opponent worth looking forward to. Lin Xian stabilized his hand and slashed out with his sword. A huge crack appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly as it charged forward. Jun Huia's pupils shrank. His body swayed and he dodged the sword. Damn it, you're not affected? How could this be? Jun Huia was the most shocked. Did his domineering Tao lose its effect? This was impossible. Previously, when facing the peak invincible kings, he used his domineering Tao. Those invincible kings had to kneel in front of him and commit suicide. No one could resist. However, his two attacks were ineffective now. Who could tell him? What was going on? Lin Xian's expression was cold. A power that was close to the Tao? It was indeed powerful. However, this was the extent of your domineering Tao. Next, I'll show you my power that's close to the Tao. What did this kid say? He also had a power that was close to the Tao? This was impossible. The crowd screamed crazily. The elders trembled. Could it be that this kid had really comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? It had only been a few months. Was he going to defy the heavens? These people went crazy. At this moment, even the peak masters and grand elders' expressions changed. Their eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was putting on an act, or if he really had that kind of power. On the stage, Jun Wei was also stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Kid, what did you say? You also have a power that's close to the Tao? What a joke! His face was full of disdain as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He admitted that the other party was able to obtain the recognition of the Moongazer steel. His talent was heaven-defying. But so what? It had only been a few months since the other party obtained the Moongazer steel. What could the other party do in these few months? As for him, he had been in the extraordinary scholar manner for more than 100 years. Since 100 years ago, he had begun to comprehend the ethereal steel. It was only in the recent 10 years that he had successfully comprehended a trace of power. He had obtained a power that was close to the Tao. Just like that, he was already a peerless genius, ranked fourth in the entire extraordinary scholar manner. The other party was just a newcomer. How could he compete with him? He did not believe that the other party had such power. You don't believe it? It's okay. I'll let you see it. Lin Xian raised his finger and pointed to the front. Annihilation. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was nervous. The elders were also watching nervously. Jun Wei was even more stunned. He was on high alert. Lin Xian had the sword chi of the great dragon sword spirit. It was extremely terrifying. He was afraid that the other party would display some sharp sword technique. Hence, he was prepared. But in the next moment, he was stunned. There was no terrifying sword chi rushing out from the other party. What's going on? Is this a bluff? Kid, you're really funny. Do you think that I, Jun Wei, am scared? Jun Wei snorted in disdain. He took a step forward and was about to make a move. He did not believe that the other party could grasp such power. Buzz. Suddenly, his entire right arm turned into ashes and no longer existed. Jun Wei let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His right arm quickly disappeared, vanishing into thin air. How is this possible? Jun Wei was stunned. He half knelt on the ground and covered his wound. Chapter 3089. Heavens, what happened? Who can explain it? Those geniuses widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Those elders were also trembling. The great elder stood up, the peak master sucked in a breath of cold air, and even the mansion master's eyes were shining brightly, illuminating the entire world. A power that was close to the Tao. Damn it, how could this kid have such power? Impossible, he had only comprehended it for a few months? Could it be that he was already so heaven-defying? Is this kid still human? These people went crazy. The black demon's body trembled and his face twisted. He roared crazily. Damn it, how could he have comprehended it? I don't believe it. How could he have comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? Huangfu Beiyin was also stunned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others screamed. The North Demon's eyes flickered. It appeared this power really appeared. He had mastered this power, and it seemed to be a very domineering and destructive power. Lin Xian's move stunned everyone in the mansion master. Countless people were terrified. On the arena, Jun Wei also came back to his senses. He screamed crazily. I don't believe it. How did you comprehend it? He had gone crazy. It took him 100 years to comprehend it, but the other party comprehended it in a few months? How could the gap be so big? He had never heard of it before? Even Yi Guqing wasn't so terrifying back then. Seeing Jun Wei roaring crazily and no longer having the domineering aura of a king, Lin Xian sneered. Don't use your ant-like vision to understand me. I'm not an existence that you can understand. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand again and swept it out. Annihilation of the sword. The blade drew an arc, and an incomparably terrifying power was used. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. This was a power that was close to the Tao. It was a power that Lin Xian had comprehended. Jun Wuya's body swayed, and he threw out a few sky tyrant fists, but they all turned into ashes. At the next moment he came to the other side. The king's order, disappear. Now Jun Wuya had no choice but to use his domineering Tao to resist. This domineering Tao was extremely terrifying. He was like a supreme king, commanding everyone and everything. For example, making people kneel, or making people commit suicide. Now he wasn't targeting Lin Xian. Instead, he was targeting the destructive power and making it disappear. In the sky, the strange sword chi indeed stopped. Its light dimmed, and its power weakened, as if it was about to disappear. This was the power of the Tao of dominance. However, the domineering Tao wasn't having it easy either. Under the power of annihilation, it was disappearing slowly as well. Two powers that were close to the Tao collided in the sky. In an instant, the surrounding void collapsed and was annihilated, turning into countless large black holes. It was soundless, but it was more terrifying than a myriad of divine abilities. Everyone knew that right now, even if a king at the perfect level stood there, he would be instantly killed, unable to escape at all. You really do possess a power that is close to the Tao. Jun Wuya was too shocked. With this kind of power, one would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of the extraordinary warrior mansion. The other party was a very powerful enemy. But so what? Jun Wuya smiled. I admit that you are very strong, and your talent is heaven-defying. I have never seen anyone who could comprehend this kind of power so quickly. But it's a pity that you still met me. Jun Wuya's body emitted a terrifying aura, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. If it was me a few months ago, I might not have been your match. Unfortunately, in these few months, I have a breakthrough in my comprehension of heaven and earth. My control of the Tao of dominance has improved again. So, you are not my opponent at all. Next, I will let you see my true strength. Sovereign descends. As he spoke, the power of the Tao of dominance in front of him became stronger again. It was as if a heavenly emperor had been resurrected, looking down on the common people. At this moment, everyone felt that they were insignificant and would be crushed at any time. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, they didn't expect Jun Wuya to be hiding his strength. This kind of power that is close to the Tao is too terrifying. It has already surpassed Lin Xian. Unless Lin Xian had other trump cards, he couldn't win at all. What other trump cards could he have? Being close to the Tao was already his greatest trump card. Everyone shook their heads. Although Lin Xian was monstrously strong, he was probably going to lose this time. Has his strength increased again? Seeing that the sword chi he sent out was slowly disappearing, and the emperor figure of his opponent was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. True strength? Well, I will let you see it. With a low roar, the great dragon sword's soul erupted. The power of the great dragon sword's soul overlapped with the power of annihilation. In front of him, the sword light was originally dim and about to be extinguished at any time, but suddenly, it seemed to be injected with a mysterious power and suddenly rose sharply. It slashed in the air. That heaven emperor-like body was sliced in half at the waist. The emperor figure and the illusion formed by the Tao of dominance disappeared. Jun Wuya spat out blood and fell to the ground. How is this possible? He actually broke my Tao of dominance. Could it be that he was also hiding his strength? Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Jun Wuya's body trembled. The others were also stunned. They were like statues, their minds in a daze. This scene was simply too inconceivable. He won, he actually won. The northern monster's pupils shrank. He knew Jun Wuya's strength. In his opinion, it would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against Jun Wuya. It was even possible that both sides would be injured. But now, Lin Xian actually suppressed Jun Wuya. He was not injured at all. It seems that his strength is beyond my imagination. The northern monster took a deep breath. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were both shocked. They felt a great threat. A rising new genius was coming toward them, so they had to be careful. They were afraid that if they encountered Lin Xian in the future, they would have to use their full strength. Otherwise, they would end up like Jun Wuya. The black demon's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He originally wanted to challenge Lin Xian. He thought that his strength had increased greatly in the past few months, and he could easily trample on Lin Xian. But now, after seeing the battle between Lin Xian and Jun Wuya, he immediately changed his mind. Fight with Lin Xian? Trample on Lin Xian? What a joke! Even Jun Wuya, who had comprehended the Tao of dominance, was not a match for him, let alone him. Now, he only hoped that they would not encounter each other. The Great Elder, the 4 Peak Masters, and the Mansion Masters were also overjoyed. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Finally, another peerless genius appeared in their extraordinary scholar mansion. Perhaps this guy would not be inferior to Yi Guqing when he grew up. Chapter 3090. Winner, Full Moon Peak's Lin Xian. The referee elder hurriedly announced the result. Soon, someone carried Jun Wuya off the stage. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he arrived below the stage. He stood with his hands behind his back and continued to watch the battle. This guy actually won. He actually comprehended the full moon wordless steel. How despicable! Qing Wu was stunned, and so was Zhong Lingxiu. Shen Jingqiu was even happier, and her big eyes turned into crescents. The battle continued. This time, it was Xue Jiyu and He Mo's battle. When the two of them came out, the crowd exclaimed again. These two were also outstanding prodigies. If the North Yao, Yu Linglong, and the others were the top prodigies who had comprehended the Tao, then Xue Jiyu and He Mo were the second tier. Whether it was He Mo or Xue Jiyu, they were the top existences even in the second tier. Especially these two, they had been in the prime of their lives recently. He Mo had fought his way back from the fallen abyss, while Xue Jiyu had fought her way back from the blood refinement star. These two places were extremely dangerous, and even half-saints weren't willing to enter some places. However, not only did these two go in, but they also came back alive, and their strength had greatly increased. On the stage, Xue Jiyu waved her blood-red scimitar, and she turned into a killing god. Monstrous blood-red light surged in all directions, covering the entire sky. Everyone's blood boiled, and the murderous aura made many people faint. On the other side, He Mo was even more violent, and his demonic aura filled the sky. The battle between the two was like a killing god fighting a demon king, and it was earth-shattering. All kinds of magical techniques emerged one after another. Even the elders nodded in satisfaction. These two were not bad, and their strength had greatly increased compared to before. Is Xue Jiyu going to use the blood crystal? An elder exclaimed. He Mo was going to use the 9 heavens fallen demon. In the sky, countless blood-red scimitar lights quickly condensed into a blood-red figure, and it carried a powerful force as it charged over. On the other side, the 9 heavens were upside down, and countless black runes formed a black abyss. 2 terrifying forces exploded, destroying the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. In the end, Black Demon won by half a move, and a hellish crack pierced through the blood-red figure, causing Xue Jiyu to cough up blood and fly back. When He Mo actually won, everyone cried out in surprise. This was a scene they had never imagined. Before, although He Mo was strong, he was ranked behind Xue Jiyu. Who would have thought that he would be able to make a comeback this time? The people of Full Moon Peak were also screaming crazily. First it was Lin Xian, and now it was Black Devil. This time, their Full Moon Peak was going to soar into the sky. Huangfu Beiyan had yet to make his move. How would he perform this time? Everyone was looking forward to it. It didn't take long for Huangfu Beiyan to make a move. He walked up to the arena. Everyone screamed because his opponent had also come up. Han Fei. It was actually the 3rd-ranked Han Fei. Huangfu Beiyan was going to lose. Han Fei was extremely terrifying. He was even ranked above Junwuya. Junwuya had already comprehended the power of Tao, so Han Fei must have comprehended it as well. Moreover, its power was even greater than Junwu's. They wondered how Huangfu Baiyan would contend against him. Huangfu Baiyan was ranked 5th. They wondered if he had comprehended the power of Tao. They didn't know. Last time, they didn't see him use it. Perhaps this time he might have comprehended it. After all, Lin Xian hadn't fought with Huangfu Baiyan on Full Moon Peak, so no one could make Huangfu Baiyan display his true strength. Everyone was paying attention to this battle. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. He wondered what kind of power Han Fei had comprehended that was close to the Tao. He had already experienced Junwuya's domineering Tao, but he hadn't seen the Taos of Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the Northern Demon. He could take advantage of this battle to observe. On the arena, the two of them didn't speak. Huangfu Baiyan didn't waste any words. He directly pulled out his mad saber and slashed forward. Wherever the saber went, the void would be shattered. Han Fei was wearing a purple armor. Endless lightning rushed out of his body, instantly forming a lightning domain. He didn't use his power of Tao. Instead, he used his king's domain. After all, for these prodigies, the power of Tao was also a trump card. They couldn't use it casually. The purple lightning domain was extremely terrifying. It enveloped heaven and earth, and endless lightning fell from the sky. Every single bolt of lightning could kill an unparalleled king. The elders were all astonished when they saw this. The elders of the Divine Tactics Peak exclaimed. Han Fei's strength had increased again. Although he was only at the peak of the 9-star realm, those at the Great Perfection stage were no match for him. More than that, his lightning was approaching a limit. If it went any higher, it would be at the half-step saint level. If a half-step saint didn't use the power of laws, it would be very difficult to resist this lightning. Everyone discussed. There was no doubt that the purple lightning domain was extremely terrifying. The sky full of lightning enveloped Huangfu Baiyan and swallowed him. The long saber in Huangfu Baiyan's hand slashed horizontally in all directions, and all the purple thunderbolts that were rushing toward him were destroyed by him. He used his maximum speed and charged forward. What a violent saber technique! Countless experts exclaimed. The elders' eyelids also twitched. They originally thought that with Han Fei's strength, he could win by using the king domain. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated Huangfu Baiyan. At this moment, Huangfu Baiyan was charging forward like a god of sabers. Nothing could stop him wherever he went. The surrounding lightning kept shattering, and the void collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Huangfu Baiyan broke through the purple lightning clouds and arrived in front of Han Fei. Han Fei let out a soft exclamation of surprise. "You can break through my lightning domain. I really underestimated you." He raised his hand and struck forward. Huangfu Baiyan's saber became stronger and more violent. In the end, even Yu Linglong, the North Demon, and the others were surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He exclaimed in his heart, "This Huangfu Baiyan is incredible. His saber technique is so sharp." He nodded in admiration. He was a swordsman, and swordsmen were similar to sabers. At this moment he could see that Huangfu Baiyan's saber was not only sharp, but also precise and violent. Every strike had its effect. He did not waste a single bit of energy. No wonder Huangfu Baiyan could be ranked first on the Full Moon Peak. Compared to Heimo, he was much stronger. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had seen the Black Demon's previous battle. It was very terrifying. But in his opinion, it was too wasteful. Although the demonic aura was monstrous, most of the energy was just dazzling. It could not threaten the opponent. But Huangfu Baiyan was different. His energy was all concentrated on the saber. One saber strike could destroy everything. Lin Xian was sure that if Huangfu Baiyan fought the Black Demon with all his strength, he could defeat the Black Demon with 3 strikes. However, he still shook his head. If it was before, Huangfu Baiyan would be a great threat to him. But it was different now. He had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. He had completely surpassed ordinary invincible kings. Chapter 3091. Han Fei was astonished by Huangfu Baitian's saber. I didn't expect your saber technique to be so powerful. I admit that if I don't use my final trump card, I might not be able to suppress you. Unfortunately, I'm going to get serious now. The purple lightning around Han Fei's body became even more terrifying as he spoke. Let me show you my Tao of Lightning. Great destruction. Han Fei's aura changed. As he slapped out with his palm, the sky rumbled as it was completely torn apart. Endless thunderbolts sent Huangfu Baitian flying. Huangfu Baitian's frenzied saber also broke into two halves with a clang. A power close to the Tao had appeared. Great destruction. As soon as this power appeared, it destroyed everything. The people of the divine will peak screamed. The elders let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian stared at the sky. The Tao of Lightning was one of the 3,000 Taos of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it was an extremely violent type. The power of lightning was one of the most violent forces in the world. Experts of the lightning element were known for their violent destruction. Now that Han Fei had comprehended the Tao of Lightning, it could destroy everything. The power was 100 times stronger than the demonic aura and endless sea of blood that Shui Jiue and the Black Demon had displayed. The Black Demon, Shui Jiue, and the others trembled under the power. Their faces were filled with despair. Huangfu Baitian also spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the broken saber in his hand and shook his head helplessly. He still stood up. I still have one last attack that I haven't used yet. It's useless. You're no match for me. Han Fei shook his head. However, Huangfu Baitian did not admit defeat. He took a step forward and let out a loud roar. The final saber, I intend to destroy the heavens. Huangfu Baitian let out a loud roar. The light on his body was extremely bright like the sun. It was so bright that the crowd could not open their eyes. No way Huangfu Baitian still wants to attack? His saber is already broken. The surrounding sky pride screamed. The elders were shocked. He's using himself as a saber. This guy is crazy. Buzz. Buzz. Huangfu Baitian turned into a saber and descended from the sky. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. His face sank. The final saber? It's indeed powerful. But it's still not enough. Great spear of destruction. Boundless lightning surged around his body, forming a purple divine spear of annihilation that pierced forward. Boom. Boom. A terrifying power erupted between heaven and earth. Huangfu Baitian was sent flying, his face pale. On the other side, the purple divine spear also paused slightly and shattered the void. Seeing this scene, the referee elder immediately announced that Han Fei was the victor. The Full Moon Peak's Grand Elder's figure flickered as he took Huangfu Baitian away. As expected, everyone sighed. In front of a power that was close to the Tao, no matter how powerful a divine ability was, it was useless. Han Fei withdrew all of his power, his expression somewhat gloomy. His final attack had actually failed to pierce through his opponent. Instead, his opponent had actually caused his great destruction spear to pause slightly. This was simply inconceivable. This Huangfu Baitian was also a fierce man. Once he comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, his strength would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Han Fei took a deep breath and left the arena. This battle shook the heavens and the earth, truly shocking everyone. Although Huangfu Baitian did not comprehend anything close to the power of the Tao, his final words as a saber, shocking the heavens and shocking the heavens. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise. Transforming into a saber, the ultimate slash. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he was astounded. This Huangfu Baitian was not far away from comprehending a power that was close to the Tao. He was only one step away from comprehending it. He knew that Huangfu Baitian would be able to comprehend it soon after the battle. But what about this competition? Huangfu Baitian had no chance of coming in the top 3. However, the final slash had given Lin Xian some inspiration. Lin Xian could feel that his understanding of the sword Tao had improved. The following battles were even more intense. The participants continued to draw lots in the next round. After the first round, Lin Xian was matched against the Black Demon in the second round. The Black Demon wore an unpleasant expression. He even had the urge to kill himself. 10 days ago, he had returned in a domineering manner with great confidence. In his opinion, he would be able to crush both Huangfu Baidian and Lin Xian under his feet. He would become the strongest cultivator of the Full Moon Peak. He might even be able to make it to the top 5. However, when he saw Lin Xian defeating Junwia with a power that was close to the Tao, the Black Demon knew that there was no way he could defeat Lin Xian. That was because he was simply no match for Lin Xian. Most likely, Lin Xian would be able to defeat him with a single strike. Furthermore, he would be severely injured. The Black Demon could not accept the huge difference between them. He felt that his hard work, his pride, and his hard work over the past few months had all been crushed by Lin Xian. I admit defeat. On the arena, the Black Demon used all his strength to utter those words. At that moment, he could even hear the sound of his heart shattering. Lin Xian did not make his move. He did not even look at the Black Demon. His opponent was no match for him at all. He could not even take a single move from him. Winning without a fight. This was another person who had done it after the North Demon. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. His fame was comparable to the North Demon. This kid could definitely make it to the top 3. Who could he push down? It would be difficult. The top 3 had all comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. They were all very terrifying. Although this kid was strong and had defeated Junwia, it would not be easy for him to squeeze into the top 3. Lin Xian, it's my turn. Lin Xian came down. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu walked up. Be careful, don't get hurt. Lin Xian was concerned. It was that spiritual body. She was also very strong. He wondered who her opponent was. The surrounding martial artists and elders were all interested when they saw Shen Jingqiu go on stage. This time, Shen Jingqiu also displayed her powerful strength. Her cultivation was probably the highest among the younger generation of the extraordinary warrior manner. A cold snort sounded. Then, a silver-armored man flew through the air and landed on the arena. Lightning surrounded his body, supporting a lightning domain. He looked like the god of thunder. Emotion, it was actually him. Emotion, the second disciple of the Divine Strategy Peak, ranked 7th in the extraordinary warrior manner. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, it was rumored that Emotion had recently found a half-step sage's relic and obtained a lot of good things. It's over. That Shen Jingqiu is going to be in danger. That's right. Although she was a spiritual body and had a high cultivation, her combat strength was not the strongest. If she was lucky, she could make it to the top 10. But now that she had encountered Emotion, she would probably be defeated. She could only blame her bad luck. But it was nothing. She was very young. Even if she failed this time, it did not matter. With her talent, strength, and appearance, she would definitely be the future goddess of the extraordinary warrior manner. Perhaps Qingwu's status would be challenged. Chapter 3092. Below the arena, Lin Xian furrowed his brows slightly. The dark red divine dragon beside him was also muttering. She should be fine, right? Upon hearing the discussions around her, Shen Jingqiu clenched her fists tightly. Her expression turned serious, and a hazy purple aura emanated from her body. Do these people not think highly of me? However, I won't lose. Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly in her heart. Big brother Lin Xian is so strong. He has already comprehended the power of the Tao. As his woman, I naturally can't be a burden. Big brother Lin Xian, don't worry. I'm not just a pretty face. I will definitely win. Shen Jingqiu's palms slowly formed a seal. Lightning circled around Emotion's body. He looked ahead and said coldly, "It's useless. You're no match for me." Silver armor lightning ring. Emotion opened his mouth and spat out a ring. It was formed from silver lightning. Once it appeared, frightening lightning runes flashed and streaked across the sky. Frightening energy surged forward, trying to pierce through Shen Jingqiu. The power that was learned from it was too frightening and violent. Even a peak-level unrivaled king would be killed instantly. Faced with this attack, Shin Jingqiu didn't retreat. She quickly formed a seal with her fingers and shouted, "Cloud-grasping fist!" Boundless, deathly aura enveloped Shin Jingqiu's jade-like hands as she grabbed forward. What? She wants to grab the silver armor lightning ring with her bare hands? That's impossible. This little girl doesn't want to live anymore. The runes on the silver armor lightning ring were frightening. It was clearly the work of a half-saint. This was definitely a treasure that Mo Tian had obtained from a half-saint relic. Even the older generation of unrivaled kings didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. How dare this little girl do it with her bare hands? Where did her confidence come from? Her cultivation? However, in front of such a treasure, the gap between their cultivations was very close. The surrounding people were shocked. They thought that Shin Jingqiu was too careless. Is this little girl all right? The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as golden runes blossomed. He shook his head slightly. There were no more problems. It seemed like he had underestimated Qiu. Qiu was definitely going to win this battle. These words had the surrounding geniuses bewildered. They then shook their heads and laughed coldly. Lin Xian might be powerful, but Shin Jingqiu might not be. Although the other party is your woman, you can't be so confident. Mo Tian was ranked 7th in the House of Prodigy. He was even stronger than He Mo. They didn't believe Lin Xian's words. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In front of him, a pair of purple jade-like hands reached out and shuttled through the void. They grabbed the silver lightning ring and squeezed it hard. With a cracking sound, the lightning ring broke into 2 halves. What? He was caught. Everyone was shocked. And he even broke it. Heavens, what kind of method is this? These people were going crazy. Some of the elders were also shocked. Previously, they didn't think highly of Shin Jingqiu. They thought that Shin Jingqiu was too arrogant to take this move with her bare hands. She might be seriously injured. However, the result was beyond their expectations. It was actually broken. Mo Tian also frowned as his pupils shrank. He had never taken the other party seriously. But now, it seemed like he had underestimated the other party. She was indeed capable. No wonder she dared to attack me. But that move was just a test. Next, you will receive a storm-like attack. Mo Tian shouted coldly as a cold light burst out from his eyes. His body was like lightning as he charged forward quickly. In an instant, he was in front of Shin Jingqiu. His palm was like a lightning blade that could destroy anything. It slashed down from the sky. It was comparable to a top-notch treasure. Rushing Thunder Hand. It was another great lightning ability. Shin Jingqiu turned into a purple cloud and disappeared instantly. Even though the Rushing Thunder Hand pierced through the cloud, it didn't injure Shin Jingqiu. Next, the two of them used their great divine abilities and fought in the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. At first, they didn't dare to believe it. Then, they burst into exclamations. This Shin Jingqiu was really too powerful. They didn't expect that she could contend with Mo Tian. And they were evenly matched. Heavens, is this a spirit body? She's also a newcomer. Why do I feel that everyone who is related to Lin Xian is so perverted? Everyone exclaimed. Those elders were also full of joy. But Mo Tian frowned. After fighting for so long, he used so many great lightning abilities, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. This made him unable to believe. The next moment he shouted and rushed to the sky. Thunder surrounded his body. The terrifying thunder made people's souls tremble. Little girl, you've angered me. Next, I'll let you see my new treasure. Mo Tian stretched out his hand. On his right wrist, there was a string of thunder beads. They were sparkling and translucent. There were a total of 18 thunder beads. Each thunder rune transformed into a thunder beast on the thunder beads. The 18 thunder beads were connected together. It was incomparably ferocious. At this moment, under Mo Tian's powerful lightning ability, the 18 thunder beads flickered rapidly. 18 thunder runes gushed out. A terrifying power erupted. What was that? It must be a treasure obtained from the half-saint's relic. It was too powerful. It was second only to the power close to Dao. Perhaps only the power close to Dao and Huangfu Baiyan's ultimate blade could break it. Did Shen Jingqiu still have a trump card? If not, then she really lost. Moreover, she might be seriously injured. Everyone was worried for this beautiful woman again. Shen Jingqiu naturally felt threatened. The lightning runes emitted by the 18 thunder beads made her body tense. She shouted, "Do you want to compete with your last trump card? Come on. I'll let you see my trump card." Spiritual Wuji. With a low shout, a rune appeared between Shen Jingqiu's eyebrows. It was a blood-red rune. It was very mysterious. When this blood-red rune appeared, the spiritual energy in the sky surged. Boundless energy surged towards Shen Jingqiu like a rain of light. Shen Jingqiu's aura also rose rapidly. This aura? What's going on? Damn it, how is it possible? The elders all stood up. Their faces were full of shock. Lin Xian was also shocked. Qiuer's aura had surpassed that of an invincible king. Indeed, Shen Jingqiu was in the complete invincible realm. She had reached the limit of an invincible king. But now, his opponent's cultivation had increased again. Is she going to enter the half-saint realm? I didn't expect her to cultivate her spiritual body to such a level. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. The surrounding people were horrified. That's not right. A half-saint doesn't just increase one's cultivation. It also increases one's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If she doesn't understand the great Tao of heaven and earth, how can she become a half-saint? Indeed, a half-saint was half a step into the saint realm. They could already understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. The power they controlled surpassed the power close to the great Tao. It was called the law fragment. It was an incomplete law. Once they understood the complete law, they would break through from a half-saint to a true saint. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.